poor Sitch. Here, have a fiver. Oh, that's hilarious.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with a Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite miscommunicator
It happens.
and definitely the wife in the relationship, Adam Brandon.
What do you mean? Look, you keep getting it completely backwards. Who is the one that talks someone's ear off in the relationship, and who is the one that just like, you know?
Okay, you're right.
Lets
Listen,
it go.
I'm not gonna
Doesn't communicate.
Listen, I shouldn't be sexist. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the husband and wife. We're gonna talk about who's the deferential in the relationship. And I'm gonna say
nobody cares about that. Everyone is
one.
here to hear our take on Steven Crowder.
Steven
versus
Crowder
the
was
Daily
on
Wire.
Timcast to talk about the drama that's now unfolded with the Daily Wire contract. And guess what? Guess what? Despite Adam's colossal screw up, it turns out that he in the chat were right.
Right. That Tim wasn't going to ask hardball questions.
Tim totally punted, fumbled, simped, and dropped the ball in this interview, in my opinion.
But I love Tim Pool, so I'm glad you
Tim
Pool did Tim Pool did an excellent job. Let's just put it that way. He did the best. He did the best job he could possibly do under the circumstances.
No.
Here's wanting to potentially work with Steven Crowder at some.
Yes, obviously, if that's the goal, right? And sure.
A hard-hitting interview. No, that just couldn't happen in this situation.
Well, but it's not. I mean, look, Tim is a massive channel. He has a massive platform. It's not like he has to be like, oh, maybe one day I'm gonna like need Crowder's money. Like, he doesn't need that.
Yeah, Quartering said Tim Pool makes $10 million a year now.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't need. So Tim can ask the hard questions. He doesn't have to be a dick about it, but he can ask tough questions. And there was a lot of slack, a lot of allowing people to just go wherever they wanted in this conversation. That just, I don't know. I didn't expect it to be so fumbling the ball, so loosey-goosey.
So give me your broad strokes. I have my broad strokes written out in a Twitter thread because after this conversation, I kind of started seeing this in a completely different light. So
interesting.
Yeah.
My broad strokes are that this basically confirms a lot of what I had thought beforehand, what Sean, actual Justice Warrior, had thought beforehand. There's some interesting points that I wanted to talk about. I don't remember where exactly on the stream, where they basically admit that it's all about the money.
Right.
So I thought that was very interesting.
Okay.
Because the main argument, the Crowder, and the guy who was talking about the money.
Right. His CFO or
CFO.
Okay. So his
whoever
CFO.
That guy was.
So just to set it up, Steven Crowder had a negotiation with the Daily Wire. They offered him a contract that seemed like it was a slap in the face. He got very angry about it, made a response video, and said, Daily Wire's basically bending over for big tech, and he's gonna expose them to the world, right? So as this is unfolding, we're kind of getting a window into the negotiations. The Daily Wire responded with a video saying, oh, we think we gave you a good offer, and why are you calling us out, bro? And Steven Crowder responded with a secretly taped phone call and said, oh, this is why, bitch. Look, you're calling everyone wage slaves. So obviously a lot of internet drama has developed around this. So Tim Pool, obviously the man in space, gets the big interview with Steven Crowder. And I think this is even called, on Steven Crowder's stream, this stream was called something different, like Steven Crowder's, going to give his side of the story in this or whatever. Which did we really get his side of the story? I'm not sure we did.
Well, first of all, okay, if that's how Steven framed it, first of all, it's insane. We have Steven's side of the story. He put 2 videos out about it. Okay, we have the Daily Wire side of the story. They put out a video, and Ben Shapiro put out a video. The whole point of going to talking to Tim or some other third party is that they're supposed to extract information that an audience or the public would need to know to conceptualize what's really happening
Right.
here.
There's all
Try to get
this,
the bottom of it.
all this
Right.
back and forth is going on, and we still really are stumbling around for the truth, right? We talked about
Right.
this on Sunday, and we all gave our 2 cents about what we think is going on, and we proposed some questions that Tim could answer that would give us a little more insight into the actual situation.
Right.
None of that
And,
happened, right?
well, some of it happened, but incidentally, and then there wasn't follow up or focusing on it. Like to me, the most important part of the conversation was like someone just kind of said something offhanded and then moved on, which was that either Tim or someone else on who was asking questions said they asked the most pertinent question, which was, Steven Crowder's biggest complaint was about the clause in the contract that would reduce money if you're demonetized or boycotted, or if you're removed from a platform, you would lose X amount of dollars. And someone said, well, the Daily Wire's argument is if they're not making money off of you, then they need to pay you less. Is that a fair argument? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the other guy who the CFO or whoever the other guy was that was talking on Steven's behalf said he didn't deny that wasn't fair. His response was, well, yes, but they're not paying us a bonus for doing better. They're only going to give us a penalty if we do worse.
That was Shad's argument.
Yes, but that proves that it's about the fucking money.
Right.
That's nothing to do with ideology whatsoever. That's an entirely a monetary argument, which, by the way, is fine if he wants to say, if you're going to penalize me, I should get benefits. That's fine. But just say that. Don't make it this ideological argument, because that's not. It's just a money argument.
That's Sitch's argument. That it's totally about the money.
And they just admitted it.
Steven Crowder comes out in the very beginning, though, and clearly says, Sitch, that this is not about the money, and that's fake narrative.
He says, I don't understand money. He does something very sneaky in this conversation. He says, well, it's not about the money for me. I would take any deal, but my agent, they're not gonna accept it. So it's like, so he's offloading the, maybe for Crowder, it's quote unquote not about the money, but for the person that makes a decision on Crowder's behalf, it is about the money. Like, what is that kind of what kind of answer is that? That's ridiculous.
Well, for everyone that works at his show, it's about the money. Obviously, they need money to feed their families and stuff. So
I don't know. It's just, how am I selectively listening? If Crowder's main problem with the contract is the clauses about penalizing creators for getting kicked off platforms and demonetized, and then Daily Wire's answer to that is, well, obviously we have to pay you less if you're making us less, and then their response to that is, well, that's fine, but then we should get money if we do better.
Right.
Then it means it's about the money. It means it's not about some sort of broader ideological, you're doing the work of big tech, blah, 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 which, by the way, someone brought this up. I didn't even know about this. The Daily Wire literally sued the Biden administration over the vaccine mandate and won in the Supreme Court. So how the fuck are we like, oh my God, they're just the arm of the big tech and the mainstream media? Like, this is just an insane narrative for someone who doesn't even care about the Daily Wire.
Wait, are you saying, hold on, you're contradicting yourself here. You said
I don't care about the Daily Wire at all.
Okay. But
I'm
you
saying,
do
if you
care
look
that
at
they
the facts,
sued the Biden administration over the vaccine mandate.
Yeah, if they sued,
that's awesome.
They literally sued the Biden administration over the vaccine mandate and won, supposedly. Yeah. And it went to it's still in court. It's in the Supreme Court now. Mm-hmm. And like, how is that not is that just rolling over for the big tech and the mainstream media? Like, I don't know. To me, people are just too caught up in the personalities and who they like better, and not really focusing on maybe the facts of what's happening.
Well, and obviously, their moral intuition. This whole story is perfect for the moral intuitions, because I was thinking, oh my God, it hits them all. It's like care harm.
Yeah,
Crowder is caring for the poor, innocent, up and coming conservative artists who are just going to get stomped out before they ever have a career, right? And it's about It's about fairness cheating because the proportionality of the contract was, you know, a slap in the face. It's about loyalty betrayal because obviously, look, he's kicking sand in the face of the conservative movement. He's a total traitor, right? This story hits everything.
Yes.
It's amazing. That's why everyone
Yes.
is going crazy over it.
Of course. But
Where's
that's what
my
makes the conversation
popcorn?
interesting. Yeah. Right.
So here's my take, and you can tell me.
Okay, give me your take.
I wanted to write this out immediately because I was like, this is totally what's going on. So it's starting to look like the Daily Wire never wanted Steven Crowder. The change my mind stuff is great, but I honestly can't see Crowder's brand of slur the minority humor at Daily Wire. And look, you got to admit,
Slur the minority.
Look, he went to the wall with YouTube over the F slur. It's like, come on, guy. It's not that funny. Okay. You can come up with another joke. So I get it. Freedom of speech. I think you should be able to say all of that stuff, but you got to admit it's like not Daily Wire. It is not the Daily Wire. This is not Daily Wire's brand of comedy, right? So
well, wait a minute. Was there?
Let me continue, then you can come back to it. Okay. So Daily Wire wanted to talk privately, a courtesy meeting is what they call it in the business, and then walk away. Daily Wire did do this courtesy meeting with Tim Pool, and that's another thing that came out of this live stream that made sense. Tim Pool asked him straight up, look, I want to put up a billboard that says Liz Cheney's a big fat ass and needs to jog, right? They said, well, that's probably not that's off brand for us. So we wouldn't be into that. So if Steven Crowder comes out and says, listen, I want to do blackface day one, what are they going to say? They're going to say that's off brand for us, right?
Right.
So continuing, Crowder wanted something in writing. So Daily Wire knew that they had to give Crowder something he wouldn't want. And in the off chance he actually signed, Daily Wire would have leverage over Crowder's spicier content, hence the big tech clause. So if Daily Wire uses big tech TOS to control Crowder's content, they effectively make YouTube the Hatchet Man for the Daily Wire. Of course, Crowder going public was never part of the plan. So this is the way that I see it now from the Daily Wire's perspective. And this is why the first contract that they threw at him was such a slap in the face. Like they said, we want to sit down with you and let's talk. But I think that was just like, Steven Crowder, he's a big name in the conservative thing. And, he's taking offers from everyone. If the Daily Wire just says, we're not going to give you an offer, we look like terrible people, right?
Right.
He's one of us. This happens all the time in Hollywood. Like people do, send the script over, we'll read it. They have no interest in hiring this talent, but this could be the next Quentin Tarantino. So let's be nice and read the guy's script, right?
Right.
So that's my take. What is your response?
I think my issue with that is that would maybe make sense if it wasn't that they gave that clause to everyone. Because then you'd say, oh, well, they gave it just to Crowder because they're worried Crowder is going to do something crazy. But apparently, if they're giving this to all the big talent, then it's just part of their standard operating procedure. It's not like, well, we're trying to rein Crowder in, blah, blah, blah.
Well, but that doesn't change anything that I said because
it does, because you were saying that they were using those clauses to try to rein Crowder in without having to quote rein him in.
Those clauses will rein anyone in. Will rein everyone in.
Wait. Here's why. I completely disagree with this, because if the Daily Wire was really concerned, and maybe this is in the opening bid contract, whatever you want to call it, and no one talked about it, which I find very unrealistic. If that was the concern was like Crowder's going to go and do blackface, or he's going to go and use the F slur, whatever, they wouldn't do it through this secondary mechanism of money, because they would be afraid that Crowder would hurt their overall brand. It would literally say in the contract, you cannot do or say X, Y, Z. So there are all sorts of morality clauses in all sorts of contracts.
They can't do that.
Why not?
because then they look like they're sucking up to the left. This is why you would use the YouTube TOS to be the Hatchet Man. Then you look like the cuck-servative that everyone has been calling you for 10 years now.
Well, first of all, they didn't expect the contract to go out publicly. So that idea, and I don't think they had any idea that Crowder would leak the contract.
Look, just answer me one thing before we go too far. So you still believe that Daily Wire wanted to hire Crowder?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't believe this whole 10-dimensional chess. Okay. Why would they offer it in the first place if they don't want to hire him?
Just we have a difference of opinion there. I firmly believe that the Daily Wire wanted nothing to do with Steven Crowder.
Okay, here's the difference. When Tim was like talking to the Daily Wire and they weren't really sure what was going on, they just had a conversation. Okay.
Yes.
With Crowder, they actually had their team draw up some freaking contract that took time.
Because Steven Crowder wouldn't just have the conversation.
Yeah, but if they didn't actually want him, they wouldn't have done that. They would just say, well, let's just have a conversation. They would have just kept saying, let's have a conversation first. They wouldn't have done this if they didn't actually want him. I don't believe that. Okay. Now, maybe they couldn't afford him. That's very possible. But they're still going to, shoot their shot. They're still going to try.
Well, they could not want him, but if, they can get him for a stick of gum, they're like, okay, well, we'll take him then. That's a totally 50, valid.
Yeah, but okay, if we're to believe, now they could be lying, but if we're to believe that $50 million, as Jeremy said, was the highest offer they had ever offered any person, right? Or because it'd be his team, any team for production. Then it's not like this is some throwaway offer. This is the most they've ever offered anyone.
Yes, I get that. But it's also...
that's why I don't buy that this was a fake offer. I just don't buy that.
Look, we agreed that the offer was a bad offer. We agree that it was a steal for Daily Wire to get him at $50 million when he's covering all the production costs. And there are all
it would seem like a bad offer. I don't know all the numbers. It seems like it would probably be a bad offer. Or a very low offer.
On Sunday, we were in agreement that the offer Daily Wire gave him was a steal.
Yes, it's a very, very low-balled argument. Okay. If I was Steven, I would ask for, even if you don't ask for more than the 50%, you definitely ask for points on merchandising, subscribers, reductions in the fees. You'd ask for all sorts of things you'd ask for in that contract.
Okay.
But yeah, I wouldn't take that contract on its face, but again, they didn't expect him to take it on its face. So
okay.
Which some people have a big problem with. I don't have a big problem with, because I understand that's kind of how business operates, unfortunately. But I think the offer was real. I don't think it was fake. I think
it was definitely a real offer, but I mean, it was a steal.
I think they were surprised that Crowder. I think they were surprised by Crowder's reaction to it, and then I think the Daily Wire and Crowder situation is the perfect comparison to our situation we had yesterday. It was just a cascade of miscommunications. Okay. The Daily Wire did not expect Crowder to react to the contract the way he did, and Crowder did not expect the Daily Wire to react to his reaction the way they did. Because another thing we found out in this conversation.
I totally disagree.
Another thing, I know you do, but another thing we found out in this conversation is that Steven Crowder's team expected there to be a response to their quote-unquote counteroffer.
Because they didn't know that the Daily Wire was not even interested in Steven Crowder.
Okay, you don't have anywhere near enough information, in my opinion, to draw that conclusion.
Well, hold on. The whole reason I put this out is because we're going to be gathering information from here until we know everything. So that's why I want my position to be on the table and your position to be on the table too. So I can say, listen, Sitch, you got this one wrong. Wire, A team.
Yeah, but how? Okay, first of all, you understand that if the Daily Wire, you understand that the Daily Wire didn't actually want to hire Crowder. Okay, like it was just an offer to get him to go away, right? But first of all, I don't even know why they would do that. That seems like such an astronomical waste of time.
God, this is such a Hollywood thing. What are you talking about?
So wait, what way? What is the purpose of it? What is the purpose of it?
It's like a courtesy offer. It's like
it's a courtesy to get to intentionally piss someone off by giving them a low offer they won't take. How is that a courtesy? This is going to piss them off.
Well, they have to give the offer after he pushes them to do something in writing. They listened. They said, "Listen, sit down with us, talk to us. Let's see if we can come to some sort of agreement to work together." Tim Pool sat down with them. They talked about it. They felt each other out. They realized it wasn't going to work. They walked away on amicable terms. Steven Crowder says, "No, I want something in writing." As soon as you have to put it in writing, then they actually have to come up with an offer that he might accept. So you're in this
Right.
crazy position. You're like, okay, so now we have to admit that we weren't really interested in him.
But again,
or we give him an offer that's like just a steal. And if he comes out to work for us, then, we avoid him doing blackface. Look, do you think Steven Crowder doing blackface even behind a paywall isn't a headache for Daily Wire?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay, it's a giant headache.
Right.
And Steven Crowder literally wants the contract to be written so he can do blackface on YouTube and they will pay for it.
So, okay, again, and we kind of glossed over this point. Someone, I forget who it was, brought up that there's all sorts of morality clauses in these contracts that people don't talk about.
That there are, yes.
Like if you work for the Daily Wire, the Blaze, or Fox News, there's probably something like, if you get caught having an affair in a truck stop somewhere, they can fire you for that. Okay?
They always come in last, though. They always do. They come in last.
Well, maybe
all that stuff is added after they hammer out.
So that would be when, if they're so worried about Crowder doing blackface, that would be when they would insert that.
But yes, if you are right. But if I am right, and they're worried about him signing right off the bat, you include that up front.
Except what you're saying doesn't make sense, because you're saying that they accepted this call. Well, you're saying that they
How does it not make sense?
I'm explaining it to you. They're saying your argument is that the Daily Wire gave Crowder a contract offer as a courtesy, but that the offer was so fucking terrible that they did it so that he wouldn't take it and that he would get pissed off about it. That's a contradiction. How is that a courtesy? That's pissing someone off and making them angry at you for no reason. Crowder would have been much less angry if the Daily Wire just said, if they said, Crowder, I don't think we can afford you, and that was the end of the conversation, that would be far less pissing Crowder off than this.
Well, but if they have a chance to get him for a steal, then they get him for a steal.
Well, but then but as you said, you thought they would still be worried about, even if they get him for a steal, they still have to be worried if he's going to do blackface or whatever.
Yeah.
Which I know we're using blackface as an example. I don't think Crowder has ever done blackface and would ever do blackface, but that's just a hyperbolic example that we're using for the sake of the conversation.
So you're saying the move that Daily Wire should have done is just stall on sending him a term sheet and say, listen, if we can't have a conversation, there's no reason for us to do a term sheet.
If you are correct, and the Daily Wire actually doesn't want to hire Steven and never did, this is what I believe they would have done. They would have said, well, let's have a conversation about it, Steve, to see if we're in alignment with our principles or ideas or whatever. And he said, no, I don't want to have any conversation. Just send me a term sheet. They would have said, they would have just kept stalling and pushing for the verbal conversation.
Maybe.
They wouldn't. I don't think they would have been like, we're going to give you like this really low ball term sheet, which is, by the way, also the highest, we've ever given anyone. But a low ball for you term sheet. I just don't think that kind of work and the motivation just doesn't make sense to me that would be what's going on there. But
we'll find out.
We'll never find out, because it's not like the Daily Wire is going to admit like, oh, well, we actually secretly didn't want to hire Crowder, and so we tried to piss him off. They would never admit to that.
Well, I mean, we're discovering more and more as people are.
Well, I guess someone could leak
blabbing their mouth on
right.
everything. So,
should we do a poll? Do you think the offer was real?
We can, sure.
Okay, let's do a poll.
I can't fathom Steven Crowder. I mean, they don't want Steven Crowder without a leash. That's just, you accept that, right?
But that's true. I think they do it for everybody.
Right. So Daily Wire wants everyone on a leash, is what you're saying. Even though they're saying the opposite. They're saying, look, we don't leash anyone. Well, everyone can say whatever they want, do whatever they want.
Well, again, it depends, because if they're saying, well, you can say whatever you want, but then you're going to incur financial penalties, then there you go.
Yeah, 120%
but if they say, like,
of what we were paying you, so you pay us 20%.
But if the Daily Wire says, oh, we're going to put all these sorts of clauses and things you can't say, and then also demonetize, give you penalties for getting demonetized, I would say that's not fair. Because then to me, that'd be like, well, in my mind, and this is what I said in my first tweet when this situation first came out. I said, the entire point in my mind, the entire reason, and this is where people are missing it, the reason that they're saying Crowder would have to pay or get less, money from them if he gets boycotted, if he gets demonetized, is because they're not censoring him. So therefore, since they're not censoring him, since they're not moderating his content, he must then also bear some of the responsibility, risk/burden if he does say something that gets him in trouble.
Yeah. Yes.
Because usually, and as you know this, like if you're doing a movie or you're doing a TV show or something like that, there's always going to be some guy.
Yeah.
There's always going to be some guy on set from the studio who's like, let me look at the dailies. Let me look at the script. Let me make sure this is going according to the plan here. Right.
True.
So if you're going to get additional freedom, then you incur additional risk.
Yes. All right. Are we going to watch any of this thing or what?
Yes. You can hit it.
Let's see here.
Extremely important moving forward. So we're hanging out with Steven Crowder and Gerald, of course, to talk about all this.
The business side more. I don't really take care of the finances as much.
There is your first. There is your first. Just I kind of fell out of my seat because. Then why are you on the phone pitching Jeremy Boring about how to restructure his entire business?
Oh my God, you're so right. That's hilarious.
I know.
Oh my God. What the hell, Steven? Wait, we have to hear that.
I'm like, that is extremely important moving forward. So we're hanging out with Steven Crowder and Gerald, of course, to talk about all this.
The business side more. I don't really take care of the finances as much.
Oh my God. This is why we have to watch this, Adam. No one said this. There's all these little like obvious nuggets that no one but us and our combined brain power will catch.
Yeah.
How did no one catch that? How is he going off about the business model? And right at the beginning, he's like, well, I don't really do the number stuff.
Well, this obviously means, he has faith in this business model because of the people he works with. But what you don't know in business, and this happens all the time, is the guy who does handle the finances and shit is getting rich while you're getting ripped off.
Well, that's a different. Yeah, that's
well.
Sure.
If Steven Crowder could be in that situation, for all I don't know. Billy Joel was in that situation for years and years and years. So, I mean, yeah. If you don't understand how business works, why are you talking to the CEO of a company that has 300 employees trying to get him to restructure his entire business model?
Oshacy says for $20, thank you. Says, Sitch, are you insane? Crowder was asked a monetary question regarding to the what I talked about earlier in the stream about the penalty and them saying, well, maybe the penalties would be okay if, or at least implying that, if we got, benefits for doing well. He was asked a monetary question, so they answered in a monetary way. Would it be fair to penalize you for not making money? So they obviously answered in a way that focuses on the money. But this is where I completely disagree with you, Oshacy. I think you're wrong about this. If Steven is being honest, where he says, I don't actually care about the money, I just don't like this idea about them basically trying to disincentivize people. First of all, I argue that it is definitionally by the money because it's about disincentivizing people
we
for
understand
money.
Your
but even if we throw that out, okay, if they said, well, how is it fair to the Daily Wire because they're going to get less if you're getting less? The response should have been to say, well, I think if you really believe in the cause, then that's what you have to just, sacrifice. If you really believe in the cause, that's what you have to sacrifice. That would have been the answer if they didn't care about money. The answer wouldn't have been, well, maybe that's okay if we get more money for doing good. Because then that shows you, well, then what's the motivation there? The motivation is you're motivated by money. I don't know how else to frame that or to see that.
Look, no one cares about the money, Sitch, obviously. Otherwise, we would have been streaming yesterday.
Everyone, yeah, there you go.
It's not always about money, Sitch.
There you go.
But
What's the story here? What's the story?
Well, first off, let me set something up off the bat. I want to make sure that everyone here knows. Like, I know that you guys have made very clear that you're monetized on YouTube because you believe that you can fight against big tech by sort of operating to some degree within the rules. But you've been very transparent about it, and so I don't want you to think that that is at all the same as what I have a problem with.
Okay. There's a weird thing that happens. So Crowder understands going into the situation, he has to walk a tightrope.
He's a hypocrite.
Right. Well, because he's attacking the Daily Wire for saying Daily Wire are not real conservatives because they're making us follow the terms and services of YouTube.
Right.
But he's going to say that on Tim's show when Tim goes out of his way to follow the terms and services on YouTube.
Well, I mean,
so he has to, what do you mean? Well, he does. That's why they have when we say things that we can't say on YouTube, we just have our members only section.
Crowder can't even get through Timcast IRL without dropping the T slur, which is, I would feel uncomfortable dropping on someone else's channel just because next thing you know, you got Lance of the Surfs out there clipping it and messaging it to Carlos Maza.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with that's nothing to do with my point.
Well, if you guys want to use the T slur on your channel, go ahead. But I wouldn't feel comfortable. But obviously, we're talking about TOS, and Tim is trying to stay within TOS. I am bringing up that he can't bring Crowder on and stay within TOS.
Yeah, right. That's definitely possible. But what I'm saying is that Crowder understands that his argument against the Daily Wire could very equally apply to Tim.
Of course.
And so he has to construct some sort of attempted logic, about why, well, no, actually, Tim, what you're doing is different from the Daily Wire, okay? And so the attempted logic where he's trying to differentiate Tim from the Daily Wire, saying, well, Tim is transparent about it and the Daily Wire isn't. Mm-hmm. To me, that point is not really expounded on, I don't believe.
No one asked follow-ups.
No one asked a follow-up on that.
Terrible.
And it doesn't really make any sense. Because what is he saying? He's saying, well, because Tim says on his show that they try to follow the TOS. But the Daily Wire, I mean, I don't watch a lot of Ben Shapiro or Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh, but if they have their own, members only things you can't see on YouTube segments, how is that not also them being transparent? I don't understand, because that shows they're literally saying, well, I'm going to say the things I can't say on YouTube, in the members only private section on the Daily Wire website. How is that not saying, yes, we're going out of our way to follow the TOS, just like Tim Pool is saying he's going to do?
Steven Crowder doesn't want to follow the TOS. And I'm assuming he's stayed demonetized because he's got another revenue source that allows him not to stay within TOS.
Right. But so do you agree that this differentiation he's trying to make is not logical between Tim and the Daily Wire?
Right. He's trying to say that Tim is doing something different than the Daily Wire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you say, what is it? First of all, yes, Tim is doing the exact same thing as the Daily Wire. Like, there's no...
Crowder's saying that Tim is transparent about it when the Daily Wire isn't, and that doesn't track to me.
Yeah, it doesn't track to me either. What? Okay. Hold on. They're both transparent about it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're both transparent about it. Right.
Okay.
Like, unless the Daily Wire... here's how they wouldn't be transparent. If the Daily Wire
Maybe I missed that this was the argument Crowder was trying to make. Because I did message you. I'm like, did Crowder have a stroke? I can't... what's the argument he's trying to make here? I can't really figure it out.
Right. If the Daily Wire was set up so their host would come on and say, we give YouTube the bird. They can't censor us. We say whatever we like. Right. Daily Wire on YouTube.com. If that was their branding, then you could say, oh, wow, they're totally dishonest. Like their whole branding is that they say whatever they want. But that's never been their branding.
I get you. Yeah. No, they never, especially Matt Walsh and, Candace Owens and even Brett Cooper made a video saying, she has special words when they talk about vaccines. So...
Right. But everyone acknowledges this. This is what's annoying. Like, in conservative spaces, everyone acknowledges that they have to use these special words to get around the TOS. And everyone, it's never been no one has ever until now been called out for doing that.
Right.
At least that I'm aware of.
No, this is the first time, and Crowder's the guy to do it since he's been demonetized forever. But it's the thing about the demonetization is, and I mean, I don't deny if Crowder was monetized, that would be a giant revenue source for his YouTube channel because he gets massive views and whatnot. But it's kind of up in the air though, because obviously there are a lot of people in Crowder's audience who are Mug Club members who, if all of a sudden he started bending over for big tech and staying within the TOS, they would probably not be, that revenue source would dry up, right?
Right.
So he's courting two revenue sources that are in contradictory physical states, right?
Right.
He's got the screw TOS revenue source and the other source. You agree, right?
I agree.
Yeah, okay. Let's move on.
And I mean, we can go back to a few things. Look, it really comes down to what's right. It really comes down to what the truth is. And this is something that's been a long time coming. Gerald...
That's what I love, when it comes down to what's right and what is the truth. I agree.
Actually came on as CEO because we're being batted around so long. This is years and years in the making. I get the point with corporate media. The issue that I have with many in the conservative side of this sphere is the fundamental misleading and dishonesty. That's what I have a problem with. And you see that here as this story took place. Kind of it started right where we released this video. We didn't, and it was just by design, didn't name names because there could be a litany of contracts that are similar to this. A lot of them are often verbal offers.
We mentioned it could have been Fox News for all anyone knew, and they're the corporate monolith.
There's about 4 or 5. I would say we have 4 or 5.
I do love when Tim makes his argument for him because it's so much easier.
I
right?
know. Oh man.
I mean, then he doesn't have to make it.
But see, this makes my argument that I said when we watched the other videos, that he's painting this broad brush attacking all these people, and everyone's acting like, well, he's only attacking the Daily Wire. And if that's the case, then why is he attacking everyone? Why is he throwing all these strays everywhere?
Yeah, that's what. Look, when I put up a tweet about him accusing Daily Wire of faking their views,
yes, which comes up, yes,
yeah, which people actually responded. Oh, he's saying they all fake their views, not just Daily Wire. And I'm like, and that's better?
Right.
That's better?
What if the Daily Wire sues him for that?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, Dick Masterson immediately retweeted and was like, oh, I can't wait for this lawsuit. This is going to be fun. I honestly don't think they will, because I feel like
it would be too much bad press if they did, yeah.
And they want
to go away.
Yeah. People are going to, no one's going to be talking about this in 2 weeks. It's going to be over. Whether or not. What?
Crowder might want to keep this going for as long as possible because he benefits from it. The Daily Wire doesn't benefit from it.
They're going to be talking about this on the Crowder show for the next 5 years if the Crowder show is still around. Yeah, Daily Wire is probably hoping that Crowder is going to retire and hang up his conservative gown and move on. So, but I just, what do you think is going to happen with the Steven Crowder show? What is the future?
Let's keep watching. We got a lot to get through. So.
Okay.
5 offers, and then there are other investors who come into the space who just want to dump in a whole bunch of money. Daily Wire here outed themselves, and I understand that people are saying, well, people knew who it was. Well, that's because some of the people who were under those contracts said, yeah, I recognize those contracts. And Candace said on this show, I recognize the terms from my contract. Here's the thing.
Okay, that's very dishonest.
Did that happen? I don't think that happened.
No. So, okay. He said, oh, well, the reason people were able to figure out his Daily Wire is because people who worked at Daily Wire said that, well, they recognize as their contract. They only said that once the Daily Wire responded, after everyone had already guessed it was the Daily Wire.
Right.
So he has the causality in the order of events completely backwards, which is not accurate.
Right.
I said this is wrong. Penalizing conservatives, and I believe this to my absolute core, penalizing conservatives on behalf of big tech while taking money from people who are paying you, investing in you to fight big tech. That is what they're investing in. That is what Mug Club is investing in. That's what subscribers are investing in. While simultaneously penalizing conservatives is fundamentally wrong. I had that conversation, said, look, just please give me your word. You're not going to be doing this with other people who, as you well know, when you start in this industry, don't know better. Immediately after that, right, the conversation was, Crowder is making a big deal as a dick about money, right? Basketball money. $50 million a year was the implication, which you know is not true. People aren't saying that now. That's not what people have a problem with. What people have a problem with, I understand it.
Okay, well, first of all, you framed it in a very specific way, Crowder. Crowder's framed it in a very specific way. So that's why people are talking about it in a specific way. But so the argument that Crowder just made and that he makes continually in this stream is that his problem, the dishonesty he's talking about, is that, well, people will give money to the Daily Wire to buy memberships because they think the Daily Wire is fighting back against, the big tech, quote unquote, big tech. And that by the fact that the Daily Wire includes these clauses where they will actually reduce people's pay if they get kicked from big tech would be a contradiction.
They're not really fighting against big tech, Sitch. You understand what's going on here.
The
grifters.
The problem with that concept is that Crowder does the same thing. Okay.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, or he wants to. So if Crowder goes to a purely subscription-based model, like say everyone that signs up for Mug Club Forever will then pay some amount of money for the Crowder show. Okay?
That is his model.
Right. That is his model. Crowder still wants to follow the TOS so he doesn't get banned entirely from YouTube.
Oh, yeah. That model falls apart as soon as you lose your YouTube channel.
Or what if Rumble what if Rumble changes whatever their TOS is and they become more restrictive? He's going to then say, he still has to follow the rules. And this is what's annoying to me about this conversation. All the people on especially on the right side, but all the people who are in the anti-mainstream media side on YouTube, they also you can talk about I think this is terrible. You can talk about issues, blah 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 blah. You can get around things, and you don't have to just say, oh, I'm going to come on YouTube. I'm going to just intentionally violate the TOS and stamp my foot. And if anyone that doesn't do that, they're not fighting against this. That's a baby attitude. And everyone knows the baby attitude. In the chat and no one's had that attitude until right this second when Crowder tried to make that the fight.
What do you mean 50% of our chat has that attitude right now? They're calling
No, they don't.
They do.
No, they do. They didn't have it before this conversation.
Well, I mean, they want to break TOS. That's no.
People want to break TOS. That's not what I'm saying. People wanting to break TOS is fine. Okay.
Right.
The attitude that Crowder is trying to say, which is that if you don't break TOS,
you're a conservative.
You're a cuck. It's well, wait a minute.
That is the argument.
But that's ridiculous.
Listen, you're just saying that Crowder is saying that while he's sitting in the corner watching his girlfriend get railed, right? He is
exactly.
He is literally a cuck as he's saying it.
Someone who brought this up in not so incendiary words was Viva. Viva Fry brought this.
He's
up.
Viva says we're all cucks.
Which is interesting. I want to see if I want to listen to
cucked by TOS. Can we? Is cuck a bad word? Am I going to get in trouble for that?
We are going to get, but you're going to get demonetized. But that's fine. Fry. I'm curious to see Fry and Barnes streams on this. I haven't watched any of their streams on this. I know
Barnes to come Nick. On, man. Barnes and I are becoming bros on Twitter.
I see that on Twitter. Because Barnes, my understanding, Barnes is 100% on Steven's side, essentially, in this conversation. But Viva Fry on Twitter is not on Steven's side in this conversation.
But he will be soon.
Well, no, but what
Barnes
Viva Fry
is making great arguments.
Well, I'll watch. I'm skeptical of that. Viva Fry's made an argument. He brought a clip out of this, which is interesting, which later in this conversation we find out.
Which is over the fig shirt.
Which is over the fig shirt, yes. And if you guys remember, Steven Crowder had a shirt that said communism is for figs.
Mm-hmm. As in the fruit.
As in the fruit, when obviously, and I think the I was I don't remember, it had an asterisk, whatever. It's supposed to be the F slur, essentially. Right. Communism is for F slurs. Right. And
you're not going to say the word?
We can't. We're not going to say the word. Because we're cucks that follow the TOS.
You're such a cuck-servative.
I know, exactly. So YouTube told Crowder you can't sell shirts that have these slurs, directly from your YouTube, or something YouTube related.
But Crowder came back with a brilliant argument. He said, "Listen, fig is not a slur."
Okay, but we all know what's happening here. Right?
I know.
It's ridiculous argument.
That's what's so brilliant about it.
I know. It's funny. Listen, I think it's funny, and I think it's funny that Crowder did that with YouTube, and I don't fault him for screwing with YouTube. I think that's totally
Of
good.
course,
Okay,
yeah, that part's good.
oh, that part.
The joke
So this is all great.
itself is not that funny,
Right.
to be honest.
So
with you.
him doing the shirts, fine. Him fucking with YouTube, I'm on board with that. That's hilarious. Okay. And so then
Please, no curse words, Sitch. We're trying to get monetized.
there you go.
Here.
So then after YouTube said you can't do this, the Crowder team came up with a brilliant, hilarious alternative, which is that they weren't selling the shirt directly. They were selling a mystery box.
Right.
Okay. Like, one of those, it's like one of those loot crates. But what's inside of it? It could be a shirt. You don't know, right?
It could be a
Right?
shirt that you're not allowed to sell on YouTube.
Right. And so that's very so I'm like, okay, genius idea, very
Right.
funny, very inspired, right? But then YouTube, they get the box. They say, we know that you're selling the shirt in the box and that you're doing this as a way to get
Right.
around TOS. You can't do this anymore. And so what did Crowder do?
But
Did Crowder say,
You got to tell what they actually did.
Did
YouTube
Crowder
bought one of
say-
the boxes and they mailed it to Carlos Maza and they asked
There you
him
go.
to open it.
there you go. Did Crowder say, screw you, YouTube, we're going to sell these shirts until you ban us from the platform? No,
he
they
stopped
did
selling
it.
them. He cucked out.
He cucked out. They took him off the website.
Yeah.
So
He
he
said,
gave
"Listen."
in to the TOS exact. So that's why I'm saying this whole thing seems hypocritical to me. And Viva Fry brought that up, and that seems to be accurate in my opinion.
No, but the thing is, and Crowder wants Daily Wire has more leverage over YouTube than he does. So he's trying to get Daily Wire
True.
to basically,
Right.
bend over about the mystery box.
Yes, but why does Daily Wire have more leverage?
Because
So-
they aren't asking for obscene, big asks like that.
Well, no. So big content creators, like big individual content creators, they don't have infinite malleability, but they obviously have more influence with YouTube in trying to get around censorship or demonetization. They obviously have a lot more influence. The bigger they are, the more money you bring in for YouTube, the more YouTube is willing to listen to you and capitulate to you and work with you.
yeah,
right?
money.
We all know
YouTube
this.
makes 30% of the money you bring in, so they don't want
Right.
to say no to that money, obviously.
Right. So if the Daily Wire, a big organization, they're bringing in lots of money to the YouTube, just like Fox. Fox News, big organization, brings a lot of money to YouTube. They're going to have more sway with trying to get YouTube to not, screw with them, right? But that goes away if the Daily Wire says, "F you, we're going to do what we want." That immediately, that relationship dissipates
Yep.
immediately. And that's part of what Daily Wire has to consider when they have someone like Crowder. And I'm assuming that's part of the idea behind the fees and the penalties in the contract, is that consideration.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Is the idea of a phone call, and now the narrative has shifted to betrayal of a friend. That's what people want to say. I say last straw. I say this is something that I've watched, experienced for years, tried to give every possible out to do the right thing, and have tried to do the right thing in the way that we run our own business. Saw the gaslighting, the bully tactics that take place behind the scenes of other creators, and knew it wouldn't be myself. So now the narrative shifts to how could you record a phone call, betray a friend? Well, hold on a second. It was just about money. It was this is just business, and now it's, hey, we're really good friends. Well, which is it? I mean, you kind of have to pick a lane, right? Are we good friends, or are you sending out a boilerplate contract that you demand of everybody, according to what they say, that have 110% penalties on behalf of big tech? And the issue with that is that it's dishonest. It's a tactic of the left. It's
Yeah.
only dirty commies do this kind of negotiation.
Well, only dirty commies demand the businesses change their business practices to suit them. So you could go either way with that one.
Touche.
Right. And that only dirty commies, demand that businesses, sacrifice, for some sort of ideological.
Now that actually would have
Principle,
been
but-
funny if on the phone call he said, "Listen, I have a different business model. Have you ever considered a co-op?"
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he did. That's why Crowd is mad. That's what he should know. See, that's what he should have said in the
That was
video.
Jerry Boring's response. Oh my god.
That's what he should have said in the video. But no, so Sean brought this up in his video today. Crowder repeats the 110% number.
Oh, is that a
which-
lie too? Oh, no.
Well, it doesn't. So that number only exists if you, well, actually it would be higher. It's them. It's combining the you're demonetized from a platform number with your ban from the platform number.
Right.
And Sean's point is that obviously, logically, those numbers do not combine together.
Right.
And Crowder,
Why
when he
not?
originally, because that makes absolutely no sense. And Crowder seemed to acknowledge that, because when he first talked about it, he said, oh, there was like 75 to 85% possible penalty reduction, which would be the actual reduction if the numbers didn't combine together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. To me, it seems a little dishonest that you're repeating the 110%. Because also another point Sean brought up was that if you actually thought the numbers did combine, it wouldn't be 110%. It'd be like 140 or 150%, because it would be 20% for each platform that gets demonetized.
Okay.
So that's obviously not the way in which the contract would work.
Dang.
It's a tactic, the same kind you see from the left, the gaslighting, where if you, let me ask you this. If
Well,
someone
real
came
quick,
out,
real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify. You said 110% penalty?
Yeah, you can see the contract right there. If you add them all up.
So you
Because there's boycott
money, or
there's,
what?
yeah. It's a fair point. Yeah. And this is the issue. I made it clear it wasn't about me. It's about other people. It's about this being the fundamental practice. And by the way, it's not just Daily Wire, to be clear. This happens in this incestuous sphere across the board. What would you do? This is my question.
Real quick, let me ask.
They're all guilty.
My concern is, if people aren't familiar with the total context, you leave the Blaze, or in the process of, you're fielding offers. Mm-hmm. You receive a contract.
A term sheet, not a contract.
Yes,
which people are semantically
a predecessor to a contract, but
which is basically the terms they're offering for a contract.
Right.
Some people have argued, but the point is, they basically said you will be penalized 25% if you get a strike.
No, if you're demonetized.
If you're demonetized.
Then another 20% if there's a strike. Then another 20%, I don't remember the numbers, for Facebook, for
Okay,
I'm so trying to be nice here.
This is all wrong.
I'm so trying to be nice here. This hardball interview. Nobody cares about this. What the hell? Why are we wasting time talking about this?
It didn't say that you get a penalty for getting a strike. It said you get a penalty for if you're boycott by more than 50% of your ad sponsors. And then there was a penalty if you're completely demonetized. And then there was a penalty if you're removed. There's no penalty for like your channel got one strike. Like,
oh, really?
That was not in the contract. So I don't know why. I don't know how strike got,
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because you said, I'm like, shit, we get strikes all the time. What is he talking about?
Yeah, that was not, I didn't see that in the contract. So
can you imagine? Okay.
Spotify, but there's also another penalty if your sponsors get boycotted. There's also another penalty if you don't agree to 10%, if you deny 10% of the sponsors, which is probably like you, we probably accept 1 out of 5 sponsors. But let me just kind of go through this timeline really quickly.
For people who are trying to understand what's going on, it's basically the contract you received specifically outlined
term
YouTube.
sheet.
Wait, did he say that there's a penalty for rejecting
10% of the sponsors? So he says, they're going to
They can only reject 10%, or they have to accept 10%?
They have to accept 90%.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they you have to accept 9 out of 10 sponsors. And obviously, if I'm Jeremy Boring, I'm lining Cialis up. I'm lining Viagra. I'm like, I'm going to throw all that stuff at the diva, right?
Yeah, but this to me, like, okay.
You're going to be reading Viagra ads.
Complaining about that to me is like ridiculous. It's like, listen, if you want to have control over your sponsored ads, then just don't work for them. Work for yourself. Like, I don't understand why. Like, here's what's even weird to me. You're saying, well, Daily Wire didn't really want to, to pay Crowder to work for them. Why does Crowder want to work for the Daily Wire? That's my question.
He needs. It's they're the main organization in the space.
But he knows. Wait, he should know. He should be like, okay, they're more stuffy.
Google.
They're more serious. They don't. Maybe they're not so gonna say slurs left and right and stuff. Like why would he? They're gonna do a bunch of ad reads on the shows. Like, why does he want to work for them? Like that's weird to me. It's
so off brand. Like, it just dawned on me. I'm like, oh man, why? How did anyone ever think this would work? I don't get it. The only one who's even close to Steven Crowder is Brett Cooper. And she's a kid who's just getting started. So you got infinite control over her, obviously. So you want those things in the contract. So she's not.
Well, but also, because of her age, you can kind of get away with things that Crowder can. Because of her age and her size, she can get away with things that Crowder can't get away with. at least from the Daily
That's
Wire
true.
perspective.
Of course, yeah. Like
But
they're
she
not
could say
worried.
something.
Look, they're not worried about Candace Owens doing blackface for a lot of reasons, right?
It would be pretty interesting if she did.
I wouldn't put it past Candace Owens, but
Right.
yeah. So you're just not. You're gonna. I'm telling you, Steven Crowder's brand is a lot of. You know, why did he go to the wall for the fig shirt?
Because that's who he is. He goes to the wall for these things.
Yeah, but
He doesn't like to be told no.
I guess that's really the only stuff where there is a contention.
He's
with
a
the
rebel
left.
at heart. I don't disagree with that. He's someone who's, you tell him no, he's going to want to do it more. Okay.
Right. Yes.
At least that's my impression of him. Which, funny, that's a very lwant
Yeah. Well, I mean,
prescription, not a right wing one, but
he is
whatever.
They did want to talk about election stuff,
right?
Which is not. I mean, there's no racial component to that. They did want to talk about vaccines. There's no racial component to that.
Yeah, but
those are all things that Daily Wire
talks about and covers.
Well, I don't. I mean,
they do see, but this is the psychological perception problem. Okay. People, when they say the Daily Wire doesn't talk about election fraud, Daily Wire doesn't talk about vaccine efficacy or something, whatever. What they really mean is Ben Shapiro doesn't talk about these things, right? And it's like, well, maybe Ben Shapiro just doesn't believe in those things. I mean, Ben Shapiro was never big on the Trump train from the beginning.
No, he was an anti-Trumper.
Right, but as I looked on Sunday, I very easily found Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, all questioning the election, all questioning the efficacy of the vaccine. So the idea that like, well, they're not allowed to do that if you're signed up from the Daily Wire, that's not true.
The racial stuff is the hardest for an operation like Daily Wire because it's something that the conservative movement is trying to move away from. The left has had more of an effect painting the right as racist than they have painting them as science deniers or any of that other stuff. I mean, they've tried all that other stuff.
Well, they've painted that way, but it doesn't have
the political effect,
a negative repercussion.
Right. So therefore, Daily Wire is going to be extremely sensitive about the racial stuff.
Right. And I mean, I don't listen to Stephen enough. I don't know if Stephen was going to go popping off being racist or anything. You know, I'm not familiar enough with his content to know if I don't think he is racist. I don't know. But so I mean, but he is going to say, but he could say, you know, like the fig shirt,
I do not
look,
I don't think Steven Crowder's racist or homophobic or any of that stuff. Right. I do think he likes that kind of stuff in his comedy and his humor. And yeah. I mean, they have a character, Not Gay Jared, right? I mean, we have a Not Gay Ben that's probably based on Not Gay Jared. So, I mean, for all we know, Not Gay Ben is Not Gay Jared because everyone is saying now that Not Gay Jared, Not Gay Jared left in the middle of the night and took all of his computers and everything?
Well, supposedly.
Right. Well, Owen Benjamin has said this, and evidently Not Gay Jared confided in Owen Benjamin and said he was under an NDA. So Owen Benjamin said, well, I can tell your story.
Oh, well, there's some conflicting information, which is that people are saying, you know, if you go on Not Gay Jared's Twitter.
That's not how an NDA works, by the way.
I understand that. If you told someone, then you violated the NDA. You're right.
Yeah.
But so there's some conflicting information, which is that supposedly, people are saying if you go on Not Gay Jared's Twitter, you see that he did, or maybe he did in the past and got rid of them. He was liking a bunch of tweets that were attacking and insulting Crowder and defending the Daily Wire. But then he kind of tweeted out something specifically where he was like, you know, I left by my own choice and gave 2 weeks notice, you know, blah, 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 blah,
okay.
Blah, sort of thing. Which you're like, well, he's sort of denying some parts of the story, but not denying other parts of the story. So you're like, what does that mean? But then you have Owen Benjamin, who he's claiming that he broke the story, that, you know, Crowder sucks and is terrible, and he's like the worst person ever, and he makes them all sign NDAs, and he's a thief, and Not Gay Jared hates him, and blah, 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 blah. And Owen Benjamin's claiming all these things. And that's fine, I guess, but my issue is that Owen Benjamin is not a reliable protagonist by any stretch of the word at all. So I wouldn't take his word for anything
Okay.
just because he's making the claim that this is the case.
I did like that story though. The idea. Look, I told
Right.
my story about whenever you leave a job, you should always sneak out the bathroom window. So leaving
Right.
in the middle of the night and taking all the computer equipment that's in the ballpark. I'm
So-
down with that.
Well, it was funny because I turned on the stream that clip was from that was being circulated.
Right.
And it's like he's like right off the bat, he's like racially attacking Candace Owens.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Owen Benjamin does
And
get into the race
and then
stuff.
he's
Yeah.
like questioning the Holocaust. I'm like, okay. And then he's talking about how like the Jews control everything. I'm like, all right, well, I don't know if this is a good source of information. But
I guess we know why Owen Benjamin is not on any
Not on
social
YouTube.
media now. Yeah.
right, I was like, oh,
He's like,
okay, interesting.
Look, he's
okay.
violated the 3 aspects of the TOS just in the minute and a half I've been watching him.
I was like, maybe that's why he's mad at Crowder. He's like, Crowder's not violating the TOS. I'm violating the TOS.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So I was like, okay, I don't know if this guy's like the best source of secret information, but okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't know that. Thanks for filling me in. So
Yes.
forget everything I said.
Someone in chat says, but he talks to God daily.
Well, they say that in here. Did you catch that?
They kept saying they were praying about this, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, I would try to get feedback from attorneys. Like, what? This strategy seems terrible. And I'm glad we actually see who he was conspiring to commit this strategy with. I'm glad the CFO is there because it sounds like they were working together on this one.
Owen Benjamin doesn't hate Jews, but not gonna lie, he does love talking about them like a lot.
I think he said that before.
He did. Well, that was weird. I was listening to the stream. He's like, I don't hate Jews, but I also believe that like the Israeli narrative is like controlling everything. So you're like, well, okay. I don't know what that means then when you say you don't hate them, but yeah, that's fine.
I don't like the fact that the anti-Semites advocate for the same thing that they hate the Jews for. That seems complete hypocrisy.
They want in-group preferences,
right? They say, "Oh, they're totally nepotistic, and therefore we hate them." But we white people should be totally nepotistic because that's how you get ahead. It's like
right. Not Gay Ben says that. He says, "What the fuck, Adam? Not Gay Jared was based on me, not the other way around."
Well, good. I'm glad. Look, let's get together. Crowder's at a weak point right now. We can probably get him to. We can get some money out of him on this. Sounds like a trademark violation at the very least.
There you go. Well, actually, wasn't not gay and then their name was there a Stern character called that?
Well,
I feel like there was.
He can't look. Every single cast member on Crowder has like a racial or sexual orientation tag to them. Like his attorney is his Korean attorney or something.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you guys think that's funny, I mean, I'm not.
Well, it can be funny. It depends what the thought process is.
I'm not the.
Oh no, I'm wrong. It was with Stern. It was the opposite. They're calling someone gay, not gay.
Right.
Okay, never mind. Anyway,
term sheet. Yeah,
the term sheet you received.
I don't know if it matters.
Said YouTube.
You don't put something in a term sheet that you don't want in a contract.
Right.
Nope.
It said YouTube, Apple, Spotify, and Facebook.
Yeah.
Specifically, if these big tech companies are upset with you, we dock your pay.
Yes.
That's an important
Well,
distinction.
hold on. And not even dock his pay. I want to be very clear here. This is a production house. This is our budget that gets docked. Steve.
This is my paycheck. This is all my employees' paycheck. See, this is the guy that signs the paychecks right here.
It's not about the money though, but we all would lose budget money. But it's not about the money. It's about the principle, Adam.
Well, no, we were asking on Sunday, who signs the paycheck? Is it Steven Crowder that signs the paycheck? I feel like I can check that.
Yes.
I feel like I can check that off my list. Like there's a stamp of Steven Crowder's name that this guy stamps on the check.
Yes. Yeah.
Steven is not just taking. This is not basketball where you pay Kyrie Irving to go out and shoot hoops, right?
Sure.
You're paying an entire team of people to produce.
Before we get to like the finances,
let's go through the time.
Let me ask you this. If someone publicly was going, and by the way, I'm not going to be doing the personal stuff. I'm not going to be coming in here calling anybody a bitch, right? Sending out hatchet people. I understand why Candace was mad. Honestly, I understand why she was mad. I'd probably be mad too. So I don't think it gives you an excuse to go and talk the way like every girl does who gets their husband into a fight at a bar. But I understand.
Oh, The girls that get their husbands in the fight at bars, we have a name for them. It's bitch.
I was like, I'm not gonna get personal, but she was talking like every girl that gets into a fight, their husband to a fight at a bar. I don't know. That's funny to me. It's like,
She was upset. If you had the ability, if someone's going out saying, "Hey, you're a difficult person who only cares about the money, and that you're a bitch," and you had the opportunity to clear your name because it was verifiably untrue, which now no one is arguing, would you do it? How else would people switch from it was about a $50 million salary to recording a phone call? Do we allow it when James O'Keefe does it? Is it only when corruption is on the side of the left? And here's the issue: I'll tell you who this hurt.
Is that okay? Is that
you watched the
argued
Sunday
against that
show.
point? You argued against it on Sunday. So how do you feel about that argument that Crowder just laid out?
I feel amazing that Crowder is watching the Sunday show and he knows to actually compare what he was doing to James O'Keefe now.
You said that they're not comparable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like this was investigative journalism. I
Well,
mean,
what do you mean? Of course it is.
He's trying to spin it as investigative journalism. Look, there's a thing in investigative journalism that you're not supposed to like report on things you have a stake in because it's a conflict of interest. So I don't know how you can say, "Oh yeah, I'm doing an investigative piece on a contract negotiation that I'm actually involved in."
Well, I mean, that's fair. There is a massive conflict of interest.
This is like Nixon doing an investigative journalism piece on, Watergate or something.
The Watergate break-in. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's why Nixon was recording all those conversations. He was doing investigative.
Well, do you disagree? Is this not? I mean, this is why we have. This is why.
If I was Crowder, he would be my response to you. I would say, or if you asked him this is what he would tell you. He would say, "Well, in that conversation, Adam, I had already taken myself off the table, so I didn't have a conflict of interest. And I was having that conversation to try to secure the future for other young, up-and-coming conservative content creators that would be hired by the Daily Wire and other conservative media outlets."
Right. And then I would say, well, Stephen, it appeared to me that you really wanted Jeremy Boring to call you because you asked him to call you 17 times in your last video, okay? So it seems as though maybe, some future contract could take place if you salvage that relationship.
No. It's about the movement, Adam.
So how how exactly are you off the table here?
Listen, I actually think that what Crowder did is more closely aligned to what Project Veritas does than you do.
Yeah, but this is what you complain about Project Veritas.
I'm not defending it, but I think it's in the same boat. And the reason I don't defend it is because, again, it's like you have to release the full tape so that people can actually watch it to see, is this something that someone is saying naturally? Are you clipping them out of context? Or are you priming them to try to say something that's going to sound bad? Which we all know is so easy to do. So why is it not standard practice to just see the whole thing? And I'm not just Project Veritas. For any news outlet that interviews anyone, they should always have the full uncut interview available on their website. There's no excuse anymore because of the digital age that can all be very easily made available.
You can also make my argument with Project Veritas that they do generally only pick stories that they kind of have a dog in the fight, which...
Well, a political dog.
Yeah, right. Which, I mean, it's harder to make that because, you can say...
Stephen says this is an ideological thing, so he can make the same argument as...
Well, it's hard to take. It's hard...
I agree with you, but...
You need journalism, and it's hard to take political bias out of everybody. Like, I would argue that the journalists you want to have the least amount of political bias. That's what you should be looking for.
You would hope, but obviously that's not the world we live in currently.
I know.
So. Seems like our journalists have the most amount of political bias
most
of the time.
We need to fix that. That's a problem we're working on here at the Sitch and Adam show. So
there you go.
Reach out to us, Stephen. Maybe we can... He's starting a company, right? Maybe we can work for him.
Yeah, well, you should send an email to creators at whatever, Ladder with Crowder, mugclubforever.com.
I already did. I still have not got a response.
He says there's not going to be any email sent out unless they do something. So they don't want to flood your email with garbage, which I appreciate. Listen, that alone tips me a little bit more towards Crowder's favor.
Well, I hope I put the right email address in because who knows?
The dishonesty. I'm not just saying Daily Wire. This is about the entire movement as a whole. There are a lot of practices that go on, and it hurts the sponsors, hurts the creators, hurts the viewers, hurts the investors. And by investors with us, it's entirely Mug Club. It's people who pay to subscribe. We don't make a dime off of YouTube. We haven't for many years. And it hurts if you believe what we say we believe, the movement in the country as a whole. So that right there, is fundamentally dishonest. And the gaslighting still keeps taking place. Candace Owens on this show said, hey, we all follow the same guidelines, right? We all follow the same. Crowder does too. That's verifiably false. Now, so you can publicly audit this. We've had 4 strikes, right, since May, I think, 2021 to October 2022. One was the Mekhi Bryant. One was a sketch with Alex Jones. That one's guilty. One was
as charged.
One was him quoting the CDC. And by the way, none of this will get you in trouble because you can say this now. Him quoting the CDC.
I did, yeah.
Bringing up the CDC numbers on flu deaths for children versus COVID. And we were saying this is interesting science, right? That COVID kills more senior citizens, but for some reason it's significantly less lethal to young people, to infants. That science is accepted now, so you won't get a strike. But that was one of the strikes. The other was when we had Carrie Lake on in a gubernatorial election. 4. How many have taken place from Daily Wire? You guys, 0. Now here's the thing.
He's saying though that he breaks TOS. That's his argument. He's saying
right. So, well, first of all, these strikes, from my understanding, I could be wrong here. These strikes have nothing to do with monetization. I thought he got demonetized by Carlos Maza.
Yeah. Well, I don't know his monetization situation. He talks about it briefly and says they were monetized again and then demonetized like 2 months later.
Right, but they made it sound like it was just, some algorithm demonetized them and then someone said, what the hell? And then they re-unmonetized them.
Right, yeah.
My recollection was that, Carlos Maza took a bunch of clips of him calling Carlos a lispy Q word.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we could say queer because that's not exactly like a slur.
Yeah.
He was calling him a lispy queer in a bunch of different clips. And then Carlos, cut that all together. And it was on, I think it was right when Pride Month started. He said, how can YouTube stand for pride, when this is who they allow on their platform? And that's what got Crowder demonetized.
Right.
Now, these strikes, which, they're not great, obviously, but they obviously didn't get Crowder kicked off of YouTube because the strikes go away after a certain period of time. So,
yeah.
And the strikes themselves, again, when we look at the contract, the strikes themselves wouldn't incur penalties. It'd only be if he was banned from the platform entirely. So, and I guess here's the thing.
I thought he had a penalty for 90 days when the strike was in effect.
Yeah, but I don't know. Actually, I don't know how it works. If you're demonetized already, your channel's demonetized.
Yeah, it's moot. Obviously.
What is the 90-day penalty infer?
Yeah,
I know there's some streaming penalty that can happen, right? If you get a strike.
Look,
so maybe that was the issue.
I don't think Daily Wire wanted anything to do with him.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So, and Sean was saying this, I think it's a good point. Like the Daily Wire, when they hire Crowder, they want to hire him partly and probably primarily because he's on YouTube. If Steven Crowder say Steven Crowder gets banned forever from YouTube, right? Susan Wojcicki says you can never come on YouTube.
Yeah.
Do you think the Daily Wire is going to offer him $50 million?
They want nothing to do with him.
Well, they might they might offer him something, but it's going to be way less, right? Isn't it going to be way less if he's not on YouTube at all?
No, you're fired.
Well, I'm just saying. I think they would still offer him something, but it would definitely be significantly less because they're like, well, he's not on YouTube. He's not on YouTube.
Yeah, but
then you're on YouTube. You're on the biggest platform, so you're not going to get as much money.
Then they have to build the Alex Jones platform just for.
Well, no, he would be. I don't know. He would be on Rumble. He would be on maybe the Daily. I'm sure Daily Wire has some internal
He'd be on the Daily
video
Wire
processing
website.
thing.
Look, they're mostly on YouTube.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. They could still offer him something, but it would be significantly less because he's not on YouTube. Yeah,
his reach would drop to.
I
10%.
don't disagree at all.
Yeah. YouTube disappears people, man.
I keep clicking on the wrong window.
They do. That's why it's so unfair. What are you going to read?
Ostracy for $20 says, Sitch, how can you argue that they can't moderate his content? They own it completely. They can cut it, edit, transform, or not show any of his content without his permission. They do not need to muzzle him. They own him. That is not true at all. I don't know where that interpretation came from. In the contract. If you pay attention to what Crowder says, he never says that. Don't you think that if the contract stipulated that the Daily Wire could re-edit his videos and then upload them how they see fit. Wouldn't Crowder be saying that constantly in every chance he could get? Wouldn't we just hear the drumbeat of that? He never says that. If you listen closely, Crowder never says he says they control my image in perpetuity. He never says they could re-edit my content. If that was part of the contract, he would say it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And he doesn't. And that was part of why Crowder or that's part of why Jeremy and Crowder were saying that Crowder wanted to be able to produce the show himself with his own production staff, as opposed to having, I mean, part of it's because he probably doesn't want to fire his current production staff. But that's why part of why he wanted to produce it himself, as opposed to having Daily Wire produce it, to really ensure that he has full creative control over the show. If he didn't have creative control over the show, I will change my opinion on this contract and on this situation very strongly and very quickly. But Crowder has never, ever, ever said that. And he would say this. He'd be shouting this from the top of every fucking hill if that was the case. So. Texas SP12 for $20 says, Crowder got banned for Gerald saying CDC info, what TOS was broken. That's a good question. I don't know. YouTube's TOS is definitely garbage, and the way they monitor it is definitely garbage. I don't think anyone's going to deny that.
Yeah. The
question is if the Daily Wire hires him to be on a platform that's making money and he loses money being on that platform, should Steven incur the cost or some percentage of the costs from that? And I think it's fair, but I also think it would be fair to then say, well, if I'm incurring cost for that, if I'm gaining risk from that, then I should get some additional benefit when I do well. I think it's a totally fair thing for Steven to ask that.
Yeah.
Completely. I don't have any problem with that.
Profit sharing. They talk about this in this, but it's kind of boring.
Right. But if that's all he said, if all he said was, listen, I should get a cut of the profit sharing, I'd say I agree with Steven. He should probably get a cut of the profit sharing. I'm totally fine with that. That makes sense.
But should they allow him to do blackface?
They should, as long as he says that he'll take those penalties. Okay.
So those penalties do actually serve a purpose then.
Yeah. They're saying, well, listen, if you can go do blackface, but we're going to cut your contract by 85%. So you get banned from everything. So.
Right. Yeah. See?
So that's all for $20. Thank you, Thal. Says, you guys are missing the point. Listen, Crowder is clearly talking about a bowl movement. He can't poop without a proper contract. The poor guy is waiting around, just waiting to explode like a bomb. True. I said a bowel movement. Yeah. A bowel movement. Yes. So there you go. You've hit the nail on the head. We've missed it this whole time. Crowder's just talking about going to the bathroom.
That's his movement.
Yes.
Great. I'm glad I'm not in that movement.
Nova Leon for $5 says, Owen Benjamin went through a, quote, questioning the Jews phase, but he's come out of it and said he was wrong. That's weird. Maybe. I don't know, because I listened to the stream that he had 2 days ago. That was, I think, before the Timcast. It was before this. And he was saying lots of Jews control everything narrative and was questioning the Holocaust. So I don't know. Maybe he questioned some element of hating the Jews and not others. Maybe it's all just spicy jokes. I can't really tell.
I'm not saying it's a badge. I'm not saying that it's a badge of honor to be suspended. If they came out and said, look, we demand, as Jeremy said in his 55-minute video, we demand that all of our creators follow these rules that YouTube and Facebook set through punitive practices in mandating of our creators to do so. And Crowder's a little bit more of a rebel. You know what? He's been banned for 4 times. And that's not the same kind of, that's not a problem. The problem is saying that we all follow the same rules, because so that's all publicly verifiable. Now, I could tell you, so
Crowder's making the claim, and I don't believe this, but he's making the claim that if those specific clauses only existed for him and him alone, then he would be okay with the contract.
I mean, that doesn't really make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense, but that's what he said. So,
I mean, so it's okay if other people have to bend over for big tech, but
no. He's saying the claim he made was that if he had those restrictions,
it's okay if he has to bend over for
right,
big
but
tech,
no one else did. Yeah,
I'll take the big tech dong.
Yeah, I don't believe that he would have taken that.
Yeah.
Tell you guys that behind the scenes, I've had many conversations with senior YouTube executives who say, we might be able to get you remonetized if you kind of play ball like these guys, Daily Wire, and insert other people here. I could tell you that, but would you believe me? Would I have to provide?
I would 100% believe you. Like what? Of course.
Yeah.
Do you not believe that that's actually?
I 100% believe that's happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
But doesn't that completely justify the Daily Wire's contract then?
Well, the whole thing is
because wait, he just said, okay, YouTube said that we'll remonetize you if you change your behavior to some extent.
Right.
Listen, Steven Crowder wants to say no. That's totally his
prerogative.
That's on him.
Yes.
That's totally his prerogative. That's totally his right to say, no, I'm not going to change my behavior. I'm going to do whatever I want. Fine. More power to him.
I
but
agree.
that completely then justifies the Daily Wire's contract because then they're like, well, Steven, is going to be wild. So,
Yeah, they made an arrangement with YouTube that Steven could screw up for them. But I just framing this as bending over to the left. I mean, they're really bending over to advertisers who just,
yes,
they don't want to make, they don't want to make their brands toxic. So when did every single business person in the world who doesn't, want their brand next to some sort of racially charged video become the left?
Well, I think it's both because, everyone forgets, of course, the adpocalypse started with the ads. It was the advertisers who were pushing to get things changed, not YouTube that was pushing to get things changed. It was the advertisers. And so, yes, a lot of all the garbage that we have to sit through now, I would say probably a good 75, 80% of it, maybe even 90% of it is because of advertisers all being milquetoast, whiny babies who are just so terrified if, someone's going to see a commercial for Ford's going to pop up in the middle of a Crowder video and they're going to think that Ford is, agreeing with Steven Crowder, using the F slur or something, right?
The ads were appearing on like ISIS recruitment videos.
Right, but yeah, in the initial adpocalypse, but it was like the videos had like no fucking views, and
I know,
and also we live in a world where everyone is sophisticated enough and knowledgeable enough to know that the way YouTube ads work
is not endorsing.
Yeah,
ISIS.
that the way YouTube ads work is that they're just the ads you're seeing are based on you, not based on necessarily the content that you're watching. Right. And so obviously the advertiser is not signing off on whatever stupid YouTube video you're watching. Everyone understood that. So it was really, the adpocalypse was really just, it was all bullshit because it was really, YouTube was essentially taking, Google was essentially taking advantage of advertisers because they had such power in the advertising industry. They controlled the market. And then now the ad people saw the adpocalypse garbage articles by Rupert Murdoch's publication as an excuse they could use to renegotiate and re-leverage their positions against Google to get better ad rates, essentially, and have more control.
And who doesn't want better ad rates?
Right. And then Google essentially capitulated,
right,
because of public pressure.
Where's the left?
Oh, but so then the 15 to 10% of the left, like, I'm not now I could be wrong, but like talking about like the vaccines, I don't know how much. I think that feels to me more like that was probably a political internal decision from YouTube, or maybe even a government. Maybe the government pressured them to do that. I don't think advertisers were like really, oh my God, someone can't question the efficacy of the vaccine. I could be wrong, but I don't think that was their prerogative.
I agree.
So I think they're more concerned with, what they consider racism and things of that nature.
They probably didn't care about the election stuff either.
Yeah, I wouldn't think they would. That to me feels more like the political stuff that YouTube was pressing.
Right,
so.
Which is the left.
Yeah.
Receipts. I tell you that takes place. That hurts the creators out there who they end up, hitting a glass ceiling that is set the sandbox that is mandated to their creators.
This is the part that I love because this he's basically saying the argument that you can't make it as a comedian unless you can do blackface.
The same thing happens with sponsors.
Well, let me ask you real quick. What does that mean, play ball? Obviously, you're paraphrasing, but...
Yeah, paraphrasing. titles, subjects, not talk about this subject or not talk about it in this way.
Yeah.
Maybe soften, don't use these words. Maybe change this a little bit. This happens a lot right behind the scenes, and that makes it impossible for independent content creators. The same thing happens, by the way. So that's gaslighting that you see right there. We all follow the same rules.
See, it's impossible. If you can't use certain words, then it's just impossible to do a script.
Well, it's weird because he's saying this to Tim Pool.
I know, who does it. Like, he literally has said in the video, oh, here's the list of words that I can't say.
Well, Tim Pool is the poster child for a random independent guy, making it big on YouTube, attacking mainstream media.
$10 million a year, right. Tim Pool's making.
Yeah. So, I mean, the idea that this is the only way you can make it on YouTube is like, I don't know about that one, but okay.
Tim has an I don't know about that one look on his face.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, okay.
See, but why doesn't Tim stand up for himself here?
Look, Tim did an excellent job in this.
Oh
interview.
My God!
Look at this
simpery.
We will not be besmirching Tim Pool's good name in this stream. Although did you get
just because he looks like a family member?
Did you get to the super chats where?
Yes.
I mean, somebody called him out hard, and he read the super chat. Yeah. I was like, okay. It did seem a little like a CNN interview to me, not gonna lie. I mean, I feel like I'm more with the super chatter, but good on Tim for reading it.
It was about money, then it's about a phone call with sponsors. Look.
But if I could ask you, did YouTube reach out to you and say, hey, do you want to play ball with us?
We have conversations all the time with YouTube.
Got it.
Matter of fact, I can tell you that. Yes. Here's the thing. I'm not going to be providing receipts to people who don't want to be involved. Right? Yeah. There's a difference between single-party consent state and wiretapping. You don't rope people in who are victims, but if it's an entity.
Oh, I guess the Daily Wire wanted to be involved in this, Sitch. Game over.
Yeah, wait. What he just said makes absolutely no sense.
He's not going to provide receipts for people who don't want to be involved.
Wait,
isn't that lucky?
Yeah, what he said makes absolutely no sense because it's like, wait a minute. He's like, I'm not gonna rope in victims. Like, that's fine, but are you saying that YouTube is a victim? What are you talking about? Like, because this is in the context of like providing receipts that YouTube of his conversations with YouTube, right? That's what the conversation's about.
Yeah.
Why would you not provide receipts for that? I mean, obviously it's because he doesn't want to piss off YouTube.
Doesn't want to get involved,
but
YouTube has slightly more power over Stephen
Crowder than the Daily Wire.
The Daily Wire, yeah.
But now he's trying to make it like, well, there's some sort of moral reason for why he's not going to leak the receipts for YouTube that exist or supposedly exist.
Is this controversial that YouTube would call up a giant content creator and say, "Hey, listen, maybe if you don't promise not to do blackface, we'll remonetize your channel"? Well, does that seem insane?
I think it's controversial in the fact that should be available to everyone.
That they only do it with big creators.
That's what's controversial to me. It's annoying because it's like there's so many people that are demonetized who would love to get a straight answer from YouTube. Like, well, what am I doing that's getting me demonetized? And how can I not be demonetized?
Totally.
And to me, that's reprehensible that they don't have to. Because that's the thing. If they just offered that information to everyone and everyone could freely make the decision, say, okay, they don't want me to do this, I won't do this.
Yeah.
Or say, you know what, I'm going to keep doing this. Then it's like, okay, well, it's their business, their platform, right? It's just that it's all vague and murky and it's kind of hard to figure out.
Yeah, it's BS. They've banned a bunch of people that just, you don't even really know. Yeah.
That you believe is predatory. That's the difference. There are good people at YouTube. There are some good people there who want, but their hands are tied. And guess what? Everyone else's hands are tied. If you say, hey, we're all trying to fight this system that exists, but you're not.
Wait, this is like insane to me. What is he talking about? YouTube's hands are tied, but the Daily Wire's hands are not tied? What?
Yeah.
Did I hear that right? Wait a minute. Maybe I misunderstood what he said.
People at YouTube. There are some good people there who want, but their hands are tied. And guess what? Everyone else's hands are tied. If you say, hey, we're
okay, well, he didn't say, okay, he said some good people. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. He said some good people at YouTube, not like YouTube, the organization. But then he said everyone else's hands are tied. I don't know. He's being too vague here. I'm not sure what he's talking about. But to me, Daily Wire's hands are tied by YouTube and the advertisers. So I'm not sure why they are sort of like the responsible party here. But
everyone's hands are tied by everyone else. Like there's a whole competition going on between people. And
if
this is capitalism, exactly. What are you talking about?
Exactly, that's a good point. And if you want to make the decision where you say my hands will not be tied, I will be free. I mean, that's more power to you. But you're not going to be able to exist in the confines of a private business like Daily Wire, The Blaze, Fox News, et cetera, et cetera. That's just the way it is.
His brand, though, is you can't tie my hands. So that becomes difficult in these kinds of situations. I mean, that's the source of the conflict right there.
Well, I can almost guarantee you, I wish there was an NDA, because I could almost guarantee you that part of the negotiation he had with the Blaze when his contract was up was there were penalties in that contract because of, because of TOS violations on YouTube.
Right.
I can almost guarantee you that was part of the contract. That's why he didn't want to sign it.
Yeah.
We're all trying to fight this system that exists, but you're not. You're mandating that you exist within the system. Only one person is saying, hey, you know what? If you want to be monetized and you don't, that's fine. And one is saying, you have to fit into this box.
Wait, that's not true. What is he talking? This is my problem with what Crowder's arguing. He's saying Daily Wire should incur all of the risk, 100% of the risk, is what he's saying. Daily Wire should incur 100% of the risk in the situation. That's what his argument is. He's saying there's only one person saying it. No, the Daily Wire, according to the contract, was saying, again, there was no content. There's no content moderation that Crowder's talked about yet. The Daily Wire is saying you can say what you want, but if you lose us money, then we're going to take it out of you. Essentially, that's all they said. You can say what you want, but if you lose us money, we're going to pay you less. So that means the decision's on you, Crowder, to say, well, do I want to make more money and possibly limit my speech or phrase things in specific ways, or do I want to make less money and say things that are more incendiary?
I saw this really great tweet from this guy who was talking about using TOS to make YouTube the Hatchet Man for Daily Wire.
Yeah, but see, that's why that narrative is BS. That's not true. That doesn't make any sense. That only makes sense if you say that the Daily Wire should infer 100% of the risk in the situation, and that the content creators they hire should get zero risk. And then it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, then, and if that's the case,
do you think
then it would make sense that the Daily Wire would absorb all of the potential profits, and you should get no points on the back end whatsoever. But then again, that's a money situation. It's not a political, ideological situation. Why I say this whole thing's about money and it's not about ideology. But
well, I'm saying that Daily Wire, the spicier content is a potential risk for Daily Wire, especially the racial stuff. They don't want to come out and say that, but luckily they have YouTube saying it for them. So YouTube is being their Hatchet Man.
No, because here's the thing. This is why I completely disagree with this. If according to the contract, assuming there wasn't some clause that'd be added later, which obviously we can't predict. Say Crowder signed the term sheet, okay, and it's only the things that we saw in the term sheet, right? Well, according to that contract or those clauses, he could go out and he could put blackface on, and the Daily Wire couldn't stop him. Yeah, they would penalize him because he would get boycott, he would lose his money. But if Steven Crowder said, "Ha, you didn't know this, I'm actually a Bitcoin millionaire. I have $100 billion in the bank. I'm going to finance my own show on the Daily Wire platform." Well, what's the Daily Wire going to do about it at that point?
Yeah, it's going to be a giant headache for him.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If they were so concerned about the content, they want, YouTube to be the Hatchet Man, then they would have put things like that in the contract.
But in your hypothetical, Steven Crowder needs to be a Bitcoin millionaire.
No, I understand that, but that's why I'm saying, that's why if you want to make that argument, you have to acknowledge that it's literally about the money. Because it is.
You keep going back to the money thing.
That's my point. If Steven Crowder was just honest about this and said, I think the Daily Wire lowball me, I think they're greedy, I think they're underselling us, I think if they're going to penalize me, I should get a cut of the profit, I would say, he's right. And this wouldn't be an issue. I'd say that Crowder is correct.
So I get it now. You don't like my argument because my argument basically makes the argument that it's not about the money.
Well, that's the way people are interpreting it.
And your argument is, oh, it's all about the money, so therefore I can't accept Adam's argument because
people are using that argument. Well, okay, it's the argument doesn't.
My argument.
Okay, the argument actually. There's a level to the argument. I'll explain why I don't like the argument. There's an implicit thing in the argument that people are not focusing on.
Who are these people? This is a way to
the
chat. What are you talking about? Who are these?
Here's the way to understand it.
Who are these people?
The people that are using that argument.
What argument?
The TOS, the YouTube is the Hatchet Man. Daily Wire or the YouTube is the Hatchet Man
for using TOS. Okay, so that's the argument that you don't like.
Yes, and I'll tell you why that argument doesn't make sense.
Because so many other creators are doing crazy shit.
If YouTube didn't have, if we lived in an alternate universe that wasn't woke, and YouTube didn't have these TOS stuff in it, and we still lived in the pre-adpocalypse world, would the Daily Wire have those? Would the Daily Wire have those things in the contract? And if they did, would they still be seen as some sort of magic political violation?
It's a good question. I'm not sure.
So my answer would be the Daily Wire might still have those clauses in the contract, but it wouldn't be seen as a political thing. Because if we went back in time, pre-wokeness, you'd say, okay, well, the only things you're not allowed to do on YouTube are like be, explicitly racist, right?
Right.
You're not allowed to just start saying the N-word and putting on blackface or whatever. If that was the case, if we lived in the pre-apocalypse, pre-woke era, and Daily Wire gave this contract to Steven Crowder, no one would see it as a political issue. Okay. And that's what my problem with
they would see it as a freedom of speech issue. Obviously, if the contract said you can't say the N-word, people would get mad.
But it's not the Daily Wire, it's YouTube. You can't say it on YouTube.
Right.
And so the issue I have with the Hatchet Man argument that's being made about the TOS is what it's implying, and this is what Steven is making the argument, and this is why it's a bullshit argument. He's saying that the Daily Wire doesn't actually stand for whatever political things they say they stand for. And by making the Hatchet Man argument, he's implying that the Daily Wire is happy to do this, that the Daily Wire is happy to follow the TOS, the Daily Wire is happy to potentially, to try to censor these creators. That's
they are happy to follow the TOS on the racial stuff because obviously they want to move away from that.
Obviously on like the extreme like Nazi stuff, but I don't think Crowder's racist, so that's irrelevant to this conversation. The Daily Wire doesn't like the fact that they can't talk about election stuff, that they can't talk about vaccine stuff. The Daily Wire doesn't like any of that stuff.
I'm only talking about the racial stuff.
I understand that, but we can remove that. Just remove it from the conversation.
My whole thing, and I even use
Steven Crowder's not complaining about not being able to talk about, the Jewish question or something, right? That's not the issue that we're talking about. So, but do you understand why I'm saying the Hatchet argument is embedded within it is an implication that the Daily Wire is intentionally and happily going along with YouTube TOS in order to censor conservatives.
In some places they are, and in some places they aren't. Obviously, if they could rewrite
some places in terms of race nationalism, which is not what we're talking about. But no one is talking about that.
But the stuff Steven Crowder does could easily be misconstrued as race nationalism and cause a big headache for the Daily Wire.
I'm not sure that's the case, but
look, we keep using the blackface example for that specific reason.
Has Steven Crowder that's like a hyperbolic example. To my understanding, I could be wrong. Has Steven Crowder ever done blackface or anything like that?
Look, day one he could do blackface. I don't know. He's a wild card.
Okay, if people want to say that the Daily Wire is happy that they don't want Steven Crowder to do blackface, I'll agree with that.
Well,
but for the actual issues that people are talking about, like election stuff and vaccine stuff, I don't think the Daily Wire is happy about that, and there's no evidence that they're happy about that.
Look, what got him in trouble with YouTube? What got the mystery box going? What did he not want to bend on? It's the gay stuff.
Yeah,
Do you think Daily Wire wants, him to start doing a comedy show with a bunch of homophobic jokes in it?
No,
But do you think Daily Wire wants to come out with a contract that says no homophobic jokes on your channel, Steven? No. They want YouTube to be the Hatchet Man so they don't have to say that stuff and look like conservatives.
No, but this is the problem I have with the way that you're framing this argument. When people talk about this, what you're saying would be true if Steven Crowder and the people defending him were saying, wow, the Daily Wire is being the Hatchet Man for YouTube because they won't allow Crowder to say slurs. No one is saying that. No one is saying that. Crowder is not saying that. None of his defenders are saying that.
I am literally saying that.
I know, but that's why it's a ridiculous argument, because no one is actually saying that.
And listen, do you honestly think someone is going to separate out the thing that they're concerned about from the thing from all the other things? No, it's like a basket of...
No. Okay. You're using an argument. You're saying, well, technically, Sitch...
You're constantly getting hung up on like making just... There's like one little argument that you're like, no, you can't make that argument. I am making that argument. I literally am, and I'm not going to change the argument.
This is the same problem.
Like you got your argument, I got my argument. No, you're not. Everything is good.
That's not what I'm saying.
You're not being very persuasive.
What you're saying is the same problem that I had with Dave Smith talking about Osama bin Laden on Joe Rogan's show, where he says Osama bin Laden's problem was, we were killing people in the Middle East. We wouldn't get military bases out of, certain areas. We were supporting Israel, right?
Right.
So he says that. And then you look into what Osama bin Laden said, and you're like, well, it's true. Osama bin Laden did say that. But he also said he doesn't like that we allow gay marriage. He doesn't like that we allow sex before marriage. He doesn't allow that we like gambling. He doesn't like that we allow women to wear revealing clothes in public. He doesn't like that we have separation of church and state in America. And like the whole litany of like a million things that Osama bin Laden was complaining about. Mm-hmm. And the problem is, it's like, well, Dave Smith is like hyper fixating on some very narrow thing to try to make his point. And you're like, well, wait a minute. There's all these other things that people are talking about when they say Osama bin Laden hates us for our freedom. And it's kind of like that's kind of what's happening in the way that you're sort of arguing this, because you're saying when everyone else says the Daily Wire is being the hatchet man for YouTube by following the TOS, they're not saying, they're not publicly saying, okay, besides you, they're not saying, well, it's because, Crowder should be able to call people, lesbian queers. Crowder should be able to use the F slur. Crowder should be able to put blackface. Like, no one is making that argument. And the reason they're not making that argument is because they know that argument is not persuasive. Because most people agree that you shouldn't be saying those things or doing those things.
Everyone but Crowder.
So instead, they say...
Everyone but Crowder.
So they instead, when they say that, embedded in that argument is, well, they're not allowing you to talk about vaccines. They're not allowing you to talk about election fraud. Blah, 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 blah.
Exactly. Of course. Right. I agree.
But the Daily Wire, I agree that, yes, the Daily Wire, I think, doesn't want to hire people that are putting on blackface and using racial slurs and using homophobic slurs.
But they don't want to put that in the contract because, look, the argument that he's making about the left.
But let me
if that finish. Was in the contract, what do you think he'd be saying? He'd be, look, oh my God, there's all this stuff from the left. Look, they basically throw their lot in with identity politics.
I don't think Crowder's argument would be even remotely. There would be some people, but I don't think it'd be even remotely persuasive if he was just saying, I should get to use slurs. The Daily Wire should hire me, and I should get to use racial and homophobic slurs. I don't think that would be a persuasive argument at all. I could be wrong. There'd be some fans that would agree with him, but I don't think he would gain like this. This is a big political movement. Blah 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 blah.
So let me just get this straight here. You think it seems that we agree the Daily Wire doesn't want racist and homophobic content going on.
But you have to agree to the second part, which is that the Daily Wire does want to be able to talk about vaccines in the election.
I do agree. I do agree. But do you also agree that if Daily Wire sent out a contract to Steven Crowder and said specifically, listen,
blackface.
We don't want you to do racist or homophobic comedy on our platform.
That's too broad. That's way too broad.
Well, anything even getting close to that.
That's too broad.
Do you disagree that Steven Crowder would frame as, look, someone's bending over for the left. Someone's a conservative bending over for the left. Okay. Oh my God, look at this arm of the left. Look, the Daily Wire's in the pocket of the left. Look, the Daily Wire is basically, they would be saying that.
Yeah, of course. If they use the language,
they can't put that in the contract.
Stop. Stop.
Hold on. Do you disagree? Sounds like we're in agreement that they want to be able to put that into the contract. No. But for optics reasons, it looks bad.
No, stop filibustering. Okay. I agree if the Daily Wire you're not allowed to say racist things, right? They would, first of all, they would never say anything that broad. Okay?
Of course.
Obviously. And of course they get ridiculed if they just said, you're not allowed to have racist humor. But if they were very specific and they
Right.
said, you're not allowed to use racial slurs and you're not allowed to use blackface, I don't think Steven could try to make a big deal about that, but I don't think he'd get that much support.
He would. There's a.
I don't think he'd get that much support.
He would though.
I don't think he would.
He would. That contract would be all over the internet.
Do you think? Okay.
They'd
will
be
you
like,
acknowledge,
the Daily
so we can
Wire
move on.
has sold out to the left.
So we can. So we could. Yeah, because the
Elizabeth
right is all about.
Warren is secretly working at the Daily Wire.
You're right, because the right wing wants to be associated with racial slurs and blackface. That's the hill that they want to die on. Right?
Steven Crowder can't even call Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas anymore.
Well, that's not really a
my
racial slur,
God.
That's
That's
not
what
really
they
a
would
racial
turn
slur.
it into. That's exactly what
you're
they
right.
would turn
You're right
it
that they
into.
would try, but that's not really.
So
racial. But
instead of doing that, I think a
wait.
better strategy for Daily Wire would be to say, hey, why don't you just stay inside the YouTube TOS and YouTube can be our Hatchet Man?
Okay, so we can move on past this point. Will you at least acknowledge that when people are talking about the YouTube Hatchet Man argument, they are not talking about blackface. They're not everyone else but you. They're not talking about blackface. They're not talking about racial slurs. They're talking about the vaccine. They're talking about elections.
Yes, I totally acknowledge that.
Okay, so then why are we arguing about this?
Look,
if you agree with me.
I made this clear in my tweet thread.
Oh my God.
I made this clear in my tweet thread.
Yeah,
my
but you're
very
making an
first
argument
tweet.
that no one else is making, but then they can use your argument to pretend like it's the argument they're making, even though they're not making it.
So is that what's upsetting you, that I have a good arguments that they're going to hide behind? Is that what the problem is?
My argument is that if you are making an argument, if everyone's making one argument and you're making an argument that kind of sounds like what they're saying, but has a completely different point,
they're going to adopt that argument.
You are basically just providing shielding for the bad argument that's not actually true.
My argument is 100% true.
Unless you specify.
We already walked.
I don't believe you did in your Twitter thread.
Look up the tweets. I said slur the minority style humor. It's specifically identity politics.
Okay, I think you would have to clarify and say I don't think Daily Wire is trying to prevent, talking about elections and vaccines and things of that nature.
Well,
blah, blah, blah,
I'll put a PS on there if it
Okay,
makes you
there
feel
you go.
good. But the argument is still completely sound.
Whatever.
That's what they're worried about. It's true. Look.
Yep. Okay.
A-team wins again.
And you know it's true. That's not what everyone's talking about. So we can move on.
A-team wins again.
There you go. Thank you.
Very important context to this is obviously after you put out the first video, I've talked with a bunch of my friends and they said, look, Daily Wire's trying to run a business. If he gets banned off YouTube, how are they going to sell ads? How are they going to do the sponsorships? Where his views are gone.
Yeah.
And I've seen people tweet, all of Crowder's views come from YouTube anyway, so he'd basically be unmonetizable if he was banned. And then I point out, first of all, that's just categorically false.
Yes, not true.
Because Rumble exists. And
Ben streamed there for the first time today.
And this is an important context. The contract you were offered says Facebook, Apple, I said YouTube, Apple, Facebook, Spotify, but it didn't mention any of your views from any other platforms. And there's Google Podcasts. They get views. I know the numbers. Obviously, it's not the same as Apple, but it's interesting to me that for a lot of people, like Dan Bongino, for instance, had more subscribers on Rumble than YouTube.
Yeah.
It's interesting then that their attitude is, if you're banned from YouTube, it's a 20% fee reduction, which you mentioned includes your staff
25.
salary. 25.
And then, 25 for and then another 20. It's 45. In other words, for us.
Okay, just regarding this whole Rumble thing. Well, first of all,
can we do a no poll? I really feel like I won that.
a poll about what?
Did Adam win? The chat seems to be completely on my side. It's so rare. I'm just completely
the chat. No.
basking in it.
The chat is only on your side because it's a meme. Okay, what you're saying is ridiculous, and you accept that it's ridiculous.
So many people,
but you still want to win the argument.
So many people say, "Look, Sitch is wronger by the minute here."
I'm not. You literally agree with me, motherfucker. How can I be wrong?
You are delusional, Sitch.
You literally agreed with me, bitch. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You agreed with me. You said from the beginning, I said that's not what people are talking about when they talk about the censorship. And you said, yes, you're right. I'm making this completely different argument. And I'm like, well, okay, I guess that's fine. I think it's silly to make that argument in this environment, but sure.
Well, my argument is closer to the
you.
truth. That's why I made the
there
argument.
You go.
But what were you going to say? We've already drowned on too long.
What I was going to say about what I was going to say, 18 doesn't take L's. There you go. What I was going to say about Rumble is that, do you think that advertisers I'm not even sure. Here's the question. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter what the views are. It matters whether advertisers themselves perceive one view on Rumble as equivalent to one view on YouTube.
No,
I'm not
they
sure
don't.
they do.
Of course they don't.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
That's the whole Rumble conversation. I was like, oh, come on. Rumble has a 10th the audience size as YouTube. So until...
Even if they didn't, like hypothetically, if Crowder got the exact same views that he had on Rumble, or at least it said he got the same amount of views on Rumble, there's been people questioning whether they're real or not on both YouTube and Rumble. Would an advertiser view those views the same? I don't know the answer to that question. I would assume probably not, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. I don't think they would.
Right off the bat. And this is the thing. I said, like, what, is this an accident? Like, in other words, okay, we're good.
But let me
friends, but hold on a second. Does anyone here have a problem? Do you not believe me when I say we haven't been monetized on YouTube for 3 years? You all know that,
right?
Of
Course.
Literally,
and we're not that close.
0 days, or did you have?
So what
pockets?
happened is we were demonetized. How many years ago? Then they.
This is so amazing. He says, does anyone disagree that we've been demonetized forever? Like he makes them commit to.
No, everyone
no.
knows about it. Yeah.
Right. And then he says, oh, actually, we were monetized for like a month.
Yeah.
Why is this happening? What is going on here? Like, wait, you just made me swear a blood oath that you were demonetized for the last 5 years, and now you're telling me my blood oath is a lie.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't really matter that much.
It's like such a comedy of errors.
It is like a comedy of errors, but it doesn't, like, he got demonetized again anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but if you were like you're not that far away from monetization. If literally nobody cares and accidentally monetizes you again,
I guess
you're
you
not
could
on.
make that argument.
You're not. Your picture isn't on the wall of America's Most Wanted. They're like, dude, we accidentally monetized you again.
Right.
It's not like you're a hardened criminal here.
Someone accidentally demonetized us for like 4 months, and then demonetized. We were like,
oh, look, it was 4 months.
There you go, 4 months.
Yeah, and then demonetized again. We were like, what happened? And they were like, yeah, actually, no, sorry, you're demonetized again. I was like, well, skunked again.
So what did we do to get monetized, basically?
But of course, they can't answer, right?
I want to make sure this.
I don't know if I even buy that. I think maybe they monetized him.
And they did something.
Well, I think exactly. I think they
4
monetized
months is a long
him.
time to slip under the radar.
They monetized him and said, let's just give him a chance, see if he. Oh, look, blackface. Oh, let's demonetize him again.
Well, actually, let me see if I can Google it, see, because I'm assuming when he got demonetized, he would have, remonetized, he would have said something, right?
Oh, look, he's selling ivermectin on his channel now.
Right.
Here
we go. Wait.
Look, people are not going to like that joke.
This is from August 13th, 2020. It says YouTube remonetizes Steven Crowder after suspension for racist, homophobic harassment. Listen, I didn't write that headline. They did.
I know, they're so bad.
Last June, YouTube demonetized conservative commentator Steven Crowder after then Vox writer Carlos Maza called the website out for failing to enforce its anti-harassment policies against him. So he didn't even get. That's right, because technically, I don't even think it was like because I guess let's be queer technically. It's not like a slur, but it was considered harassment. He didn't call him the F slur or something. So
yeah, this is why they have the community guideline strikes and why they changed the TOS so you can't go after other creators.
Right. Now YouTube has quietly re-enabled Crowder's monetization, allowing him to resume earning income from a channel spreading dangerous misinformation such as, quote, Obama-funded China's COVID leaking lab. Demonetization was insufficient, says Carlos Maza, but this decision proves that YouTube has no real interest in enforcing its anti-hate policies.
So they talked about how they were monetized.
Apparently.
Right.
Apparently. So I guess the question is, I have to say, when did they re-demonetize him? And was it still because of the Carlos Maza thing, or was it something different?
4 months later. Yeah.
Right. So anyway.
This point is made clear for everybody because this is a very important part of the argument when I heard it. If the point is you can't sell ads or build an audience because YouTube banned you and that's it, but you're getting 85% or more views on Rumble, the question is, why no penalty for getting banned from Rumble? Why is Rumble not a consideration in the contract at all? And why don't they simply say comparable views instead of the platform? Like, if for every...
It's getting tough here.
What?
Tim is doing an excellent job in this interview, but I don't.
You mean for Steven? He's doing an excellent job defending Steven?
I don't. I mean, why is this relevant? You know.
So okay, wait. You wanna know
Why
what's
is the
funny?
Daily Wire, count a Rumble view as the same as a YouTube view?
I know. It's-
First of all, do you think Steven Crowder knows the answer to that? Should you be asking Steven Crowder that question?
I would assume he does. I would assume Tim knows the answer to this question.
Well, I feel like you should be asking the Daily Wire this question since it's their contract. And it just, everyone wants to know about, we want the dirt. Tim, we want the dirt. We want to know about Not Gay Jared.
So
we want to know what he was thinking when he recorded the phone call. What were you thinking when you recorded that phone call?
Yeah, I know.
Did you think that was going to go well? How did you think
right.
people would respond when you released that video of a recorded phone call?
I thought you said Tim did good in this conversation, Adam. What's happening?
Tim did an excellent job in this interview. Tim is making it hard, but Adam's
trying to get a job at Timcast.
I'm not trying. I don't like to attack fellow creators, but
listen, that's good. You be the nice guy. I'll be the dick.
That's I feel like there's a bit of a room for improvement here. But
there you go. This is constructive criticism.
Yeah.
So according to at least the way news articles are reporting it, Steven Crowder was remonetized for 7 months.
7 months? He even lied about the time.
He was demonetized, or he was remonetized in August of 2020.
Oh my God.
And then he was demonetized in the beginning of April of 2021. And you know what's funny? When I typed in Steven Crowder remonetized, you know what one of the first thing that shows up was?
What?
It's a Daily Wire video with Ben Shapiro talking to Steven Crowder and them excitedly talking about how he's monetized again.
No way.
Yes way. So that's very interesting.
So it wasn't 4 months, it was 7 months. And so I guess the only mystery here is what do you do to get demonetized?
Okay, so according to this article from Tube Filter, it says YouTube has once again demonetized right-wing commentator Steven Crowder's channel, this time for multiple violations of community guidelines. So maybe those strikes did add up, those 3 strikes he's talking about, including COVID-19 and election integrity policies. So it says, in order to be monetized on YouTube, channels must comply with YouTube partner program policies, blah, blah, blah.
Right, okay.
Spokesperson said they repeatedly violated our policies. YouTube says Crowder committed a range of violations across these policies. The company removed 2 violative videos, a March 16th live stream where Crowder mocked, why do you remember this happened? Mocked black farmers, and his co-host joked about slavery. I remember when that happened. That was...
I'm sure Daily Wire wants that on its front page.
That I could understand why that video got a strike. And the upload that crossed YouTube's policies against spreading false claims that widespread frauds, errors, or glitches swayed the 2020 presidential election. The platform previously told 1-0 that Crowder's video did not violate its policies against hate speech, so I guess they changed their mind. Oh, no, wait. Wait, what? It did not violate the policies against hate speech, but it did violate policies against content that claims the COVID death rate is less severe than that of the common flu or cold. I mean, I think that's ridiculous that was part of their TOS, but okay. Well, so there you go. That was what happened. So he actually got remonetized after the Carlos Maza thing, and then it was demonetized again for supposedly COVID and election things. So there you go. Interesting.
Yeah. Is Sean going to make another video? I think he should include the 7-month discrepancy.
He should. He could clip the video. You know, it's funny too. It's a video of Ben Shapiro talking to Crowder excitedly about him being remonetized, and it's on Matt Walsh's Facebook page. So
yeah,
it's hitting like the entire Daily Wire stat.
Sean is like out for blood. Sean is going after Crowder pretty hard. So.
Mm-hmm. Every million views per day you lose, we dock you X%.
I can answer you that question exactly. Because
so what happened?
It's fundamental to the business model. And I was informed of that. It is fundamental. In other words, there are plenty of options out there, right? He can tell you. I get excited when I walk out of them and I go, hey, how many people were tuning in live on YouTube? How many on Rumble? They go, oh, it's tips. There are more people on Rumble. Sure, I've been on YouTube for a long time, since 2006. But it doesn't mean that they don't change, right? And the issue is, I think it's a great thing to use these platforms. There's a huge difference, by the way, between being monetized and being on the platform.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if we believe what we say, we have to be trying to get to the point where we know that fast forward 5 years, you can't speak the truth on YouTube, certainly not if you want to be monetized. But there's this jockeying for position with people who they see as competition. And the issue here that I've always made clear is the locking in of these punitive contracts that mandate and enforce big tech policies and guidelines as a matter of business. And that hurts creators. And the same thing, by the way, when we're talking about misleading practices with sponsors. There's no problem, right? And this is all publicly verifiable. I want you guys to be able to audit this so that there don't have to be as many receipts provided. You market your channel, right? I think we probably have some ads running right now, like Spotify, like, hey, if you like this show, tune in on Spotify. Yeah. But there's a big difference. We know that there's a huge problem in our industry of pay to play. Now, you can do that. That's fine if you want to grow your numbers. But
what is that?
So pay to play means that you can buy views, right? You can pay to play. You can run your video as a pre-roll ad, and people see that number. But really, a lot of them are 14-second views, 8-second views, but it still clicks that counter. The closest apples to apples comparison that you could do right now is you could go out and take, like, let's say, not this controversy because there's cross-pollination, but Ben Shapiro's a huge show. Of course he is. But go take some videos there right now that have 1 million plays. Go month after month. Take a bunch of them. Look at the likes. Look at the comments. Take videos from my channel. It's comparable plays. Take them with 800,000, 600,000 plays because we've converted them a lot to Rumble. Look at the likes, look at the comments. It's startling because it's a lot easier to buy plays than it is to buy likes and comments. That's not a problem.
Well, are you saying the Daily Wire is buying views for their content?
I'm saying that they run the videos. This happens not just Daily Wire, to be clear. Stop Big Con is designed because of this entire industry. And what happens is, yes, these views get inflated. There's nothing wrong with running ads to increase the video count. The problem is this. When that is used to then go out and set sponsorship rates. And then this is what happens with creators. When you sit down with sponsors.
So this is the part that you clipped.
Startling. Look,
this is
it's
the part
startling, Sitch.
Steven Crowder's accusing the Daily Wire and other unnamed participants of faking views so they can lie to advertisers about their audience size.
We had a guest come on and I accused him of faking views. Do you remember that?
No, who was that?
And I was right. He told me afterwards, oh yeah, I did. I bought a bunch of views.
Who are you talking about?
I can't remember the person, but
I don't remember this.
Oh, I don't think they came on. They super chatted something about checking out their video. We checked out their video. I was like, oh my goodness, look, it's got like 30,000 views.
That I do remember.
And it's got like 4 comments. I was like, something doesn't add up here.
So Daniel the Bruce, our own Sitch and Adam investigative journalist.
Yeah, we should have Danimal on more often because he does do a lot of.
He's a very smart guy. Does a lot of research. So he responded to your tweet saying, "I don't understand Crowder's evidence."
Why are you reading his response to my tweet? Obviously, he's giving me a hard time. Look, I already won this. We don't have to get back into it.
What do you mean? He's not disagreeing with you.
Oh, he's agreeing with me? Read the tweet by all means.
He says, I don't understand Crowder's evidence. I did a general glance at the views, comments / like radios just now, and they all look proportional and consistent with everyone, including himself. I even looked at lefty channels, and I don't see anything off about engagements versus views. Actually, if anything, there's a wider gap in Crowder's engagement than Shapiro's between likes and comments.
Right.
Here's Shapiro's, Crowder, Tim, and Matt Walsh compared to 4 right-leaning content creators. And so we have, with Ben Shapiro, it says the like ratio is 4.8%, which is considered high. And the comment ratio is 1.4%, which is considered high. And then with Crowder, so for Crowder's, it's very high. With Crowder's, his like ratio is 6.6%, which is considered very high. But his comment ratio is less. It's 1%, which is still high, but less than Ben's. So that's interesting. So Crowder gets more likes. Crowder's likes is 6.6. Ben's is only 4.8, but Ben's comments are much higher, 1.4 to 1%. So that's very interesting.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Danimal says that you can purchase likes. I assume you could purchase comments, but it would be a little bit more difficult to do or more expensive. So
yeah,
that's interesting.
You think Steven Crowder's doing this? Like that's how he knows about it? I'm always suspicious when someone's like, oh yeah, it's easy. Here's what you do. I'm going, oh, so you've done this. So
okay, you're right. I'm assuming you could buy likes and well, he said you can buy likes. I don't know what the animal's saying. I'm assuming it's true. I'm assuming you could also buy comments, but it would probably be more expensive because it'd be more complicated than buying likes or views.
I've never bought likes or views or comments.
Right.
And I only know about them because I've seen videos that have like a million views, and
you're
they have
like,
like
wait a
7
minute.
comments, and I'm
Yeah,
going,
right. And you're
what's
like,
going
this
on
is-
here?
Yeah. No,
I
I've
mean,
never done it either because
Yeah.
in my mind, you know, YouTube, if
What's
they
the
find out
point?
you're doing this, they get rid of your channel because it's a big no-no. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth it. But
And I mean, what's the point? I mean, the whole point is to
well-
get views and build an audience. So
I'm assuming the point is once you
pretend
get
you
a
have an
bunch of
audience?
views, it will trigger the algorithm to try to recommend your video more. That would be the point, I would imagine.
okay.
Right?
So maybe, I mean, maybe that's why they're doing it.
I'd assume that's what the point would be. Danimal said he looked at Crowder has a channel called Crowder Bits. He says, actually, this is starting to look suspicious. A friend said it's looking like Crowder is botting his channel, the ratio of his main and his sub channel. I think the lady is doth protesting too much. And he has so if you look at Crowder's second sub channel, Crowder Bits, he has a 4.8 like ratio and only a 0.84 comment ratio. So I don't know what all those numbers add up to mean, but there you go.
Yeah, I was looking for the animal's tweets, but I think we're done with it anyway. So thanks for looking into that.
So
Daniel.
look at this. Guys.
Oh, wait, he's got ours here.
He's got ours.
Holy
okay,
cow.
you guys need to step up, all right? You guys need to step
Very
up.
low subscribers. Only 57% of you lazy people are too lazy to click the subscribe button.
First of all, click that subscribe button, but that's actually high.
Oh, it is?
Well, compared
it
to
says
the other ones,
very
'cause
low on this thing.
I know, but compared to the other channels, that's pretty high.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Well, because Daily Wire, it's probably
because
it's
they
probably
got
something to do with
way
size.
more views.
Yeah, they get way more views, so it's lower. Subscribe. But that's not what I was looking at. I was at the like ratio, motherfuckers. What the hell? The like ratio is low. It's only 2.5%. You guys have to hit that like button. What? You're killing us. You're killing us in the algorithm, guys. You got to hit that like button. 2.5% low. We got to get that up to at least 4%. At least 4% likes. Come on. Hit that like button.
Totally
Smash it.
destroying us.
But we're doing good in the comments. Comments are 1.16, so that's good. So good job commenting. Bad job liking.
Oh, look at that. Very high in the commenting.
So there you go.
I mean, this is like UBI levels of laziness, guys. Seriously.
Yes.
All you have to do is press the button.
Yes. Well, we got to yell at people to do it every
Look,
time.
all we're asking you to do is produce likes. That's it.
Right. That's all.
Yeah. Don't be a consumer. Be only a consumer. Be a consumer and a producer. Right.
Right.
And these are earned dollars, right? A lot of them are mid-sized companies. You run them on this show and they say, yeah, but you know what? We didn't get our money's worth, and this person is the #1 show, because they go out and they say that they have these numbers, and they set what happens? They drop those rates across the board, which hurts everybody, or they pull out altogether. Now, you can publicly verify that information. Now, I could tell
Daily Wire is lying to their advertisers about their audience numbers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We can publicly verify that. I mean, that seems like a scoop.
Yep, apparently.
Okay.
I don't know how, but okay.
tell you guys that I've had conversations with sponsors that say, we're not going to be running in the conservative space because it's just not as effective as we thought it was, or you know what, we're going to be pulling out. And content creators just say, why am I getting these low advertising rates? Here's the issue. If you're some kid.
That's a little disingenuous what you just said. You said advertisers told me they're going to not advertise in conservative spaces because they're not effective. Well, it doesn't mean it's because they're botting views. It could just mean that their products are not selling to conservatives for whatever reason. Or people that consume conservative political content are not as likely to buy specific types of products, which I'm sure is true.
Yeah, this has to happen to Brett Weinstein all the time. I mean, his audience is mostly conservative, and he's always selling Birkenstocks, and I always think, I don't know if that's going to work. Right? I mean, it just doesn't seem like a fit. I'm like, Brett, come on, you got to sell ammo and shit.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's a coincidence the type of sponsors that, quote unquote conservative channels have kind of a similar theme to them. So.
Yeah. Get the apocalypse food.
Right.
What are you doing, Brett? You're selling like herbal tea. I know you like the herbal tea.
And I know you guys you're very curious very curious if I called Adam yesterday to demand that we get sponsors.
He did. He called me, guys. I was
I
surprised.
did.
I was totally surprised. Yeah.
I did. I said, "Get me the money, bitch."
Which is odd because I could have just said, well, we could just live stream right now and probably make like
You should have said that.
like $1,000 if you want to just
You should have said that. Yeah.
if you want to just jump online after this stream.
I know. Terrible.
But I'd already moved on. I'd already made other plans for my day, and I was just like,
look at this guy.
screw it. Money's not everything. Who cares?
We got to up our hustle game. We got to up our grift game, as they say.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that more. I did reach out to Sean because Sean was the one who was giving us all the insight about the sponsors and stuff.
Right.
And Sean told me this is probably not the right fit for you. So we'll see. We'll work on Sean a little bit.
We'll see.
I think we got to up our view game before we can really get into the sponsorship.
No, listen.
realm.
I know what we got to do. Okay. We got to reach out to Jeremy Boring. Be like, listen, Jeremy.
Listen.
Sitch is running a lot of defense for you. Okay.
He is. And I'm not in favor of it. Listen.
You need to give us You need to give us some cut of the Daily Wire.
Why are you throwing your lot in with the conservatives? Listen, I said from the very beginning, and I think you can go.
Listen,
back
if
to
Crowder's okay, maybe you're right. Maybe we'll say, look, listen, Crowder, Sitch is going to come out. He's going to publicly say he was wrong and you're right about everything. Okay, but we need some money here to do that. We need a big cut, a big juicy check.
I'm going back to the DMs here, and I remember when all of this first broke out. I said Crowder is going to win. Look right here, Crowder is going to win. Because he's the proletariat. DW is the establishment.
Yeah.
Look,
What was my response to that? Did I respond to that?
I said this on Friday.
Yeah.
Crowder's winning. Crowder's completely blowing Daily Wire away. I know you're sitting here going, "Oh my God, he's making bad arguments." And like,
when did I wait? Whoa! When did I ever make the claim that he wasn't going to win in the public perception here? When have I ever said that?
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't. I think.
What did I say in response to you? I probably said something like, "Yeah."
You said
or did
maybe.
I not respond to you?
You said maybe. I've seen a lot of pushback against Crowder.
Oh well, there you go. There you go. I shouldn't have asked for clarification. I said maybe. That's true. I did actually, but there actually is a lot of pushback against Crowder. That's kind of surprising.
I don't look. I agree with Crowder on some things, and I disagree with him on other things. So this is obviously like a messy situation,
right?
And I agree with Daily Wire on some things, and I disagree with him on other things. So, I mean, I think Daily Wire I don't think they really wanted Crowder. So and. You know, I could be wrong, but I really think that's like the situation here.
And by kid, I mean, you could be a 40-year-old with a smaller podcast. Let's say you get 250,000 plays. Not as big, but good numbers. Let's say you get 500,000 plays. Right? Good numbers, but they're real. And you are a conservative, and you're trying to grow this. And then all of a sudden, your content, YouTube is saying, can't say that, can't do that because of the box that's being created by all of these companies in big conservatism. And then you're trying to make it. Right,
wait.
Yeah, this is the argument that I love. It's like
doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't he just come out and say, "Listen, I'm not going to make it in conservative media unless you can break TOS on a regular basis"? That's basically what he's saying.
Which is not true.
Well, it's not true, but
podcast. Let's say you get 250,000 plays. Not as big, but good numbers. Let's say you get 500,000 plays. Right? Good numbers, but they're real. And you are a conservative, and you're trying to grow this. And then all of a sudden, your content, YouTube is saying, can't say that, can't do that because of the box that's being created by all of these companies in big conservatism. And then...
Wait, okay, this argument is completely illogical. What was he talking about? If you're making 500,000 views, you're only making those 500,000 views because you're following TOS already.
Right. But he's saying...
You're not going to...
Look, in order to go to the next level, Sitch, you gotta do blackface. I'm telling you.
Is that what he said? Like
this is the only way.
Is that what he said? Because I'm like, wait a minute. If you're making 500,000 views, you're not going to get up to 500,000 views regularly violating TOS. You're not going to skate under YouTube's radar, making 500,000 views consistently. That's not possible. So this argument to me is, unless he's saying what you're saying, you have to break TOS to get beyond that, which is not true because there's tons of people like Tim And Daily Wire people and Blaze people and Fox News that make millions of views constantly, and they don't violate TOS. So
it's like a law of nature, Sitch. I'm telling you, in order to make it to the next level,
you have to put blackface on.
you have to go blackface.
I don't know why they call it the glass ceiling. It's the black ceiling. It's like,
it's the blackface ceiling.
yes.
Well, I do.
Yes.
There was a lot of channels that blew up after the 2020 election. That were
No, I actually, this does make sense. I understand how this works.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what happened was there used to be a glass ceiling, but the elites, they didn't like that you could see through it to see them. So they took a bunch of shoe polish and they just covered the glass ceiling in black shoe polish.
Right.
So that when you break through it, physically, you just get it all over yourself.
It becomes blackface.
It becomes blackface. So
right, yeah.
That's why you have to apparently do blackface, according to Steven Crowder,
to break the ceiling.
To break the glass ceiling.
I'm glad we figured his argument out.
There we go.
There we go. I was wondering what it was. So
it all makes. You know what? I take it all back. Steven is so right. It all makes sense.
It does. Now it does. In that context.
You should have explained it the way I did. That I would have been like, oh, okay.
You're trying to make it, right? You're trying to make it something that is financially solvent, and you can't because sponsors no longer have faith in this side of the industry. That is something that hurts those creators, and this is something so the creators are hurt, sponsors are hurt, the viewers are hurt.
What?
You can't make it because sponsors. Oh, okay. Saying because the sponsors will pull the plug if you.
Well, no, he said no. That's not.
He kind of jumped.
I don't know what he's saying.
There,
it's
didn't
vague.
he?
I think he did switch arguments in mid sentence. I think he's going back to you can't find sponsors because they don't trust the views because they're getting they're botting views.
I think this is when I messaged you about the stroke because I was like, what the. He's like all over the place. What's going on here? What is this argument?
It's not clearly thought out.
And this is where I was like, oh, Tim is going to work this out. He's going to ask some follow-up questions and figure out what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And that definitely happened.
Because I just want to finish this one, and then any questions you have. The viewers are hurt because they feel isolated. They feel like their views are not represented, right? They go, hold on a second, I'm conservative. Why are none of the top people saying whatever it is? X, Y, Z. And the investors are hurt. And I don't mean billionaires. In our case, it's people who invest when they sign up for Mug Club. They are paying us because they say, we know that you're demonetized. We know that you don't run nearly as many sponsors. You're very selective. And we think we are giving you our dollar in faith because we think that you are fighting for us.
For blackface.
Let me give you one final parallel world there. Imagine if we left the blaze, okay? And this, again, the issue is that everyone is demanded to sign these exact same contracts. That's what they said. They've been very, very clear about that. It's just business. Imagine if Mug Club leaves the blaze. And let's say we come back 2-3 months, okay? And we come back, and all of a sudden, I don't talk about vaccines in the way that I used to. All of a sudden, I don't talk about election integrity like I used to. All of a sudden, I don't host Carrie Lake in the same way that I used to, or host her at all. And all of a sudden, all the parodies, the sketches, the sweeping, like a parody of Saving Private Ryan, or There Will Be Blood, or Schindler's List, whatever it is. You don't see any, change my mind. You don't see any of those anymore, but you see 4 or 5 live reads. I'd be the definition of a sellout. And I would be selling out the people who paid for something different. Only one group of people here is saying, you have to fit into this box. I'm saying, you got to.
Okay.
Look up the Schindler's List one. I don't think we saw that. It could be interesting.
So, okay. So if this is why this is just silly to me. So if Steven Crowder says, I think that my content is going to be too edgy, the Daily Wire is trying to be more of a straight-laced organization, right? Which again, this is what bothers me. If he just said that, he said, listen, I think my content's too edgy for the Daily Wire. Daily Wire might say, maybe your content is too edgy for us. And then they just part ways amicably. That doesn't mean that it's like a political issue. There's nothing that's saying, well, if you're not edgy. First of all, the idea that you have to be edgy to be conservative was literally bizarro.
I know.
Definitionally. but the idea that's like, oh, there's only one way to really, believe in the political cause, and they have to be edgy. And it's like, well, that's bullshit. That's bullshit for every political cause, unless you're like a radical. So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe that's his argument. You have to be radical, otherwise you're just some kind of shill. It's like, all right. I don't know about that one, Chief, but. Ostracy for $20 says ownership. The Daily Wire will own all of your content contemplated to be created herein. To be clear, Daily Wire can exploit those channels, brands, and contents in perpetuity as its sole discretion. I think you need someone to disagree with you. Ostracy, again, well, first of all, thank you for all the money, Ostracy. And if you want to come on and talk about it at some point, maybe we'll do that. But what you're, again, if that was true, if the contract stipulated that the Daily Wire could re-edit his stuff or tell him that he has to remove stuff, you have to answer that question. Why is he not saying that? Would he? Everyone knows, Ostracy, if that was part of the contract, Steven Crowder would be saying that again and again and again and again and again. He would be saying that again and again and again. That would be his number one thing. You wouldn't have to rely on this disincentive mechanism. He'd say, the Daily Wire is saying that they're going to edit my stuff. They're going to, because then he could say, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make content that's going to violate TOS. And then Daily Wire is going to come in and they're going to go edit it out without my permission. But that's not what Steven said, did it? And that's not what he said just now. He said, you're going to see me start censoring myself. And then you'd call me a sellout. And that's been the difference. The argument Steven Crowder is making is that the Daily Wire is using financial disincentives to get people to self-censor. They wouldn't need to do that if they could just
censor
themselves,
yeah.
right?
Just hire an editor and censor it.
So I don't believe that's what the contract says.
Austri, you got to come in here if you want. Like, Sitch needs browbeating. He really does. He doesn't come around without sustained browbeating. And then he usually doesn't come around.
There you go. Kyle Petty for $20 says, I've been S-class curious for a while, but this whole thing has making me take the full plunge. Shad and Adam couldn't be more wrong, especially Shad. I am team Sitch and Sean and hereby start through the new SS class. Oh, no.
Yeah, what's that all about? I'm kind of glad you're on the SS class and not. I'm glad we avoided that.
It's a big problem, yeah. Me and Sean, we have to figure out a better name for our channel, for our joint venture. Well, listen, maybe I should get rid of Adam and we'll get actual Justice Warrior and it'll still be the SNA show.
Oh, yeah. That's convenient. My Loyalty Betrayal Foundation is tingling right now.
Become the Knight for $10. Thank you, Become the Knight. Says, guys, I think I just figured it out. It was never about the money. It was about free will. I'm making a sacrificial altar for the super chat so Steven and the Daily Wire can have some free will units. Going to pray hard on it. Well, that's very generous of you. We will send 5 free units to both. Actually, you know what? We'll be super generous. We're going to send 10 free will units to both the Daily Wire and to Steven Crowder to maybe help them come together.
Right. Yeah.
There you go.
Gotta let some people fly. I don't care if you want to be monetized or not. Don't lock people and punish them on behalf of people here is saying, you don't see any of those anymore, but you see 4 or 5 live reads. I'd be the definition of a sellout. And I would be selling out the people who paid for something different. Only one group of people here is saying, you have to fit into this box. I'm saying, you got to let some people let the freak flag fly. I don't care if you want to be monetized or not. Don't lock people and punish them on behalf of big tech when you claim that you are fighting them. And it is.
So it's interesting. So one of the super chats at the end of this conversation is if Steven starts his own thing and he has people that let their freak flag fly.
Yeah, I was just thinking I'm not really comfortable with like the pedo shit. So
right. Well, depending on how that is defined, obviously. Are you going to pay them the same amount of people as everyone else? And the guy with Steven said, well, I don't agree with this framing because obviously we would pay people more depending on their views, their view count, and if they come to the table with ads, with ad sponsors or not. And I thought, wait a minute, isn't that selling out principles for money?
100% it is.
Because you're saying, because if it's just about the principles, then you should say, oh, well, this guy, he says really great things, we should fund him. It shouldn't be dependent on what their views are, the view count is. It shouldn't be dependent on whether they come to the table with ads or not. Why does that matter? But following the TOS doesn't matter. I don't know. Yeah. I know it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I think it's a little bit of a sellout maneuver. It's a little bit of a sellout maneuver.
Is everywhere, and it's disheartening.
I'll tell you a story. I think the people who have watched my content consistently know about this. It was called some refer to it as ad rights sales, ad rights buying. Back in the early 2010s, these up-and-coming digital media outlets would sell the rights. What they would do is they would buy the rights to views. So let's say you're a company called like.
This is the part where Tim makes his argument for him.
Good job, Tim.
Yeah.
Badbehavior.com. Some word that represents people.
Why'd you pick one that is?
Shouldn't you just ask him another question, Tim? He's only going to be there for an hour.
No, he has to defend him, Adam.
You're 30 minutes in. Ask him a question. Ask him what he was thinking when he recorded the phone call. Stephen probably had a list of demands just to make this interview happen that he couldn't ask about the phone call. Yeah.
Well, he does ask. Well, actually, he doesn't. I don't know if he doesn't really directly ask about the phone call. He talks about it. He says, "I disagree with it."
Right.
But I don't remember him directly asking him. He just says, "Why disagree with it that you did it?"
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did.
He does. I mean, they talk about it.
Maybe he could have asked about it. I mean, I would make that 90% of this interview. I'd make it 99% of the interview, actually.
Well,
It's clearly
99%.
Why? What do you mean?
There's other issues to talk about besides the phone call.
You would make it 99% about the
it's interesting.
Contract. Oh, boring.
Well, no, I would make it 99% about how you saying it's not about the monetization. Why are you attacking everyone?
The money. It is about the money, Stephen.
All about the money.
Going to direct people to hardcore pornography.
All right, let's just say
Goodbehavior.com.
Skittles and Rainbows website, okay? And
Same.
big okay.
Bodacious M&M's website.
Let's say you're a big brand, and you get about 30 million views per month. That's not going to cut it. You can sell a premium idea. There would be these low tier websites. You've seen them before. You'll see an ad and it'll say, "Guess what this celebrity looks like now." You click it, and then it'll say, "Here's."
Let's just fast forward. You want to? I mean, this is dumb.
Sure, we can get through this.
So Tim basically lays out these spammy websites that lie about their traffic. Views. Right. The thing that I don't like about this is if Steven Crowder has made the argument that this is what Daily Wire does.
Right.
So if you think Daily Wire is one of these clickbait websites that does a bunch, that's not Daily Wire's business model, right? If you want to look at the content on Daily Wire, you have to pay a subscription, right? Everything is basically walled up.
So my understanding of what Tim is saying is there's these BS spam websites. So when you click on them, they'll auto play some YouTube video. And that's how they bought a view, or it's a way in which they would bought the view, right? That's what Tim's laying out. Now, I'm sure that happens. I've definitely clicked on websites where I've seen that. I've never seen it for political content. It's usually for some BS celebrity gossip, trash rag. So I don't buy that necessarily Daily Wire is doing that, but maybe I'm just not going on those sites.
Look, I don't either. That's why, bring the receipts, or why are we talking about this?
Right.
That's why I'm obviously fast forwarding it.
Right.
And also this is supposed to be Steven Crowder coming clean, not Tim Pool defending Steven Crowder.
Right. Right.
Money and shut up.
Yeah.
Right?
Take money and shut up. But it's not about what's easy.
Yeah.
It's about what matters.
Yeah. And by the way, we want you guys to make money. We want every conservative in this space to run a profitable business. That's what I run. I own a wine
started
business.
Manuka honey back there.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of don't. But okay. I don't know why he's saying this.
We'll make as much money as humanly possible, but do it honestly, and just be honest.
That's what I don't like, because
it's not honest. I don't
if
understand.
they're basically saying if you stay within the TOS, you're dishonest, which that's just horrible framing.
Yes.
And it's socially and emotionally manipulative. And if you're being manipulative, you're the one being dishonest.
So this guy is literally doing, and he kind of looks like it. Maybe this is a simulation winking at us, Adam. He's literally doing the guy in the well meme. He's saying it's curious that you criticize capitalism, but you're partake in it. He's saying it's curious that you criticize YouTube and yet you use YouTube.
Right.
I'm actually shocked that no one has made that a meme yet.
We need.
It's curious that you criticize the TOS while also being on YouTube and following the TOS.
Somebody's gonna make that.
It's just geez, all right.
Be honest with people about how you're going to spend that money as well.
Well, there's the issue too. Again,
Let's-
when you're talking about honesty, is it just friends or is it just business? You kind of have to pick one. Is it a lash out or is it premeditated? You kind of have to pick one. Look,
Let's
yeah, go ahead.
I do want to talk about the friend.
Is it a lash out or is it premeditated? That's Steven Crowder saying I'm being accused of both lashing out and this being premeditated.
Well, it can be both, right? You can decide to lash out recklessly, and then you premeditate the phone call that you're gonna
Yeah,
that you're gonna record. Obviously,
it can.
obviously
be both.
the recording was premeditated. You don't accident. Oh, Steven was just playing around with his phone recording software, tape recorder, and he just accidentally recorded it, like in the movie Dirty Jobs with Norm
Yeah.
Macdonald. He just accidentally recorded the conversation.
Exactly. It's got to be some level of premeditated.
That was a
versus
good
business
movie.
thing, but I
Remember
do
that
want to
movie?
first jump into a segment where we can talk about $50 million. The big narrative that we were hearing about your
Well,
argument.
it's not anymore, right? They changed it to the
Right.
phone call. That
Now
was the
it's-
initial narrative, which was a lie. That's a tactic of the left.
Lying, only the left lies. I don't know if you know this. The right never lies about anything.
I know. It's so, oh God, this is so manipulative.
Lying is a tactic of the left. Oh, okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Steve.
I mean, lying.
When
is
you're
a-
when you find the cookies missing and you say to your 3-year-old, "Did you eat all these cookies?"
You're
And
a
they've got like the
leftist.
cookie crumbs all over their mouth, and they say, "No," you're like, "I knew he was a leftist. I knew it.
hilarious.
My child is a
Let's
Let's do
communist."
the context here.
Yeah.
You put out a video. You mentioned, look at these fees. It's
I never mentioned money outside of what I
Right.
believe were immoral penalty fees. I never talked.
Yeah.
You've never heard me say, "Hey, not enough money was offered." That's not what it's about.
So when we
Yeah.
In the parts of
really-
the conversation that I played and selected, you never heard me say this thing that I didn't want anyone to hear me say.
He's so just like on
He's
that
so insane.
narrative. He's like,
So
sell the
ridiculous.
narrative, sell the narrative, sell the narrative.
Well, you know what? You know where I actually did. I'm shocked. The one thing I really did think Tim was going to say, and he didn't have the balls. I don't think he did had the balls to say was when he talked to Candace, he did say he thinks Crowder should release the whole recording. He doesn't say that at all, and he says he thinks the recording he disagreed with, but he doesn't say that he should release the whole thing.
Oh, he did say that. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, so that's pretty. It's pretty lame. It's pretty lame, Tim.
I mean, they're both working in the same space. They could end up being business partners one day. They could end up working together on a project. So.
Here's the problem with that mentality.
No, it's
This-
no. I know
This
the
is
problem.
this
with
is
the
the
mentality.
This is the Martin Luther King Jr. The ends don't justify the means become the ends.
Right.
Because everyone says, well, when I have enough power, when I have
Then
enough money,
I'll ask the hard questions.
exactly. Then I'll ask the hard questions. Then I'll be on top of the mountain. Then I could do X, Y, Z. Then I could do the right thing morally. But the
Yeah.
problem is when you climb to the top of the mountain, you realize the mountain is not stable. The mountain is
Right.
very unstable, and it's
Right.
actually you're being held up by all sorts of other people.
Right.
And if you get all those people to lift you up by behaving in a certain
Bad
way,
means, yeah.
you got to keep behaving that way to get them to keep
stay
holding
on-
you up.
Yeah, just to
Yeah.
stay on the top of the mountain.
Exactly.
It's true, and that's a great metaphor for this. Yeah, Tim. I mean, $10 million a year. You should be able to ask the hard questions. You're on the top of the mountain, right? This interview
Well-
could have been like 1,000,000 times better.
And all this could have been. And I don't think the reason is because he's concerned about potentially doing business with Steven.
I think.
I
it is.
think-
Why?
No, I think it's because he knows that the majority of his audience
Oh,
is on
okay.
Steven's side.
That's a yeah. I get that's an interesting point, obviously, and I said that from the beginning. Like I just brought it up, how I think Steven is ultimately going to win, and I think that's playing out in a lot of the polls that I'm seeing and a lot of the commentary that I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying he just wants to be on the winning side, obviously.
Oh, for his audience, yeah.
I do
I think
think
he is audience capture.
I do think both intuitions are aligned in, he might want to produce a movie someday that Steven Crowder is in. So from a producer perspective, he's also got
Well,
a moral intuition to
I mean, I think you can ask again. I think you can ask people hard questions without berating them.
yeah, but I mean, yeah, he wants right now. Steven Crowder wants someone that's going to help him forward his narrative. He doesn't want any hard questions that are going to come into conflict with the narrative
Yeah, but
he's pushing.
you are correct. That is
Yeah.
but you are correct. But Steven's motivations and goals are different they should be different than Tim's motivations and goals. And it's actually sad because I didn't watch this whole thing live. I watched part of it and then I came back to it. When I came back to it, it was after it was off the air. And before I finished watching it, I looked at the comments and I saw that there were nothing but positive comments. And I said, oh, Tim didn't ask any hard questions.
Oh, really?
I knew based
Holy
on the
shit.
comments that no, he didn't ask any hard questions.
Well, a lot of those are Steven Crowder fans, so obviously
I understand that, but I knew
that.
that if he asked hard questions, that
Those
there'd be
Steven
all these
Crowder
negative
fans would be
comments.
pissed. You're right. No, you're right.
Exactly.
It's a
So-
total tell. What's a takeaway has the perfect response. They say, Tim is afraid Crowder recorded all their phone calls. I mean, yeah,
That's
that could happen.
true. That you know what? Yeah, that's a good
If
point.
Tim made a video today and said, "Oh, I was afraid he recorded my calls, so I softballed it," I'd be like, "Okay, Tim, I get it."
It's a good point. That's a good point.
When we first were watching the show and we talked about it, I said, what's the fee? We don't know. And then the Daily Wire's response, of course, was, we offered this guy $50 million.
Basketball money.
Basketball money. The response then from detractors and most people was, holy crap. And they're imagining Steven Crowder in a big private bank vault diving into a bunch of gold
Scrooge
coins.
McDuck.
When in reality, the $50 million included the entire budget for your whole staff, your whole production facility, every production you would have done, meaning you've got to pay, how many employees do you have?
About 25, soon to be 30 something.
Soon to be 30 something. Now, if you want to do production on a skit, we're talking maybe 30 to 50K, depending on the size of the skit.
Yeah. Every time we show up to do a change my mind, it's $50,000.
50,
Yeah.
security,
Millions in legal each
camera
year,
work.
millions of
Payroll
dollars in
every
equipment, payroll, millions of dollars in taxes. It's the merging of, what was that?
It's theft.
Yes, I completely agree.
But let me just say,
Wheelhouse.
I'm on your side on this one. Everybody can know my bias. The reason that really bothered me is because I run a company. I know how much money we make. And there are people who assume that revenue equals money in your pocket profit. And it's like, no. If they're giving him $50 million, it sounds so wonderful.
They're assuming you're dumb. They're treating the audience like they're dumb. Again,
Well,
I
no.
think-
A lot of people don't.
But here's
don't
the thing.
understand this.
People don't understand because they're assuming that you won't go and do research. Look, $50 million basketball money versus $12 million. If let's say Marvel says, I don't know, the new Thor movie is $200 million, is that Hemsworth's salary? It's that simple of an analogy.
Yeah.
But the issue here, and I'll let Gerald kind of talk about that more. The issue here is like, I think that these people at Daily Wire, they've said that they're very business savvy. They're running a business. So, are they very business savvy? Are they dumb and don't know that $12.5 million a year for an entire production house is what we're actually looking at? Or are they lying when they say it's basketball money and $50 million salary? I think Candace Owens at one point got up to like 140 or something. I don't
So
really.
you said you wanted $30
Right.
million a year or 140
And the
million.
only reason people know that's not true, and you've seen the transcript, you ever see me once say, hey, it's about more money? There was never an offer sent after I said, look, it's a non-starter if you don't change these terms, and please tell me that you're not doing this with other people. There was never anything after that where it was, of course, the non-starter is, I can't do 5 live reads because we do commercials. I just
I just want to ask one specific question because a lot of people are bringing this up and they're accusing you guys of only exposing them after they turned down your counteroffer. Is that true, or can you add more information to that?
Yeah, I don't know why they're saying the timeline that he kind of gave was completely inaccurate.
Yeah, there was never any counter offer from us. What Steven said was basically, look, guys, these are the terms that we have a problem with.
Right.
And if I don't care what the contract says dollar wise. If these terms are in there, that's bad, and you need to start again. This has to be pulled out.
So there was no counteroffer because I'm seeing a lot of you guys say
There was the agent. I think my agent. They sent this term sheet. The agent said, "Well, if you're talking about 100% ownership, by the way, in perpetuity, forever, meaning, and it's a 6-year contract with no option to negotiate. They have an option to extend for 2 years, 6 years, locked in at that rate. And again, how do you penalize someone for money that they don't make? They're not going to lose money on you being demonetized. Now, I get that I'm a special situation, but they said this is demanded of everybody. The big con issue is something that I've been running up against, and everyone in this industry knows for many, many years. They just were arrogant enough to out themselves and to put it in writing and to say, we know how to run this business. We figured it out. You don't know what you're talking about. And of course, after that, another last straw was, then going and trying to take take our social media director, and I only showed you that email because he's willing for me to show you. Like, we have people poach all the time. When you have your ideas stolen and they put more money behind it, not just mine, when you build someone up and someone else comes in and says, hey, we'll offer you more money, they use them for 6 months and burn them out. I'm sure that's an accident. I'm sure the people at the top of Daily Wire didn't know when they reached out to someone who was not looking for a job, who loudly and proudly advertises himself as social media director for Loud Earth Crowder. But I could tell you that on that phone call, they said, we have an entire social media department. Right? I said, I have one guy, Gary, and he's awesome. A few days later.
I do want to dedicate more time.
Did Gary join Daily Wire?
Well,
no, they came in and tried to hire him.
I want
he's not looking for a job.
I want to dedicate some more time to starting from the beginning of the.
So I am obviously pretty crappy move for the Daily Wire to try to poach one of Crowder's employees.
Yeah, we've had some poaching going on our show, and it's not fun.
We have?
Yeah, someone tried to poach me. Don't you remember?
Talking about no BS.
Yeah. Come on, I got offered a contract, a solid contract.
There you go. But right, I was curious, and I'm annoyed because they sort of try to, but they never really do. They try to nail down what was the exact time that the quote unquote poaching took place, because I'm curious, like, was it like revenge? Was it like, was it like right after that Crowder had his first video? Like, you talk smack about the Daily Wire, so we're going to try to poach your guy. Like, I was very curious to when exactly it happened.
I think it's an accident, because he even made a concession that it might be an accident, so he doesn't know. And if he did know, he would press it.
It's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know how you accidentally do it, but
people have reached out to me all the time off of LinkedIn and stuff. I mean, come on.
Oh, okay.
It happens.
I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine it's an accident. It's hard for me to imagine, but
context of that story. I wanted to address something before Luke jumped in.
How dare you, Luke?
Yeah, how dare you, Luke?
Go to Florida.
No.
Go to Florida.
I'm sitting here.
That was a good question. I'm not saying I'm I want to put a tack in this. And one of the big things we're hearing is a friend. You guys were friends, and the recording of the phone call and stuff. And thinking about the contract. 4-year contract with option to renew for 2, locking you in at that rate, 12.5, including the entirety of your staff. And it's just business, and I'm kind of like, I hear that. It's not something friends offer their friends.
No, is it boilerplate? We send this to everybody? Or is it a friend? You know what it costs to have a lawyer mark up a term sheet? It ends up being thousands of dollars, especially when it's like, hey, look, hit select all, delete. None of this makes sense. This isn't for someone who's been
Listen, Adam, Crowder didn't want to have a lawyer mark up the term sheet because it was just too expensive.
Yeah, he did. There's so much going on in this. He's
because
basically
it was
saying
just about the money.
Yeah, he's saying you redo the contract. I don't want to pay an attorney to mark it up.
Yes.
Yeah. He's basically cutting corners.
It was just it was just too expensive for Crowder.
He totally sees. This is why he gave him the he's not a team player thing, because they're like, he doesn't even realize, so you want us to pay to redo the contract.
Well, no, he realized. I assume he realizes he's not stupid. To me, it's just funny when it's like, it's not about the money, It was too expensive to have a lawyer mark up this contract. Which, first of all, I mean, I don't know, it doesn't, wouldn't his agent do that? And does he pay, I don't have an agent. I don't know how this works. Would he pay his agent hourly to do that? Or is his agent going to be getting some kind of, depending on whatever fee he can wrangle out of that, he gets some percentage of that?
I don't know. Yeah.
So
it's a weird thing to say. Look, it's too expensive to mark the contract up. Just start over. You pay. It's so weird.
But the problem, and that's when it came down to, you heard in that phone call, I said, take me out of it, right? This is not the right fit, period. I knew that. Please tell me that these are not the terms that are demanded. Penalties that you are monetized on YouTube, that you remain on Facebook, that you stay in. Please tell me these are not the terms that are demanded of everybody. And I said, those were the last words. And he said, yeah, maybe I'll take it under advisement. And then you go, okay, all right, this is where we are. There's no hope for the movement if we claim to be fighting big tech and we sell out the people who are paying us to do so and fighting on behalf of big tech. I'm sorry, it is something, it's wrong.
Earlier in the
Movement's dead, guys.
show, you mentioned that I think you mentioned this in the show that you were in Hollywood, you were doing the standard talent route, and then you decided to come out on YouTube as a conservative, and it basically cost you a lot. You lost your manager. You don't come off to me as a lot of Candace was on the show and she said he's doing it for money. It's so obvious. Why can't people see it? And I'm thinking about that and I'm like,
do you believe that?
No, I don't.
Well, they're accusing you of counter offering.
But I understand that. But the first thing I thought was, I'm like, Crowder's already rich. You know what I mean? Like, I understand people are looking at contracts and money.
Not really like you'd think. I mean, if they want to do personal tax returns and business tax returns and the charitable givings, we can do that.
Look, he's pulling out the charitable. He's pulling out the charitable givings. He's like, I'm not that rich. I gave all my money to orphans. I mean, that's how that reads to me. How does that read to you?
The way it reads to me is he's like literally like, hey, you want me to like provide tax receipts or something? Like, I don't know. It's really weird because wow, it's a weird thing to say, but
do you think he's saying that he is rich or that he's not rich?
He's saying he's not rich.
Right. He's saying he's not rich.
Right.
But he's also saying that he's donated to charity as well.
I guess it's a weird thing to say, but
I mean, charity giving is a great tax deduction. You should donate to charity, Stephen. That's like your tax shelter, especially in your tax bracket.
This is
we can do that. We can do it through a third party and seal them because I get private information. We can do that. Gerald will tell you.
It's just so weird. Nobody wants.
I'm going to change the thumbnail.
Okay.
I don't have any of the Sitch and Adam assets, but I'm just going to make it a picture of Tim and Crowder.
Yeah, do it up. Why do you think it's hurting our?
I'm just curious.
Our views.
I don't like the generic thumbnail.
Well, in the app, when people roll over it, they don't see the thumbnail. They see exactly what we're watching.
That is a good point.
Yeah. So it doesn't. That's why I don't think it really matters. But you change it up. Change it up.
I'm gonna put a Crowder in blackface.
Search Crowder in blackface and see if you can find that thumbnail. Although we're gonna get hit.
Crowder in blackface.
Look, I don't want to lose this channel right now. My other channels are kind of dead right now. So this is my only iron in the fire right now.
Sadly, no. There's no picture.
Look,
I can make a picture.
Look, are all of you subscribed or what? We have close to...
We have 850 people watching, only 284 views. Listen, don't make me and Adam bot likes, okay? Don't make us bot likes. We got to get up from 2% to at least 4%. At least 4% likes, everybody. Smash that like button. Oh.
Come on. Someday we might get a sponsor. This show is going places, guys. We're your investment, okay? Buy low, sell high.
You go.
We're at 43,377 subscribers. So you could be the next subscriber right now. Am I convincing you? I hope so. All right, let's get back into
it.
I think soon comes the prayer talk.
Again,
is it? I mean, I feel bad. I do feel bad because I was thinking about it and my instinct is, oh man, don't pray about it. You need to be talking to people about it. You need to be getting people's feedback. But in sort of a Jordan Petersonian way, I do think prayer is a way to consult your inner conscience and kind of focus your attention on what is the right thing to do. It's completely intuition based, but I don't think it's completely pointless. So
no, it's not. What are you talking about? He did ask someone what to do. He asked the only person that mattered.
God. Yeah. Or his conscience, whichever way you want to look at it.
Okay.
Hope Rags isn't in the chat. He's going to be really pissed I said
people like why I care about the subject matter so much.
Yeah.
Running this business and making lots of money. I often say, for a guy like me, who growing up in Chicago and being close to the bottom of the totem pole as an American, which is great for the rest of the world. I mean, for the rest, America's awesome.
Right.
The poorest person is wealthy compared to everybody else.
Right.
But there's a certain point in terms of having things that I could have ever wanted, and it's a very, very low bar.
Right.
I'm making once I got hired by Disney, the Disney Fusion, they're paying me $250K. I'm staring at money I have no idea what to do with.
Right.
Beyond that, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to do everything I can.
But this is the thing. The dialogue shifted to money, 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 money. You heard me say this is wrong, and then it's money, 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 just a business. And then it's this is wrong. Money, 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 this is just a business. Look, it's not just a business. And by the way, when you're talking about business, find out what motivates the people you're in business with. I'm not motivated by money. That's not what motivates me. If you look back at the track record in 2009, it was because I wanted to see the system burn, meaning as far as the system that kept conservatives in line. And I mean the liberal system, but then when you realize that it's on your own side, I'm not motivated by money. And by the way, don't leave someone with nothing to lose. You know the easiest situation is take the money, shut up. Second easiest is go bet on yourselves. You've seen the numbers that we've given you there. And guess what? You make more money, you shut up. The option of say no and say, look, this is wrong, and speak out is significantly harder than any of the other paths.
The two things I want to say is, my point on the money was I view you in a similar way, that you're ideologically driven, that if you have the resources to do what you want to do and you're living comfortably and taking care of your family, beyond that, I don't see you as the kind of guy who's like, I don't have an infinity pool and 3 Ferraris in my garage. So when they say Crowder is just...
What's the infinity pool? Is that the
edge?
It's where the edge goes off, like, and so, yeah.
It looks like a horizon.
I have no idea.
That sounds nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind
into
one.
a sewer. That's
right, but the question is, if you had the choice between an infinity pool and a young, a talented personality who is going to help change the shape of this country for the better, I think you're going to choose to change the shape of this country for better. That's my view of you.
100%. I had to tell this guy that it was okay to buy a reasonably priced shotgun.
Yes,
I'm not kidding.
True.
This is not me like standing.
Well, he is Canadian.
We've been friends. We've been friends for a while. Steven can tell me at any point to go pound sand, right? So I'm not kissing up. It's just like the
shotgun conversation that goes on for too long.
Yeah, we can fast forward. Also, he's basically just saying Steven Crowder's cheap, which could be its own. Look, if you're too cheap to... Being super cheap is not always a good play in business.
Well,
being too cheap with employees, being too cheap to mark up the contract, it's not like a plus.
Well, it's actually, it's weird that they go off on the tangent because it's actually a counter argument. If you say he was too cheap to buy a shotgun, that means he cares too much about money, not too little about money.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. That too.
Literally backwards. So I was like, this is very strange, but all right. They're like, listen, Steven, he cares so much. He wouldn't buy this shotgun because it was just too expensive. And I'm like, oh,
yeah,
okay. I don't know what you mean by that. That's kind of doesn't make your argument.
Yeah,
Chief.
It's a brilliant point right there. Yeah, you're obsessed with money at that point.
Yeah, you're like, oh, Steven's really wealthy, but he wouldn't spend a moderate amount of money on some nice shotgun until he was basically forced to do so or guilted to do so.
What if Steven, it's $12.5 million. What if he's making them 30?
Oh, okay, wait, let's back up. Let's make sure we don't miss anything actually relevant.
But to see important messages and video turned around.
Contract at 12 years old,
right?
So there's not much you can do.
I still remember we were called crazy truthers for calling this out as rationally as we did, saying, "Hey, the national security state is going to be turned around against you," and it has. But
you're right.
At that time specifically, we had a discourse that was kind of free and open. We didn't have algorithms. People were able to see important messages and videos and talking points and content creators. Now we're living in a different age. I wanted to kind of get your point of view. Some people say you have to keep pushing the Overton window. Some people say you got to keep playing ball. Mark Dice is also in the chat. He just is accusing Ben Shapiro of allegedly paying $135,000 to boost his Facebook posts. I don't know if that's true.
Well, who cares though? He can do that. The only issue I have is when that's used and it hurts people because sponsors drop out because they don't get their money's worth. Again, I could tell you that. But would those receipts be a betrayal? Because this industry fundamentally needs to change. People are investing in you and in us and in what you're saying. If you can't say what it is that you're saying right now, let's say if you send a contract that said, yeah, but you know what? We have a lot of buddies in those systems. You're selling out the people who are supporting you. And that's something that to me is unconscionable. And people can disagree with it, but no, I think you're absolutely right.
So what would be the total solution? I want to get into the problem solving. Like, what would you do if you were the Daily Wire?
Okay, so the only thing, and this is the thing, this is all done right now. I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but the first answer, and I've said we won't talk about this again. If someone takes a pledge alongside me, anyone in BigCon, just the only thing that I ask is that you do not punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech. That's it. Start with that. Let's start with that. Before we get to everything else, right? So a lot of times people want the entire solution. Just start with that. You won't be penalized 25% if you're demonetized on YouTube by the people who are supposed to be fighting for you.
Now let's address the argument there.
Yeah.
The argument they've made is why should we be the ones to lose money if you're removed from the platform and not making money.
And that sounds really great, right? It's a partnership. That's what they were talking about. They were trying to pick like a partnership and put it into contract form, or at least in this, like a term sheet, right? Well, what it didn't take into account, honestly, is what if Steven, okay, it's $12.5 million. What if he's making them 30? What if he's making them $30 million
That's a starting point,
a year?
is a guarantee.
Yeah. What if he's making them $30 million a year, and all of a sudden, instead of making 30, you subtract 2 from that. So it's fine to share in these things when the expenses come up, but when the upside comes up, we're not really in a partnership anymore.
We would
so
be the
this
only
wasn't
one-
about.
Oh. So it's all about the money, right?
Oh, I guess the all about the money thing. Sitch, you want to take another victory lap on the all about the money?
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's ridiculous to me. Like, if he's gonna, like, again, and that's fine. It's this is why this annoys me. It's totally, it totally is justifiable and moral,
Right.
in my opinion, to say, hey, if I'm going to bear some additional risk, I should bear some additional reward. That's a totally fine thing to demand. You should demand that. That's fine. But just say it. Just say it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's not even like it's not immoral to say either. I mean, the problem that they're running into is that they're trying to straddle the moral fence. They're trying to make it like both moral and immoral at the same time.
It's like if he came out and he said, Daily Wire. Well, first of all, it would be you couldn't really make that argument.
Yeah.
Because if he said Daily Wire are greedy, exploitive in their contracts, and then they just say, well, you can just negotiate whatever you want. And so it kind of it deflates the argument too much, because I was like, well, why didn't you just ask for a better contract then, Stephen? So, but that's the reality of the situation. I think the reality of the situation is, and this comes up in this conversation, I think they really did expect a second offer from Daily Wire. And when they didn't get one, they were kind of like, oops.
This is why I think, Daily Wire stepped out. I really
but see,
do.
that's weird, because then it's like, why does Crowder want to work for Daily Wire?
I think Daily Wire, look, I think if they just sat down like fucking normal people and had the conversation, I think Daily Wire would have, done the same thing they did with Tim and said, maybe we can work together in the future, but I just think what you want to do is off brand for what we're doing.
Right.
And that just didn't happen because they wanted to put everything in writing. So they're like, okay, if we have to put everything in writing, we got to protect ourselves all around. And, if we're lukewarm, let's say they're lukewarm on him. They don't really want him, but if they got a screaming deal on him, they'd take him, right?
Right.
So they put the contract together for a screaming deal. Like, okay, here.
Right.
And when he wants to be their superstar and wants to break TOS as much as he does now, they're like, this is not going to work. Bye-bye.
Right.
But he doesn't understand that. This is the thing. And another thing that came out of this for me, one of my takeaways was Tim is kind of trying to explain this to Steven Crowder when he tells him the Liz Cheney thing with the billboard. He's trying to explain this is what has happened to you, Stephen. Only you didn't walk away. You didn't walk away amicably like I did. You decided to turn, a contract dispute into internet drama, which is probably not good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Where was I?
Got some super chats.
Ostracy for $20. Thank you, Ostracy. Ostracy giving us like $100 so far. It says, I'll come in if you want. The text is directly from the contract. So I brought up at least a picture that they showed of the contract. It says Section 8, ownership. Daily Wire will own all of the content contemplated to be created herein, and will own all of the Daily Wire created channels and brands created by Daily Wire during the term. To be clear, Daily Wire can exploit those channels, brands, and content in perpetuity. In perpetuity, thank you.
Yes.
At its sole discretion. Okay.
Right.
So the argument is over when it says exploit those channels, brands, and content. What does the word exploit mean exactly? I'm interpreting that to mean they're going to make money off of it, not that they get editorial discretion to tell Crowder, hey, you have to do this in your show, beyond like the ad reads and stuff. You can't put this in your show, blah, blah, blah. I don't see that in the contract at all. And if it was in the contract that they would have editorial discretion over his show, I just can't imagine. And I don't know if there's a way to solve this because it's not, you don't have the text of the contract.
Yeah.
I just don't believe for a second that if the Daily Wire was claiming editorial control over Crowder, that he just wouldn't say it. Why is he not saying it? I mean, I guess that's the question answer. Why is he not just shouting that again and again and again? They're demanding editorial control over my show, and they're going to censor me so that I don't violate TOS. Why is he not saying that?
Because Daily Wire would come out and say, you're lying. No, I think Daily Wire's done speaking about this.
Well, I'm just saying, if that's in the contract, if Oshie is correct and that's in the contract, Crowder would say it. Crowder would 100% say it and I'll tell you why. Part of why he would say it is because it would make Daily Wire look even worse. Because if the contract stipulated that they had editorial control over his content, and yet even on top of that, if it still got demonetized on top of that, they would still reduce Crowder's fee. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. The fee reduction only makes sense if Crowder controls his content. It doesn't make any sense if the Daily Wire is assuming editorial control over his content. Because then it would be the Daily Wire's fault if something gets through and gets demonetized. It wouldn't be Crowder's fault. And Crowder would say this because it would be insane if that was the contract. And Crowder would be shouting this again and again and again. But no one is saying that. Crowder is not saying that. And he would be if that was in the contract. So,
has everything been said on this, or do you have much more to say on it?
I don't mean there's more interesting things that happen in the.
Okay.
If you have to go, I can always go and just read the super chats and we'll end the stream. Because I can end it on my end, can't I?
Yeah, I have an hour left.
Okay. Dr. Phi, thanks so much for the 20 Canadian, says people knew who he was talking about then, quote, I didn't go personal. He basically called everyone at the Daily Wire big tech shills and sellouts who don't have any integrity. I see why Daily Wire responded. Wouldn't it look worse if they didn't? Exactly. I agree completely.
Yeah, they had to respond. But I'm saying they aren't going to respond again. They're like, no, we have our response. You guys sling as much mud as you want.
Right,
Do your best.
But that's why it's kind of silly for Crowder. Well, on one hand, he says like they got personal, and then he says, I understand why they got personal. But it's like, yeah, because he could have, and this is what I said on Sunday, he could have framed this where he just attacked Daily Wire's management for scummy business practices, but he didn't. He attacked their political integrity, and he attacked the political integrity of everyone who works there. Yeah. And so they kind of have to respond at that point. And then he also said that he had evidence that they were all locked into really shill contracts that are terrible. And he even said it, he repeated it again, because he's saying, well, if I took this contract and then I started censoring myself, am I not a sellout? So by implication, he's saying everyone that's at the Daily Wire is the sellout.
Right. Because you all took the contract. Unless you come out and say, no, I didn't take that contract. But then you're causing this huge firestorm where we're going to ask to come out and say,
exactly,
I do not have the stipulations. Prove it. Look, I think the Daily Wire turned Jordan Peterson's content into shit. So I got no love for the Daily Wire. Like, seriously. I can't even stand. I unsubscribed to Jordan Peterson.
Wow,
I can't watch.
Look at this.
Sometimes he puts out something that I'm dying to see right until I get to the Noble Gold ad. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
So you agree with Crowder. You can't stand the ad reads.
Look, he did the one thing with the detransitioner that I shared, which is amazing and should be, more people should know about that video. But it's got a Noble Gold ad, and like, what the hell? She's sobbing about, I cut my boobs off when I was 12, and like cut to Noble Gold. Jeez, Jordan, that doesn't look good.
I'm scrubbing through it. I don't see the ad.
There's an ad in there.
I don't remember that.
There is definitely an ad in there. It may not be
Okay.
I'm maybe wrongly throwing Noble Gold under the bus.
Right,
but
right. I understand.
I was like, even in this, you need an ad? Like, I'm sorry, but it does undercut this whole, we're changing the world. Imagine if, they're giving their oral arguments in the Supreme Court and all of a sudden they have to like turn to,
Right.
oh, by the way, Noble Gold.
No, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you.
They're like Daily Wire should write their contracts that there are some things that are just, this is an important thing for the movement, and let's not do any ad spots in them.
Right, right. So
Yeah.
I did see they had an ad for the Daily Wire in it.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't.
Even worse.
Or it was actually for some kind of series that Jordan Peterson's trying to do on the Bible or something.
Even worse.
So, well, that's fine. I mean, he's advertising himself. It's not so
Even
bad.
worse. No, it's even more. Look.
That's less bad than a Noble Gold that someone's crying about how they had to detransition. You're like, hold that tear
It's
for a second.
worse.
We can talk about Noble Gold.
Look,
that didn't happen. I just scrubbed through the whole thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's worse because this is what it says. It's like we couldn't get an ad sponsor in this very serious content, so I'm just going to be the ad sponsor in the content.
Okay, so you can't win. You can't win. You're like, oh, this is so serious. There shouldn't be an ad in it. But then, whoa, you can't advertise for yourself.
Yeah. Well, what is the purpose? Come on.
Okay.
Jeez, what is the purpose? You're literally like you're Jordan Peterson. You need another ad for your YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm gonna die on this hill.
Okay, you die on that
The
hill.
Daily Wire ruined Jordan Peterson, and I'm bitter and I'm bitter about it.
Money, guys.
We would be the only ones
just
at risk.
disingenuous.
The only ones at risk. I'm already demonetized.
Right.
I can hear
But
Jeremy
hold on,
being
this
like,
is-
"It was a term sheet. I would have negotiated."
Okay,
I can
okay,
hear him.
all right,
just-
Well,
hold on,
look, I can write that I
But
want
he
to have
didn't,
sex
though.
with your wife on a
There is
term
no-
sheet. Oh, I thought you were going to
But wait,
redline
wait.
it. It's like, come on, that doesn't.
Okay, George just stands up.
This
I
is-
had sex with your wife.
This is a good point. It penalized you.
He obviously listened to Lauren Chen's video because he used the sex with your wife clause, which the
Yes.
first I had heard it was in Lauren Chen's video.
Well, I think some people were saying it. Like it was like a thing people were saying on Twitter.
Okay,
Or maybe you didn't listen to her. Video.
She got it. I'm just doubtful Steven Crowder came to that conclusion on his own.
It's if you get banned, you lose X percent, and
No matter how much you're making.
45.
no matter how much you're making,
No.
and no matter how much you lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you lose $0, they penalize you.
And the penalties add up to 110%. And they said in their own video, this is demanded of all creators, right? Does anyone disagree that that's what was said? This is what everyone signs. Now here's the issue with that. Again, you don't put it in if you don't want that.
The counterpoint, Candace said, is she negotiated. She hired a lawyer.
Yeah.
Steven Crowder has the resources to hire a lawyer and redline this.
Sure.
She put on her
I thought
big
we were
girl
good
pants.
friends.
I figured
thought
out
we were
why
friends.
Candace was so pissed last
So
week
hold on,
when she
wait.
came in.
Yeah.
I figured it out. I'll tell you about it in a second.
I want to let's talk about the friends thing. This is actually a really good point. You recorded co-CEO of Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, on a phone call.
Yep.
He says, "I thought we were friends."
Yep.
A lot of people have said, "Wow, that was a messed up thing to do." It sounds like what you're saying in the context we were just talking. They sent you a business contract that was very bad, that penalized you 110% if all fees are applied, more money than they would actually pay you. And it didn't take into consideration if you made them more money. It didn't take into consideration how much money you made them. It didn't take into consideration if you were banned from Facebook, but Facebook generated no revenue. They
Yeah.
still penalized you.
That's part of it.
So here's what I'm hearing. Here's what I'm thinking. If the question is, and I do have qualms about recording the recording, but we'll get into more detail.
Mm-hmm.
They say you were supposed to be friends. Why would you record your friend's phone call?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's an interesting point to be made. Why would your friend send you a very, very bad contract that felt exploitative?
And why would a friend not listen to you when you say, take me off the table, it's not a fit? There was never, just to be clear, there was never another offer that came through after I said, these are the non-starters. The penalties for big tech, right? The owning of people's names, image, likeness, their platforms are in perpetuity long after they leave. I said, then we can talk about the money, right? He said they came in low, and I'm sure my gay Cuban hardcore right-wing agent came in high. You find that, but it's like...
Look, he just said that they did counteroffer. He just said that they counteroffered. Like a minute ago, 30 seconds ago.
It's not about the money.
Look, 30 seconds ago, he said there was no counteroffer.
There was no counteroffer.
And then he just said they came in low and my whatever race attorney came in high. That's called a counteroffer.
Well, we're playing game. Everyone's playing games here with how we, the language.
So
right?
what? Like...
Look, but in perpetuity, long after they leave. I said, then we can talk about the money, right? He said they came in low, and I'm sure my gay Cuban hardcore right-wing agent came in high. You find that...
What did he just say?
Right. So maybe here's the problem. Maybe this is all based on a misunderstanding. Maybe Steven never had a conversation with him directly. Maybe this was all through his gay Cuban agent,
right?
Okay, or lawyer, and that horrible gay Cuban lawyer made it all about the money. So the Daily Wire, it's all about the money.
They make 15% of the contract, so usually it is about the money for them.
Right, but then Steven was like, I don't care about the money. But then his agent, didn't say that.
It's like,
so.
well, I care about the money, and I only make 15%. You make 85%.
That would be hilarious if that actually is what happened. There was just like this third-party miscommunication. I don't think that's the case, but
how can you say you didn't counter when he just said he countered?
Well, I'm assuming so, and he asked them to clarify this. What I'm assuming where the sort of ambiguity in the language is coming from is that he means that they didn't take the contract, cross it out, write in, $30 million a year instead of 12.5, and then hand it back to them. So that's quote unquote not a counteroffer, even though they asked for that. I know
that's ridiculous.
I know
that's ridiculous. They did counter.
Well, what was interesting was
they said, here's the counter, write the contract. That's exactly what they said.
If you remember on Sunday, did Steven Crowder not say that he was the one that walked away from the conversation?
I know. That's why I was getting so triggered, because
it turns out that's not the case. It was the Daily Wire that walked away.
I knew the Daily Wire walked away because I watched Jeremy Boring's boring video.
Yeah, but he could have been, being dishonest, right? He could have been lying.
I think... Usually, here's my thing on dishonesty. When people have more to lose, I tend to think they're more honest, because if he gets caught lying, he's got like a company with 300 employees to lose. Like, why would he?
Crowder doesn't have a lot to lose.
Yeah, why would he start lying about this shit?
Well, about things that don't really matter, like who walked away first, is kind of irrelevant.
Look,
or it was, unless you try to make some kind of moral argument about it. So there you go. Steven said that he walked away, but he didn't. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's a weird thing. But again, this is my problem with Steven's everything. The contract, sucks. I think Steven's well within his right to ask for a bunch of things we've talked about a million times. But why not just say that? Why does he have to add this veneer of morality, which is not true, which then makes him look worse, because then he kind of has to fib the story a little bit. Or a lot of it, actually. But
yeah, a lot of it.
So,
but it's like, but there can't be any terms without this. Once I said that can't happen, these terms, the big tech penalties, that's when talks completely stopped. It was never changed and said, of course, all these. It's like you saw in their first video. We have to make money.
This is exactly what happened too, because they countered with a high offer, and wanted to take the stuff out and said, you write the contract, and Daily Wire said, no, we don't, that's too high an offer. And he's spinning it as they had a problem with the clauses.
The stipulation.
But even Boring in his video said, we could have taken the stipulations out. Obviously, he's already demonetized.
Well, the YouTube one, they would have, I don't know if they would have taken them all out. They would have wanted to keep something in there. But,
right.
And again, my perception is the only reason the Daily Wire walked away, like if Crowder had said, I will spend the amount of money it takes to pay my lawyer to do his fucking job and to write on the contract and to cross out the 50 million and replace it with the 120 or whatever it was, and to cross out all the fees and things he didn't like, and then send it back to Daily Wire. I don't think Daily Wire would have just given them this flat, we're not going to do business with you now. I think they would have then negotiated back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
They would.
I think it was really the attitude about like, oh, I want you to offer me what I want. The Daily Wire was kind of like, we're not going to do this.
It could have totally been that, because obviously Jeremy, like, these are both very powerful people, and when powerful people feel like they've been disrespected, a lot of times they go to war.
I don't know if it's disrespect. It doesn't. If they send him a contract and Steven Crowder says, this is a non-starter for me, I want you to send me back an offer that has the things I want in it. That's kind of like, well, wait a minute. We don't want to offer you your highball number, right?
Right.
That's what you're trying to negotiate. We're not going to offer you $120 million. What are you talking? Why would we write that in our offer? That doesn't make any sense.
But they could have said that. They could have explained that to him. Said, listen, we don't accept your offer.
He understands that. This is like stupid. Like, what do you mean?
Okay.
Listen, I would give a lot to be able to hear the phone call for these initial negotiations.
What do you think happened? Look, the phone call that he recorded that he only released half of, like, what do you think that conversation was?
It's probably boring. It's just him trying to catch him saying something bad.
Right.
Right. But I want the actual original conversation to see how that went down.
Maybe Tim will send it to us if we're sworn to secrecy.
There you go. Listen,
Tim, you owe us. We're telling people you did a great job in this interview when everyone who has eyes can see you. You totally softballed it.
There you go. I agree.
They outright said that fee structure couldn't be changed.
Yeah, there was never another offer after that. I said, look, this is the sticking point.
Well, wait. I like it. So I actually give Tim, I sort of give Tim credit. He asked a very specific question. He said, they told you that fee structure couldn't be changed. And then Crowder says, well, they didn't offer me anything again.
Yeah.
So that's not the answer to the question.
Very legalistic. Yeah.
Right.
Very
Right. Suddenly Crowder is a legal genius here. Okay.
You have to get rid of all of these.
Change it.
And also, we can't do this. I'd love to sit as from one business owner to another. You don't have to do it this way, right? A good example is, look, I feel vulgar talking about numbers. Election night. Okay, election night. We had been suspended for having Carrie Lake on. The entire Daily Wire cast on YouTube, less than a quarter of the viewers that we had on Rumble. When we cross streams, their viewership went up 40,000 people. That's proof of product that, hey, look, proof of concept. You can do it off of YouTube. You don't have to.
Right.
I think you use the platform as long as you can, but you need to start building alternatives. It is fundamental to the business model on the right to not change that.
And I'll just point out that we have about 120,000 more live viewers than we average with you being here. So there's something to be said for
I think
that.
Daily Wire's got some creative, like a lot of opportunity on their website. Because like if all your back catalog was on Daily Wire at no cost to anybody, and they could go into Daily Wire, log in, and then I spend 99 cents on a crowd.
Okay. Thank you, Ian, for changing the subject. But going back to what they were talking about with Rumble. So again, this doesn't address the question, which is, will advertisers pay the same for views on Rumble than on YouTube? I don't know the answer to the question. I'm guessing no. But then secondly, I don't think it's a good example to use. Like, obviously election night is going to be like outside of the norm for viewership.
Of course.
Political content, right? And obviously for Tim, this stream is going to be huge for him because of all the drama, that's surrounding it.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously Crowder himself is just a big draw too. So
yeah, it would be interesting to see what the numbers would be with just Crowder as a guest, not as a, I just blew up the internet.
Right.
Doubtful it would be the same kind of number.
It would probably be good numbers, but it wouldn't be like, I think Tim said this was the second highest they ever had after Kanye.
Just pointing out it's the drama, not not Crowder.
Crowder video. It gets split between you guys. Like, there's a lot of technical.
Well, they're already going to be doing over 300,000 Mug Clip subscribers day one, right? Now, the issue here is let's take me out of it. Let's say you're starting your own thing, right? You're trying to come up in this movement, and the terms are being set by people on your side behind the scenes where this is the ball that you have to play. I said to Jimmy, take me out of it. It's not the right fit, which I thought, if I don't have a dog in this fight anymore, it won't fall on deaf ears when I say, hey, it's about the next kid. This can't work. We can't have a movement. We can't sell our people out. And that's how I view it. Maybe you don't. They said, this is just a business. These are the terms. But there are alternatives. You don't have to be dependent on YouTube or Facebook. And you certainly shouldn't make it fundamental to your business model when you're telling people that you're fighting them. This has been going on for years.
Here's my
and not
view.
just Daily Wire, to be clear. Not just Daily Wire. Pick a name in the movement. Most likely, yes.
Here's my view of it. I think the Daily Wire does important.
So again, as I said on Sunday, he said not just Daily Wire. He said pick a name in the movement. So he's saying all conservative outlets are all shills.
The Blaze.
They're all selling out. They're all
Lauren
selling
Chen.
out. None of them believe in the real. Listen, me, Steven Crowder, I'm the only real person that believes in the real cause. Everyone else is a fake, a fraud.
Lotus Eaters.
We know that Sargon was offering
Lotus
Crowder
Eaters.
like the big contract. And Steven was like,
Carl.
Carl, what is this stipulation that I'm going to lose money if I get demonetized from YouTube?
Carl, how could you buy views?
Carl, I can't. Oh my God, Carl, I can't believe you. We trusted you.
We did. We trusted you, Carl.
Oh.
I called you a friend of the show. Oh my God, this is hilarious.
Good work. Candace Owens' BLM documentary, I think, was good. What is a Woman, I think, was a massive success. That What is a Woman reached people that I know that aren't political, and that's a cultural force. So I think I talked with them. We had a meeting. I sat down with Jeremy, with a few of the other guys, but mostly with Jeremy. Jeremy came on the show. Afterwards, he said, "Hey, if there's anything you ever need, let us know. Thanks for having me on." And I was like, "I'll hit you up sometime." We talked about doing Nashville Week because we wanted to try out our new mobile studio. Then while we're in the process of setting this up, I said, well, let's talk. I mean, is there a way we can maximize the effectiveness of our operations? You guys are way bigger than us.
Of course.
But of course, there could be an opportunity that we don't understand that you do. And so we started talking about a variety of different things.
Yeah.
See, Tim is so smart. He really is. Comes at it from a humble perspective. You know, we're smaller than you. You guys know things that we don't know. I can learn from you. That's the way to do a deal. And Crowder comes in. I'm the big celebrity, okay? You mark up the contract. You rewrite it with my number. You're supposed to get on your knees and beg for me. That's not good.
We can get Ubercross in here.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I almost said, listen, can I phone a friend? I have a real quick errand to run. And I'll come back.
If you want to do that, we can do that.
Well, I can't. The errand isn't for like another 30 minutes. So
Okay, well,
So I'm good,
Ubercross,
but-
if you want to.
I mean,
Stick
Ubercross
around.
can come in, but if he comes in, he's gonna he might be gone in 30 minutes. I don't know. But we
Well,
can.
if you want, when Adam
off-space-
goes in 30 minutes, we'll bring Ubercross in if he's still around. So
Okay, or he can come in now. I don't care. Bring him in now
okay.
if you want.
No.
You want to bring Austrian too? Has he ever been on? I don't know.
No,
He's given
He
us a
hasn't
lot
been
of
on.
money. We could
he
see
has
it.
given us a lot of money.
We could make sure. We could, make sure that it's not,
Right.
drug money or something. He could be, who knows?
Well, we'll start with Ubercross.
It
See
could
what
be
the-
NFT
to
money.
give the legal take here as an official lawyer.
Okay. Oh, look.
What ex-
Thank goodness. Imagine if I left and you'd have no way to admit him into the room.
Oh, right. You still have the meeting room, the waiting room on, huh?
I'm going to turn the waiting room off right now.
You got to turn that waiting room off. As long as Mr. Ubercross promises not to send the link to Lofty.
Yeah. What, do you
Hey,
promise?
can you hear me okay?
I
We
can.
can. We could see
All
you,
right.
too. What's up?
Oh, no way. How's it going?
Hey,
Hey
what's
now.
up? Look, I can do
Not
it
too much.
So,
Perfect.
tell us about the legalities here, the legalese.
All right. So the thing that Stephen keeps saying that drives me insane is about like this redlining, like it's this cumbersome, difficult sort of practice. There's literally a feature in Microsoft Word that says redline. You click on it.
Red
and then it
ink
just-
is very expensive, okay? Have you
I know,
been
it's
to
crazy.
Office Max when you buy the little printing stuff?
And so then all you got to do is you like You click and then you drag the thing that you don't want, and then you delete it, and then it shows.
But then you gotta type the thing you do want, though.
And then you do. Yeah, you have to do that. It's the most efficient way of negotiating possible. And so all you have to do, you could take that 50 and delete that, and then he could write in.
He could write in extra money for blackface. Type.
All of the things that he doesn't want that are like YouTube, I'm just going to delete that. That 20%, I'm going to make that a 0. It's you just delete the 2. You don't even have to delete it and then write in a 0. You can just delete the 2. It's the easiest thing in the world.
Right.
And then he could send that back. He could send that back to the Daily Wire. And it would take his attorney or his agent 5 minutes, and they could do that. It's infuriating to me to hear the idea that this is somehow the most difficult thing in the world. Like, it's crazy. You can't negotiate this.
How does Crowder ask for the N-word pass in legalese? How does he type that into the
contract? Write it in. So what you do is that you put in there, like, once per show, Steven Crowder is allowed to, behind a paywall, to use, whatever term that you want to use, however they want to phrase it.
He's allowed to have a lispy queer board with Carlos Maz's face on it that he can throw darts on.
Oh my!
Yeah, and they say it's either in front of or behind the paywall. It's not that difficult. You just say, you're going to come back to the Daily Wire Plus, subscriber.
Do you agree that sooner or later the serfs is going to be tweeting out these behind the paywall clips on Daily Wire and saying, "Look, this is what Daily Wire allows on their platform."
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, well, I'm sure that's the big risk, is that anybody who does it, it's going to be like, yeah, you're going to go behind the paywall and it's going to get crazy.
Of course.
But and then Surf starts publishing stuff. I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of an agreement that you click on. I don't know. I don't know what the Daily Wire Plus subscriber agreement is. Maybe there's some liability if you click on it. They use the subscriber somehow have liability that if you're going to, disseminate it in some way, that they'd be able to, like, I don't know. That'd be my thought.
Oh, interesting.
Well, have you considered that Crowder has to pay his lawyer per keystroke?
It's possible. You have to think. My guess is that he's got an agent. His agent is going to be getting paid a percent. The agent is the one who would ask for so from a technical perspective, what I believe happened is that they requested an offer. The offer was sent to the agent. The agent then rejected the offer. So from a very technical standpoint, what happens is that a contract is based off of an offer, acceptance, and consideration. Consideration is the thing that you give to the other person, the thing that you lose. So if I say, I'm going to mow your yard if you pay me $100, then you're giving me $100. That's your consideration. My consideration is mowing the yard. And then you've offered me the $100. I've accepted that for the lawn mowing. Consideration is what we give each other. A non-binding term sheet is a thing that says, even if I give this to you, this is an offer that you cannot accept. Effectively, is what they're saying. Here's an offer, but you cannot accept it. So even if I've heard this from like Barnes, I've heard it from Riquetta, like attorneys that I find it very frustrating that they're like, yeah, if he would have signed it, it would have been a contract. Not true. Couldn't be. Literally, functionally could not be a contract.
Because it was a non-binding term sheet?
Correct. If it's non-binding, you cannot be. Yeah, you can't be bound by it. It's non-binding.
Okay, I got you.
I think what they meant. I'm assuming I didn't hear what they said. I assume what they meant was, like, if he's agreed to this, they would have just printed a binding version that he would have signed.
Yeah, but even then, it would have been 100 pages. Because then you have to define what is a production cost and what is not.
That's where all the morality clauses come in and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Too.
And Jeremy even talked about it. That wasn't mentioned in there in his video. He's like, yeah, well, there'd be a thing that, in the video production, we'd pay him $15,000 a day if he does this thing or does that thing. But that's not in the term sheet.
Yeah.
That's something that they would negotiate later. Well, what is the production cost? Okay, what is the production cost that is covered by the Daily Wire? What is not? What is considered a production cost? What is considered exploitation of this thing? What is considered that? There would have been 100 pages of this contract. It's not going to be a 2-page term sheet. Like, that term sheet functionally never could have been a contract. There's 0% chance that ever would have been a contract. It's impossible that it would have been. Right. I can't imagine it. It's just it's Crowder making it sound like something that it's not.
If they gave him an offer and had buyer's remorse, let's say they offered him $100 million and they like you're saying, it's a non-binding term sheet.
Yeah.
So he says, okay, perfect. You know, I don't like some of these clauses, but the 100 million we're good on.
Yeah, it's still
And
not
they-
binding. It's not binding.
Right. But could,
Yeah.
if they said, if he sends it back to them and they say, oh, we changed our mind about the 100 million, I think we can only afford 75 million. Could he get an attorney to say, listen, you made a deal for 100 million? And
I don't think so. No,
Okay.
it's everything and nothing. So if they say it's 100 million and then here are these terms, and then he says, well, I don't like those terms. And they say, okay, well, you know, it's 75 million, then, you know, okay.
Mhm.
I mean, the other thing that I find a little bit frustrating is the idea.
Oh wait,
that
before
Steven
you get to
Crowder-
that,
sorry,
on
go
what you
ahead.
just said.
Yeah.
So wait, if they send him a non-binding sheet and they're like,
Mhm.
he agreed to it,
Yeah,
they're not binding for them though, right? They could just say, well, we've decided
Not
actually
binding
that
for
we don't like
anybody.
this.
yeah, yeah. It's non-binding for anybody. They could
Right.
give that to him, and he could say, "I love this. Let's do exactly this. Perfect. This is
Right.
no more details needed. Put my signature at the bottom. I'll sign it." And then they could say, we don't want to do it. We changed our mind.
We didn't think you'd actually take this deal.
Yeah. So no, we all right. You're a real sucker. No, we didn't want to do this.
Right.
No, they
Anyway,
could they
yes,
could
sir.
step back on both parties. The other thing I was saying that is, I may have lost my thought on it actually.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, just a second. It's like right on the tip of my brain.
I know, it's like right there.
It's okay.
The other
Those
annoying
happen.
things that people are saying that you're like, oh my God, they're so wrong.
Yeah, there's a handful of them that I feel like I guess it's just that it feels like attorneys are on both sides of it are misrepresenting exactly what's happening.
is
Where's-
Sitch
I mean,
misrepresenting
fucking-
everything that's happening by every
I
time
represent
he brings,
everything correctly at all times.
every time he
okay?
brings
No,
up
I
the
think,
money thing, he seems so
yeah.
smug. I just, you know,
It seems like that's the only thing that Steven's actually worried about. And
Yeah.
I'll say,
Yeah.
I know.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. It's weird that it's like it's not about the money. It's about what the money represents. That the
it's
money
about
prevents
the
me from saying what I
principle.
want to. Yeah,
Ubercross.
you're right.
It's
And
about the principle.
that's-
How dare you?
Yeah,
Yeah, the principal
Right.
money. Yeah, that's about
Right,
the
yeah.
principal cost.
the principle being Sitch. I actually
This-
didn't know. Now that
look,
I've seen you on
this is
video, I
about-
didn't know that that's what you look like. You look exactly like your picture. That's crazy.
I
This-
know, isn't that crazy?
This is
Yeah,
about
I
the
didn't know.
movement, Mr. Ubercross. This is about the
It is,
movement. You
yeah.
have to,
Yeah.
you have to accept that.
Yeah, no, you do. You do. I would say, having listened to most everybody on it, and I think Sean, Actual Justice Warrior, is listening, that I think he's done a really good job of.
Sean is
picking
listening
apart-
right now.
I saw him in the chat,
Damn.
and I think he's done a good job of actually picking it apart, like better than a lot of other people that I've seen that seem like they're missing a lot of the points that are in there. That it just seems very aside. Like they keep wanting to push the issue to something else that it's not really. It's like about morality. It's about whatever. It's like, no, it's contract negotiation.
Mhm.
Right.
That's all it is. It's purely what it is. We gave you an offer. If you don't like it, then you don't have to take it. That's okay.
Listen, the Daily Wire should have to assume all of the risk and then just pay Crowder, and that's the end of it. If they really cared about the cause, right?
And maybe they should. That's not. It's not
Hayden's
actually a
here
crazy.
too.
It's not a crazy position to take. Steven Crowder could have taken that position. That hey,
Right.
you guys are going to take all the costs. You're going to pay me a fixed fee, and that fee is what it's going to be. You're going to pay me $50 million. That's it. I'm not going to take any risk. And then you guys decide: is that a profitable venture for you? You know, do you think you're going to make more than $50 million off me, my subscribers, off
Right.
the merch that you're going to sell? And if you think so, then perfect. And if not, then fine.
Yeah, but
I mean,
he
that's
couldn't
a-
make that a moral issue.
That's
the problem.
absolutely true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's hard to make it a moral issue if you're gonna just walk away from a contract like that.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, sorry. There's one other thing I was wanting to talk about now.
Yeah,
It's escaped me. I should have made a note before I came in so that I'd be able to make sure that I hit there were like three things that I was wanting
Are
to talk
you
about, and I
leaving
talked
now?
about two.
Look, it'll come
Oh, no,
back.
I don't have to leave. I can
Okay.
stick around.
You got
I'm not doing
the.
anything.
I mean, you can't really use a watch together link on your phone like that, though. So I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, if you guys that is the thing. If you guys need me to bolt so that you can keep watching, I'll get out of here.
Mhm.
Unless there's anything else you want to ask me about.
Well,
or
I
any
think we
other
should
issues
just
you
read
want to bring up.
super chats and call it a night. But Sitch
there-
evidently wants to make sure this live stream is at least 10 hours long.
Okay.
So.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
fair.
What?
Is there any other so like with so when I'm arguing with Ostracy about whether they control his content or can
Right.
editorialize there. So is that just not even, we don't even know because that's not
That's not
spelled
even
out
a-
at all?
Oh, well, that's not a function of that. I mean, yeah, we can't know that based upon what was in the term sheet. There's nothing in there that says that.
Thank
What-
you.
Yeah, what the term sheet says is that I would have to assume that it would be implicit in the term sheet that Steven Crowder gets to make his own content. Because if they could editorialize it, why would they punish him for being demonetized? Because
That's
then
what I said. Yeah.
they would be responsible for the content.
Right.
If they're the ones who are editing it and then producing it and putting it out there, then it'd be their fault if it gets demonetized, not Steven's fault. So why would he lose money based upon their decision? That wouldn't make any sense. I think the only way that it would make sense is if they're giving him free reign to say what he wants to, and then he gets demonetized based upon his actions. That's the only thing that would make sense about that.
True. Wow.
So,
Like
yeah, it's not explicit. It's not explicit, but I think it's implicit
Right.
in there.
I love when someone else has my exact opinion. That means that I'm right.
Yeah. Well, and I've got a law degree, so obviously I know.
That's
what I'm
right. A
talking
lawyer has my
That's
exact
right.
opinion, so I'm double right.
Exactly. Yeah. And I've got this soothing voice too.
What happened? Do you
I
have
don't know
my
if that's
opinion on the Daily Wire was not really, they were lukewarm on Steven Crowder to begin with? And
I wouldn't be shocked if they were.
whoa, Sitch.
Adam, I didn't have that opinion until you'd said that. I think I saw you tweet that earlier, and I was like, that kind of makes some sense here. Because why would they have given him? Because Steven probably is worth more than $50 million a year,
Right.
minus production costs, minus whatever penalties there are. I mean, you have to think there's a good chance that over the course, or not $50 million a year, but $50 million over 4 years, you have to think he'd be worth more than that.
But they
But at
said
the
if
same
we
time,
can get him to pay us to work for us,
right? Yeah,
then
to
I
give us
mean,
185% of the contract. Yeah,
then okay, we're
Right.
in. Thank
yeah.
you.
No, that would make sense. Yeah, It seems like that could very well possibly be part of it.
Eric Cecil for $5 says, even if it's a non-binding term sheet, you can still be liable for damages if you breach the duty of good faith during negotiations.
Liable to who?
The other party,
Yeah.
I guess.
How are you? No, that's not a thing. You can't be liable to somebody for breaching good faith. You have to have a duty to somebody. You don't have a duty to negotiate
Until you sign
in
the
good
contract.
faith.
Yeah.
There's no good
Yeah,
faith negotiation duty.
No, not during the course of negotiation. I mean, I could negotiate with you in complete bad faith.
Mhm.
It's only once we have come to an agreement. If I've made a binding offer, so if I make an offer to you to sell you my car, and then and you accept it, and then I sell it to somebody else, now I'm in breach of contract, and I did it in bad faith. And so then you can sue me because it's binding. There's a binding nature to that agreement. But if
Right.
I say I'm giving you a non-binding offer to sell you my car, and then I sell it to somebody else after the fact, then I'm not in breach of anything.
Right.
Well,
And I don't
okay,
have
what
a
if-
duty to you.
What if you're going to sell me your car and you say, oh, my car, it's only been driven X number of miles. It's in this
Mhm.
X condition. And then when I buy, but you don't put that in the contract. But then when I buy
Right.
it, I find out that was all lies.
Yeah, that'd probably be a fraud or misrepresentation. But that's not the same thing as having good faith in the process of negotiate. If the offer is non-binding, then there's nothing that requires you to be in good faith at that point.
I guess I don't know what good faith means in a legal context in this
So
situation.
good faith means probably what you think it means. Good faith means that I'm telling you, I'm trying to do the thing that I'm telling you that I'm doing. Is really all good faith means. And good faith is really only defined by bad faith. And the bad faith means that I'm not doing what I'm telling you I'm going to do. I mean, that's really all that it means.
Whether you're lying or not.
Yeah. Or even if you're not lying, but if you're saying to somebody like, yeah, this car, the air conditioner works, the wheels are great, tires are new, great car, and then it doesn't have an engine in it. Okay, well, I didn't lie about anything I said, but I wasn't negotiating in good faith.
Interesting.
Do you know they
Okay.
never wanted Crowder's actually up to 31%? I'm kind of amazed.
Yeah.
There you go. 69% says yes, they did want Crowder. Or well, at least the offer was a real offer. So
I wouldn't be. Neither of those things would necessarily shock me. I don't think. At no point, I don't believe that Crowder ever engaged in a counter offer. I don't think either side has described anything that I would view as a counter offer. A counter offer is So, like I said before, in a contract, you have to have an offer, you have to have acceptance, and then you can have a rejection of an offer. You can reject an offer at the same time making another offer. That's called a counter offer. So you can reject at the same time as making another offer. And I don't believe that ever happened. I believe that what they did, and this is the thing I think I was wanting to talk about before, is that he made the offer, and then Steven turned around and said, I don't like that offer. Give me another one.
At this price, though, he did counter. He said, look, I don't like that offer at this price, but I like it at this price without the stipulations.
That may be the case. It sounded to me like he said, I don't want that offer. But give me another one. Scrap the whole thing, but it needs to be at least this much.
Yeah, that's called a counter offer.
Right,
not
it's not a counter offer.
Yeah, look, it's not an official counter offer, but obviously it's a counter offer.
Counter ask.
I think that what I would consider that to be is, in my business, what I call someone asking me to negotiate against myself, which I will never do.
Of course,
I never do that.
That's why Daily Wire said pound sand.
Yeah, I would.
You're not a team player. Look, you can't even work with us on the negotiation. What happens when we're in business together?
If I gave somebody an offer that they determined was a bad offer, and which I've done, I'm sure I've done it. I know that I've done it, and I've probably done it intentionally. And somebody then comes back to me and they're like, "No, I'm not gonna take this." Well, what are you going to do?
You're an attorney. Of course you do this. Right. You do this every day. This is your job.
Right. Yeah. It's I literally negotiate all that. That's what I do. And so I give somebody an offer, and I know they're not going to love it. And then sometimes I have to tell my client, they're not going to love this offer. And actually, honestly, this may be a bad offer to make. They're like, give it a shot. All right, let's give it a shot. And then they come back and they're like, no, we're not, there's no shot. No, this is not even, we're not even the realm of conversing.
You sound like Adam buying like a car or a house or like
anything. And then they say, just give me another offer. We can't work with this. Give me another offer. Right. And then I tell people, even if I know the offer is bad, I say, no, give me a counter offer. And they say, what do you want me to counter offer? My counter offer is going to be so far off of this. And I say, perfect. That's exactly the counter offer I want. I want the counter offer to be as ridiculous. If you think my offer is ridiculous, give me a counter offer that's ridiculous. Now we've set our boundaries. We can negotiate. And it seems to me crazy that someone would just be like, I just thought they'd give me an offer and I'd take it. I can't imagine that would be the case.
My favorite thing to do is to put in an offer on a car at the dealership and just a totally insane offer and leave. And then the next day, the salesman always calls me and accepts the offer. It happens every time.
The last time that I went to, so my wife and I went to go. It's a little bit of an aside. We went to go buy a car, and we gave an offer, and the guy left, and he was like, "Yeah, I talked to my guy, and we can't do that."
Yeah, of course, yes.
And then I was like, "All right, that's perfect." And then I gave him another offer, and he was like, "This, you just gave me an offer that was lower than the last one you gave."
Oh, exactly.
And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Okay, let me go talk with my manager." And he comes back and he said, "We'll do your first offer." And I was like, "Oh, all right, well, that's fine with me. That works."
Nice. That's the move.
Look,
that's the alpha chat move right there.
Look, if you would have gone home after the second offer, the next day the phone would have rang.
100%. Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross, can I speak to you about the car you came in and test drove yesterday?
Yeah. It's a good move. Yeah, take it with you. Put that in your pocket. Use it.
Look, that's why when everyone's talking about the negotiation. I have firsthand experience walking away as a negotiation tactic. So, like when people are talking about the walking away thing, I think that doesn't mean the negotiation is over.
Yeah, but that's 100%. The problem. See, Crowder walked away, but then the negotiation did end. He didn't get the phone call I wanted.
He didn't get the call the next day. He's waiting by the phone going, why aren't they calling me?
Right.
Look, sometimes... Well, it's always worked for me with buying cars, but I've never done it with a $50 million.
You never bought a $50 million car.
Yeah, I know. I've never done it with a $50 million employment contract. So maybe that's the limitations of the theory.
And I should say, just so that I'm not coming, talking out of my shoes or anything. I have not negotiated a $50 billion deal. I have negotiated deals in the million range and in these over million range and multiple times, but I've not negotiated a $50 million deal. So maybe things change once you get above 20 million, and it starts to get weird up there. I don't know.
I don't think
I know
they do.
physics get weird. I don't think they do either. I think it's just people talking.
No, I think you're wrong. I think if you have a Microsoft Word document and it says 50 million, it starts charging you $1,000 per minute to just type in that document.
Man, I could load up. I've got a computer over here with Microsoft on it. I could find that out. It's a big risk, I guess. I don't know if I should do it.
Someone says, someone asked if you're during contract negotiation, if you're intentionally jerking someone around, and they lose other opportunities or lawyer fee cost, could that be like a bad faith, and could they sue you for that or something?
No, I can't. I don't think so. Because if there's no requirement that anybody negotiate with anybody exclusively. So if you're negotiating with me now, let's say that we're doing it in the context of a business deal. We're trying to set something up. Like we've got a couple of businesses that I'm working on here, and we're negotiating with a landlord. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of an exclusive thing, but what are we going to do? I mean, yeah, we could look at a different location. We could go and set up we could set up a restaurant or a bar in a different location if we wanted to, but that's not what the people that we're working for want. It's not what the landlord wants. So we all kind of know what we're doing. But if you're talking about like a talent negotiation, then yeah, I mean, if you're looking at different suitors, then everybody can negotiate at the same time. That's why you have an agent to do that stuff. So the agent can field the offers. That's the purpose. And their job is to negotiate on your behalf. But you're not I mean, most agents are lawyers, and they're getting paid on a commission basis. They're going to get 10% or 15% of whatever it is. So it's to the agent's incentive to try and negotiate something. And if Steven Crowder was unwilling to negotiate, and I'm guessing that something fell apart between him, his agent, and Jeremy Boring, that somehow Steven was like, no, I'm not going to give them a negotiation. I'm not going to negotiate based on this. It was just purely a pride thing. And then Jeremy's like, I'm not going to negotiate against myself. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to send you another. I gave you an offer. Give me a counter offer. That's what I'm expecting to get. And then when Steven wouldn't do it, he's like, all right, fair enough. If we can't do it, then we can't do it.
Mm-hmm. There's a law student in chat who's a big fan of you. He says you're great.
Oh, well, good to hear.
So there you go.
A law student? Is that what you said? Oh, okay, cool.
Is there anything else?
Mr. Ubercross has been a long-time fan of the show, so.
That's right.
Yeah, I've been kicking around for a while. I don't know, for a couple of years at least.
Yeah.
Is there anything else about this drama that stood out to you?
No, I think that's the main part of it. It just seems like it seems very performative by Steven Crowder, is what it strikes me as. And the very first time, I didn't know it was Daily Wire that he was complaining about when I saw his first video. I thought it sounds like a guy who's trying to drum up emails because he's trying to figure out what his next business venture is, and he doesn't have any. He doesn't have anything.
Like,
yeah. I mean, that's what I thought the first time, that he's like, no, you got to go to my mail list, sign up over here. We're going to launch a new brand. It's like, all right, buddy, I get it. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's so sad. I mean, I kind of feel for him. So
I do too. But I'm at the same time, like, I feel like every time that I've heard him in a non-scripted sort of interaction, I've never gotten a feeling from him that he is being honest. Or being a good faith actor. Yeah, he's always struck me. Like, he's always got the hairs on the back of my neck sticking up. I've never gotten the feeling from him that he's being honest.
Oh, wow.
Like, I heard him on Joe Rogan a couple of times, and I've never felt like it's always something a little fishy about his actions. So I'm probably biased.
I don't know if that's he has a very nervous energy.
Yeah,
when he talks a lot, and I think that's like an instant, like, oh, this person's not trustworthy because, like, why is he so nervous? Maybe he's just, maybe he's just an anxious guy.
It's possible. I talk with a lot of people, and I've got, I don't know, I'm not infallible by any means, but I usually have pretty good sense about people when I hear them.
Okay. I am infallible, so.
That's good. Somebody is.
Yeah.
Well, Owen Benjamin, our very unreliable narrator, claims that Crowder is like, basically one step away from suicide at all times. So
I saw that. Yeah. He's like, oh, it's terrible. He's greedy. He's the worst man in the world.
Yes. So
he's killing babies in his bathtub. Yeah.
Yes. Drinking their blood to remain young.
Yeah.
So
he's got like a wife and kids and stuff. So usually that pushes you away from the suicide thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they had some problems, so I don't know. But
Yeah, he had like a heart problem. I think he had heart surgery recently. So
yeah, something
there's
crazy.
that on top of all of this.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, which is it's another reason that having a contract that has guarantees and you're not out on your own is it's a big benefit.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll see what he does.
All right. Well, if you don't need me for it, thank you for letting me come on so I can bitch about people not understanding contracts and why it is they function the way that they do. If you need any other weird lawyer insight, let me know.
Thanks for
Yeah, I
coming
love
on.
it. Yeah, whenever we have a legal issue, if you have some opinion, just let me know.
Absolutely, as long as I'm available. I know I don't know. It's been crazy. I think I sent you a super chat saying that my boss did something. I'm actually my own boss. I work for myself, but we've been since like last November. It's been crazy. I have not been able to catch a live show until I think like last week with you guys. So it's been pretty hit and miss for me.
Right. No, listen, you're gonna be on
Unforgivable.
retainer as Sitch and Adam official lawyer advisor, and I want you here every Sunday and Tuesday for the entirety of the stream, ready to field questions.
All right. Do I get like a free membership if I do?
You will get at least $10 a month. Okay.
That's perfect. Why don't I'll just take like 50% of whatever the super chats are. We'll call it good.
I don't know.
Why don't we?
We'll have to think about that one. We'll have our agent here. We'll send you an offer, and you can
redline term sheet. Yeah, and we'll just redline it, send it back to me.
There you go.
And if I don't hear from you, then I assume that you've accepted.
You can expect. You can take that. That's the agreement.
Okay, perfect deal.
Okay, talk to you
all right,
later.
guys. I'll get out of here. I'll talk to you later. Have a good night.
Take care.
Peace. Okay, I can just read super chats.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to go on forever.
No,
Have
it's
like
okay.
15 minutes. Can we do the super chats?
I mean, there's no way we can do all super chats 15 minutes, so you're gonna have to leave regardless. But
and then you'll do the super chats. Are you sure you can do the last time without me?
I don't know, Adam. Can I?
I don't know. Someone responded.
I don't know if I can do the super chats by myself. Oh my god.
Well, it'll be lonely. I know you'll miss me.
I'm gonna be so alone without Adam here to tell me what to do.
So I did the tweet, breaking Crowder accuses the Daily Wire of faking views so Daily Wire can lie to advertisers about their audience size and deceptively inflate ad rates, right?
Mm-hmm.
This response is hilarious. Dumbass Crowder taking on a bunch of lawyers. It's true. Every single person that works at the Daily Wire is like an attorney. Why would you open yourself up to a lawsuit?
Listen, are you trying to make some Jewish thing, Adam? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's a literal fact that everyone that works at Daily Wire is an attorney. It says get ready for the lawsuits that will bankrupt Crowder. That's the thing. I really don't think they're going to sue Crowder. I think they do realize Crowder's talking a bunch of shit, but I'm like, they're going to let it go.
I don't think they would. I don't think they would unless he really started like pushing on them.
Yeah.
And it was actually like negatively affect. Like if their advertisers start calling them up and saying like, we think you're buying views, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, then, but they're not going to.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
Okay, anyway. Stug for $2 says first. Thank you, Stug.
Sweet. Really? For $2?
Thank you, Stug. AKA the Batosai for $5 says, poor Sitch, have a $5. Thank you. Thank you for that. Adam laughed at that super chat.
I did laugh super hard.
Thank you. Stug for $2 says, did Tim Pool give Steven his beanie? How dare you?
Maybe.
Majin for 7 months says, hey, Pumpkin, it's not really interested in this conversation. I'm not really interested in this conversation. Feel a negative financial incentive seems more like a muzzle, especially without a positive one. Well, I don't disagree with you at all. I think that is true. I think that's 100% true. I'd never argue against that. It definitely is. That's why I said I think Crowder was within his rights to. I think he was totally justified if he wanted to say, well, either A, you remove these negative financial incentives or disincentives, and we'll just keep us a flat fee, or you can put these risk things in it, and I'll then get some benefit if we do extra good, or if I make extra money, then I get points on the back end. I think he was totally justified in asking for something like that, and he should have asked for something like that, but he didn't. He threw a hissy fit, and they didn't call back.
I'm trying to zoom in on Crowder's eyes here to see, like, if we can
It was,
see.
but that's why I'm glad Ubercross came on, because he had the term that I was looking for. I was describing it, but I forgot the term.
Hissy fit? I could have told you that term.
He wanted no, not that. That Crowder wanted them to negotiate against themselves.
I knew that.
So, that doesn't make any sense for them to do that. That's what I think turned them off.
I don't know. I can't tell. I'm trying to
look
see
at those
it.
eyes.
I know. Is he lying?
Those eyes.
What do you think?
Those shifty eyes.
Oh,
are you giving that guy $50 million? I don't think so.
Oh, you think he looks guilty, huh?
Yeah. When you crop his face and zoom in, yeah, I think it does.
Really?
This is the visual version of the phone call.
What did you say, Jeremy?
There you go.
Look, I'm trying to tell you. My office manager tells me we have an excellent business plan that you should implement.
Jack is like a doll's eyes. That's what he said about Sam Cedar, and he got in all the trouble. People were saying it was anti-Semitic.
What?
He said Sam Cedar had like button doll eyes or something.
Who said that?
Like soulless doll's eyes.
I said that, or you said that?
No, Steven Crowder said that.
Oh, okay.
So, which, first of all, I don't think that's anti-Semitic. I mean, I've never heard that as a dog whistle. Secondly, I think that's probably true for Sam Cedar. So.
Have you ever heard the saying, "You're so full of shit that your eyes are brown"?
I've never heard that. No.
Oh, okay. I am noticing. It looks like Steven Crowder does have brown eyes.
First of all, as someone with dark brown eyes, I am offended by that comment.
You've never heard that? You've never heard that?
No. No one has ever said that to me or accused me of that.
Oh, man. My dad used to say that all the time.
Right.
Obviously, when I was full of shit.
Your dad's a bigot. Jack of Spades, thank you for the 9 months. Says gonna lose this message if I don't use it. So A team is gay team, and S class is the best class.
What?
Thank you, Jack. Andrew Clark for $5 says maybe he's distinguishing between money and extra money. So it's not about the extra money; it's about the livelihoods being held hostage. There you go. Listen, Andrew. I think you
figured it out.
It's not about the extra money. It's about the money.
Yeah, we were only counting for extra money.
Right. Stug for $5 says Daily Wire's brand of comedy is Ben Shapiro reviewing movies. I've never watched that.
True.
I've never watched any of those. I've seen that he's done them. I've never been interested. So
I got to admit, Ben Shapiro's Biden impersonation is really top notch. So
really, I don't think I've ever heard it.
He does like this geriatric impersonation, like doesn't know what's going on around him. Oh, it's hilarious.
Let's check it out.
Yeah.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, to Adam's point, he dodged a question by saying he had a gay Puerto Rican lawyer or something. It made me cringe. There's lots of question dodging happening.
There's a lot of dodging going on, yeah.
In this interview, yeah.
And that's the thing. Tim doesn't really, follow up.
Right.
Yeah,
Gene Angry Penguin for $5 says, I completely disagree with you all, but it won't fit in a super chat. So I'm going to sit here imagining putting Adam in a harmonica themed soundtrack.
Ouch.
I like it. Thank you, Gene.
Awesome.
Well, the good news about all this is that this drama will blow over and we don't have to talk about it really probably after this. So
yeah.
Ricardo Aguera Jr. for $2 says, is Tim the Keemstar of online political discourse? Well, I think, listen, I'm not a big Tim fan, but even that's going too far. Okay.
You don't like Keemstar? I got no problems with Keemstar, actually.
Well, okay. I mean, listen, first of all, I said I don't like Tim, but that's going too far. Keemstar is known for being very slimy. So I don't think Tim is slimy. I think he's audience captured, but I don't think he's like a weasel.
This always happens. I say I don't have a problem with somebody.
I know, and then I say I do, and then Adam is mad because maybe Keemstar will reach out to us at some point.
Not
do
true.
Something together.
Not what I was going to say. Then you usually bring up like some slimy thing that they did, and I think, oh, why am I in favor of this person? But then I immediately forget it after the stream.
Yes,
because I'm not good at holding grudges. So then they come up again, and I think, oh, well, I like this person.
Well, Keemstar has a long sword history
Right.
of doing slimy things. I mean,
Yeah.
be here all day. The thing that pissed me off about him wasn't even really it was kind of it was a greedy thing. It wasn't really a slimy thing. It was, him and Tommy and Colossal is Crazy. They had like such an amazing podcast. It was
Oh
the Baited
yeah,
podcast.
yeah, I remember.
And it completely fell apart. And it was never the same, even though I think they came back for a little bit, but it just completely fell apart because, Colossal wanted to split it 3 ways and Keemstar didn't because, to be fair, Tommy was the smaller part of it, the smaller contributor to it in terms of both subject matter and pre-existing audience. But, who cares? Keemstar is like a big he's got his own thing. It's like, why does he need extra money so much from this Baited podcast that he can't split it 3 ways? So.
Right. Yeah. So that is obviously very
right.
greedy,
It was kind of like, and it was just because it was great to hear Colossal and Keemstar just yell at each other because Keemstar would almost always have the wrong opinion on all these subjects, and Colossal would yell at him the correct opinion, and
that's not going on here though.
Of course it. I mean, what? CT for 2 Canadians says, "I submit to the council." Karen Crowder. There you go.
Oh, I know.
Instead of Steven Crowder, Karen Crowder. I like him.
Guys, keep in mind, Crowder is going to win this thing. So don't make any.
Look at you.
Don't bet the farm on Daily Wire coming out on top here.
He also swatted someone. Keemstar swatted someone?
Ouch, that's unforgivable.
Wow, that's always that's the unforgivable curse if you swat someone.
Yeah. If that's true, I hate Keemstar now. Look,
he's been swatted.
Yeah, Keemstar was just talking to Keffels about how, like, he hates swatting. Yeah.
He was talking to Keffels about that. I tried to listen to that conversation because everyone says at some point it gets like crazy, but I never got to the crazy part.
I never
of the
heard the crazy part. Yeah, I dipped out. I was like, this is boring. And I kept thinking Keffels. What do people see in Keffels?
She's trans. What do you mean? That's all they see.
Okay.
She's very. She has the charisma of like a wet cardboard box. Like I don't know.
Look, Boxy Brown had way more charisma than.
Okay, Boxy Brown was dripping with charisma. So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, baby.
Yeah. So Keffels, yeah.
Keffels wishes that had it like the pinky of Boxy Brown, but
of course, yeah.
But let's see. Maybe I'll go back and try to skim to the end of that, where it was apparently more apparent that Keemstar was just trolling the quartering and started trolling.
Oh yeah, he doesn't like
Keffels.
Jeremy.
Yes. So because apparently the way the drama started was that the quartering was like. Supposedly, I really thought. Supposedly, the quartering was like, trying to get people to not to boycott, or was praising Keemstar for not boycotting the Harry Potter game or something. And Keemstar was like, didn't know or wasn't really caring about any of the political issues of it.
But
so
he just didn't like
Jeremy.
the quartering, yeah.
Right, just to annoy him, not really because he cared about the politics of it all.
Yeah.
So.
Look at that tater nose. Boxy Brown is the greatest of all time.
Boxy Brown was the GOAT. That is true. Forking Around for $10 says, in Timcast members only segment, Tim explained more to his chat with Boring and told Crowder the offer. Tim explained more his chat, which Boring and told Crowder they offer him more than him. Steven looked mad when he said that too.
No way.
Wait a minute.
No way. They offered Tim more than 50 million? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Really?
Because Tim doesn't break the fucking TOS every 5 minutes. Tim knows how to play the game.
First of all, thank you, Forking Around. That's like the best information ever. Is that true?
No.
Is that true? Somebody, please.
I feel like we should have paid you for that information.
Oh my God. Forking around. You have to OBS clip that and send it to me. Oh my God. Please, somebody send it to me. I want to see that clip so bad. That's so funny. Oh my. I don't know. On one hand, that is kind of surprising because Crowder gets way more views than Tim. But on the other hand, It's not, because Tim seems like a person who's just going to keep growing and growing and growing.
Of course. Of
So
course.
that does make sense that they would offer him a bunch of money.
Tim is going to be CEO of the Daily Wire one day. I mean, it's just like,
Yeah. I mean, it's not untrue. So
yeah. No.
Tim walks in the first day and does blackface. I don't think that.
Oh my God. Oh,
We
that
do. Oh my God! How has no one put that clip on Twitter? That's the clip. That's the clip. That's the viral clip.
That is
man.
the viral
That's
clip.
the viral
Yeah.
clip.
Don't send it to us. Just tweet it out. I mean, we'll retweet it.
There you go. There you go. Just tweet it out. Yeah. Tweet it and I'll retweet it. You guys should watch Ricada and Barnes. They did a stream together. Barnes convinced me Crowder's in the right. I'll have to check it out. A lot
watched
of
it.
people have been pointing that. I listened to.
I did watch it. Yeah.
I haven't listened to Barnes talk about
Barnes
it. I
is
listened to
great.
Nick talk about. I know Barnes is now. So Robert Barnes, I don't know if you guys know this. Robert Barnes retweeted a couple of Adam tweets, and now,
Oh, I'm up
now
to like
Adam is like
5.
Robert Barnes' best friend. So
Look, I'm up to like 5 retweets from Robert
oh, look at
Barnes.
this guy.
We're
Look
like
at this.
friends.
He's starstruck.
I've always liked Barnes. I was super surprised when he followed me, but like, yeah,
Okay.
he's a populist, man. He's like, he's for the little guy.
Yeah.
He retweeted a tweet on Social Security. How come you're not lambasting him for that? That tweet was right up your alley.
Yeah,
where's that tweet?
First of all,
Here it
I
is.
don't disagree. But secondly, that makes sense because Donald Trump was attacking that very concept as well. So
that's why I tweeted it out.
Yeah, I know.
heard the Trump thing first. I was like, oh yeah.
There you go. You were just copying Donald Trump.
Look,
Okay.
the tweet is the idea that Social Security will crash the economy is as plausible as a ship sailing off the edge of the earth.
There you
Politicians advocate for this in the hopes of convincing their rival party to do it, since cutting Social Security would be political suicide. Laughing emoji. And obviously Robert Barnes retweeted that because that's gold right there.
Oh, is Nick
Intellectual
interviewing
gold. Kyle Rittenhouse.
Is that today? Wow.
Yeah,
Well, it's a good thing, I guess. It's a good thing, I guess, we're wrapping up.
Yeah, let's wrap up. I want to watch that interview. Actually, look, I think I'll just stream snipe it right now.
There you go. We would send you guys over there when we're done, but actually, we never asked Nick for permission to do that. So
Well, all you have to do is subscribe to his channel. You
no,
dumbass.
I tried to do it. He has to. He has the setting where he has to like allow it
Okay.
or something.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, I tried. I tried to do it a couple weeks ago. So
Oh, okay.
anyway,
Well, maybe he wasn't streaming at the time. I don't know.
no, he was streaming. I literally said,
okay.
"Who's streaming now? Ricada's streaming. I'll send you guys over." Oh, I can't because he has to
Okay.
enable it. So
That sucks.
Uh, the-
How has he not enabled the raid yet?
well, he might, but maybe I don't know if he has to enable it for each individual person, or maybe he has to be subscribed to us. I don't know how it works.
Okay.
But-
How is he not subscribed to us?
I know.
What a bastard.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, Adam looks good today. I don't know why. That's all I got.
Yeah, thanks for the super chat. And I put on a long sleeve shirt and collar because I knew we were
Nice.
going to talk to people who seemed actually respectable.
I know. I'm just a cartoon character wearing it, but I'm wearing a suit, so I'm very professional.
I just tell them you're the producer. You don't go on camera, so.
There you go.
No, I didn't say that.
No, it was Viva and Barnes. Ricada and Barnes did one too, but it was a circle jerk. Okay, well, I'll watch.
Oh, okay.
Because Viva, I know Viva is kind of more on the against Crowder side, so that would be more interesting to me.
Thanks for the update. We'll check it out.
PC for $5 says Daily Wire could have sent a courtesy offer, highest ever, but still low for Crowder, knowing they will negotiate the penalty clause for a morality one in the final. That's very possible.
True.
Very possible.
Yep.
Mr. Ubercross says Barnes is okay with Viva, but he slobbered on Crowder when he talked to Ricada.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's weird because I listened to Nick talking about the initial two videos, Crowder's video and then Daily Wire's video response. And I felt like Nick was like way off. I was like, what is happening here? So,
And we usually agree with Nick, so.
I mean, on the things that I've seen, like the legal things I've seen, I've tended to side with Nick. Though I think Nick's on I'm not 100% sure if Nick's on the Alec Baldwin is guilty of involuntary manslaughter train, which to me seems preposterous, but maybe that'll be another stream. So
Nick has agreed to come on the show. I just haven't really put the thumb screws to him to do
Right.
it. So
BW85 for 4 months says Crowder's point is that YouTube can interpret their terms on a curve and ban you, even if you're trying to stay in the lines. That's completely true.
True, but if like we all know what's going to happen if you do blackface. Come on.
Right, but so the Daily Wire's response is like they agree with all that, but they're still basing how much they pay you basing on how much you make for them, and if something happens that changes that, then that's going to affect your pay. Sort of like if you're like, even though there's a difference between, so this came up kind of like there's a difference if Crowder decides just to not make episodes for no reason, he gets penalized some amount of money. But if he gets sick and he can't make episodes, he loses money, but it's just he loses money based on like the cost as opposed to being like additional penalized, right? But he still loses money because he's not producing the content. So it's kind of the same thing like if you get banned off YouTube, even if it's not your fault, well, there's still some financial cost that's occurring. And again, if he wants to make the argument that the Daily Wire should assume all of that risk, I mean, he can make that argument, but that's not, to me, it's not a moral argument. That's just a financial argument. So Elite Meathead for $10 says, I don't understand the quote bending to big tech criticism when that's where conservatives are gaining new audience / revenue streams. If the Daily Wire pulled off those platforms, they would stop growing and lose income. I agree completely. One-Eyed Crow, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. David C for $5 says, Crowder said this contract is standard for all big conservatives. Why doesn't he show us the other contracts? He said he got 4 or 5 offers. Where are they? Yeah, well, I mean, that's the question, right? Now if he's smart, he wouldn't do that, because even if it was true that he got like his renegotiation offer from the Blaze, assuming he didn't have an NDA, which he probably does, assuming he got an offer from Fox News, assuming he got an offer from Breitbart, I don't know, whoever else would possibly be giving him these offers, he doesn't want to pick a fight with like all of these specific organizations at the same time, right? So he kind of benefits from just kind of painting this broad brush, but really, only naming one specific one. So Nova Leon for $5 says, Robert Barnes just hates the Daily Wire. He thinks Boring might be a deep state agent. He's totally biased on the topic. I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, do we not know that? Do we know that Boring isn't a deep state agent? I mean, I would want to be sure about that.
Do we know that you're not a deep state agent?
I trust Robert Barnes' instincts. Okay, so
you trust Robert Barnes' instincts on who's a deep state agent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Robert Barnes, he said something about some Supreme Court justice that tried to put him in jail. That's the story we want when we get Barnes on.
Put Barnes in jail?
Yeah. I was like, what? He told Ricada that's a story for another time, and I was like, that's a story for now. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I feel like Barnes, when it comes to accusations of the deep state, is kind of like Robespierre during the Red Terror. I feel like he's very free with these accusations.
I like Robert Barnes. He's a good guy, man.
Well, that's the thing too. Like, I don't know. I felt like I used to watch them stream all the time. But I don't know. I just felt like it became too one-sided.
Right.
And then there's I think it's a good thing that we disagree often, because it kind of keeps us. I think it keeps us a little sane.
It does. So, yeah, of course.
You have to be careful. Bilbo Balboa, thank you so much for the 4 months. Says, I'm going on a hunger strike unless Adam starts swearing properly again. One curse equals 1 bite. Don't let me starve, Adam. A-team at rate.
Eat, Supreme. Motherfucker, eat. Eat, motherfucker, eat.
There you go. Thank you. Double Dog 2006 for $5 says, would love to get your thoughts on Ricada and Robert Barnes' discussion. They both think this was a terribly insulting offer without any incentives. Well, that's interesting, because it could be. It could be a very insulting offer with no incentives. That could be all true.
We all agreed on that on Sunday. I mean,
that's why it was a bad offer. I don't know how bad an offer it is, right?
I say it was a slap in the face. I say Jeremy Boring took out his dong and was like beating Crowder with it. It was insulting.
It could be that
he
level. He
pulled down his pants and he said, "Kiss my ass. Here's your offer."
Right. So yeah, I mean, it could be a horribly insulting offer. So that's not really my issue specifically with this drama. But
Chitachi says that's only 2 bites. Well, I mean, they could be big bites, right? I said
Yeah, there you go.
motherfucker. Look, there's another bite for you.
There's your third bite. Matthew Titus for $5 says Daily Wire's goal is to drive Republican policy and get them elected. Crowder wants to fight big tech. Daily Wire needs Crowder changing minds on YouTube, or it's a waste. That's a good point. It's a good point.
Yeah, no, it's a great point.
JD Bachamp for $5 says, hi guys, just so you know, Tim mentioned in his after show. Oh, JD Bachamp also confirming for $5 says, Tim mentioned his after show that the Daily Wire offered him a better deal than the one they offered Crowder. What are your thoughts? That's so fascinating. How is that not filling my timeline? That is like that's the viral clip.
It is totally the viral clip. My thoughts are embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Yes.
Not only that, Tim was, totally an angel about it. He walked away and was like, maybe we can work it out in the future. But, he left on good terms.
Mm-hmm.
Look, the deal breaker, he couldn't do a billboard of Liz Cheney. He's like, 50, for 50 million, I'd like to do that billboard. That's insane.
I'm gonna tweet this out, but yeah, someone's gotta send me this clip. Ogechi Game for $5 says, I feel like the situation with Crowder has largely become a cult of personality where people are picking sides because they like Crowder or hate Ben. I think you're completely correct.
Yeah.
I think it's partially that. I think it's also where people's moral intuitions are. People on the moral intuition of, big business bad, or on the moral intuition of like, you built a business, you're allowed to do what you want with it, sort of more libertarian principle. So
yeah.
I think that plays into it too.
Establishment versus rebel.
Yeah, but I think the cult of personality is definitely a huge part of it. And the dislike of Ben is definitely feeding a lot of those flames. Become the Knight. Oh, I read that one. It's not about the money, it's about free will. CT for 2 Canadians says, there's no L in A team, Sitch.
True. That's a fact, Jack.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There you go. There is a meat, though. I don't know what that means, but take it as you will.
Mm-hmm.
JD Bachamp for $2 says, A team is supreme. Sitch is okay, too. Well, thank you, JD.
That's when I won the debate. A lot of those super chats came in.
WTF 1A for $5 says, as a half bundle of sticks, I don't get the point of banning edgy jokes. Well, first of all, how are you half gay? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Are you bisexual? Is that what you mean? Right. I don't know how else you'd be half gay. My problem is, I don't have a problem banning edgy jokes either. So I don't disagree.
Yeah. It's just from the perspective of advertisers, I can see why stuffy old advertisers are like, oh my God, people are going to make headaches for me if you do this stuff. Can we just avoid the headaches? And they're like, okay, sure, why not?
Well, I think the problem was, because it's interesting, if you go back in time, you watch things from like the 2000s, you'd be shocked at like, wow, you could really get away with saying things.
There was F slurs right and left, yeah.
Yeah, well, all sorts of things. Not even just like that things, but just, things that would be acceptable to be funny. And I talked about how in Rush Hour, they were like,
oh, I know.
Making fun of their racial issues a lot in the movie, which is fine. Right. But I think the issue is that, so I really think that wokeness policing speech, making it so people can't say edgy jokes anymore, actually made people more racist.
Yeah.
So
that's
because
true.
then people started saying them as like, haha, to fight back. And then it became like a political issue. And then people were saying, well, maybe I believe in some of this stuff.
Yeah.
So it's kind of sad. I think wokeness has made people way more racist, way more sexist than ever before. Never before, but then, before it was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nova Leon for $5 says, quote, when there's trouble, you call DW. Darkwing Duck. Let's get dangerous. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong DW. There you go. I think every time I see DW too, I think the exact same thing. Maybe that's subconsciously why I'm more on the DW side, because I was such a big Darkwing Duck fan back in the day. So even though you would think I'd be against Darkwing Duck since I'm so anti-duck right now, so it's a little bit of a contradiction.
Quack.
Nicholas Van Neal for 2 Aussie bucks says the Actual Justice and Stitch show. So the ass show. There you go. There you go. That's what we'll do.
Stitch. I like that.
That's what he said. Darkfire for 10 Canadian says, I like Crowder and Darkwing Duck, but I do think he's getting a fair amount of pushback because many, myself included, see him as being very disingenuous with the quote, I didn't name names, they added themselves. Yeah, I mean, that's obvious. You know, as people said, people that were in the know knew. So that is, you know, it's disingenuous for him to make a big deal about that. Like, oh, I just blamed everyone, but I didn't name the actual party that, you know, the internet sleuths were kind of figuring out pretty quickly who I was talking about. So
yeah, the internet never figures anything out.
the fucking internet could figure out where the flag was that Shia LaBeouf was putting out based on like planes flying by. They're gonna figure out whose contract that was.
Look, this is why it's disingenuous because Crowder knew that. Crowder knew that the internet would figure it out, or you got to be an idiot not to think they would.
They should bring that back. That was the best game of Capture the Flag, I think, in the history of humanity.
Yeah. Weaponized autism, Capture the Flag.
Yes. Rich Jammer for 10 months. Thanks so much. Says a UBI question you guys should have asked in your previous stream was, would Steven Crowder have accepted the Daily Wire deal if there was UBI?
That's hilarious.
That's a great question.
Look, it's not about the money, so he would have had to accept it.
Right. Dr. Fire for 20 Canadian. Thank you, Dr. Fire. Says people knew who he was talking about then, quote, I didn't go personal. He basically called everyone the Daily Wire, big tech shills, and sellouts, which don't have any integrity. I see why Daily Wire responded, wouldn't it look worse if they didn't. I agree completely. Yep. Ginger Miss Prime for 8 Aussie bucks says, Sitch, go back. He almost let it slip that his agent replied. Yeah, I saw that Sean talks about that in his video. He does seem to. So that's why it was so silly, because he's like, oh, in his original video or second video, he's like, I walked away. And then he was like, well, maybe my agent replied. Well, maybe he said something. It wasn't an official counteroffer, but, you know, so that we kind of get stuck in this Sitch's law, like, oh, we're arguing over the definition of, like, who walked away.
You're hiding behind the definition of
I guess not really Sitch law. It's just being, like, dishonest. And I would say, you know, from my understanding, the Daily Wire, I would say, is the one that walked away from the negotiation. So,
right.
Which you can take that as you will. It doesn't mean necessarily that one party is right or wrong. But FB69 for 2 months says 2 months of being based as fuck. This could be you. True. Thank you for the likes, guys. We're up to 416 likes.
Right.
Smash that like button if you haven't done it yet. We got to get it above that 2%. Come on, 2% is pathetic, guys.
Yeah.
2% likes us.
We're the 2%ers. That's awful. No, and then he followed up by giving 5 gifted subs. So
then thank you, FB69, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah. Look at that. That's awesome.
777X for 5. Did you have to go, Adam? Whatever happened?
Well, I was hoping you'd hurry up.
I don't want to hold you up from like
oh, sure.
Doing something.
Okay.
77X, because we still have super chats from the UBI stream. 77X for $5 says
maybe I should go then. I'm never gonna get out of here. I might be back and you're still doing super chats.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If you want to go, just
okay. I shall return. Do you want?
Well, if I'm done, I'll turn the stream off, and if you're back, you're back. Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Works. And you have the link, so you could even invite a friend in. Who knows? Maybe Doomer will come in. Invite Chitachi.
You said a friend. I thought you said a friend in.
Invite Chitachi in. She's super cool. She's been on one of my streams before.
There you go.
Chitachi's
an A-team simp though, so I don't know if I should do that.
Well, maybe you can make her S-class by the end of the stream.
There you go. I like that.
She's a great reader too. I had to read all my super chats. I actually thought, oh, this is great. If Sitch gets hit by a car, I've got a super chat reader here.
Wow.
She's like a shoo-in.
Okay.
Yeah. Great voice, very amicable.
Go get out of here. I'm gonna read the rest of these super chats and then end the stream before you get back. Okay.
I'm gonna race to get back, and then so you can.
You do whatever you're doing safely. Okay.
No, I'm speeding. I'll be right back.
Okay. CT says invite Doomer on. He likes Hisoka. Yeah. So we actually convinced Doomer to watch Hunter x Hunter. So that's interesting. I think he's gonna hate Hunter x Hunter, but And he likes, of course, he likes Hisoka. He likes the clown pedophile bad guy. So that does make sense. 77X for $5 says, you don't understand, Sitch. Crowder is principal. The principle is I deserve more money, plain and simple. There you go. There you go. WT1A1A for Joe says, YouTube Vanced skipped. Do you mean YouTube bans? YouTube banned skipped ads like that? I don't know what you mean. YouTube banned skipped ads like that. Ostracy for $20. Thank you, Ostracy, for giving all sorts of money. He says, okay, this is getting kind of frustrating. That's the point, Ostracy. That's how I get more money. I'm just kidding. I'm not intentionally being frustrating. Sitch, the key word is not exploit, it's own. DW, Daily Wire owns the content. It belongs to them. It's their property. Crowder's saying what you were saying and more. He's saying they own you. Well, I don't actually think that's what the word own means in that context. I think own just means I think they just mean like they own the revenue generated via the YouTube channel and the content produced thereon for that time period. I don't think that's how I interpret that. And Mr. Ubercross said that, at least from his lawyerly expertise and knowledge, that based on that term sheet, we don't actually have that information about their editorial conduct, and that would be implicit within the Crowder possibly, or with Crowder getting a fee for being demonetized, which is my exact perception with the contract too. So, and again, Ostracy, if that was the case, I don't know why Crowder wouldn't be saying that. Crowder would be saying it. He'd be saying, Daily Wire's going to tell me what to do, tell me what to say. They're going to chop up my show. They're going to bleep it. They're going to, blah, 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 blah. But whenever Crowder talks about censorship, he doesn't say that. He talks about self-censorship based on financial disincentive. So, Woot Bassman for 5 Canadian says, actual Justice Warrior is on the bench, coach. Well, Sean is always welcome to come in. He came in, he was so generously came in and debated for like 5 hours on Sundays. So. And Sean had a video. Sean is like just banging out these videos very impressively every day. He had, unlike, lazy Sitch, apparently, who we should have streamed yesterday, but, Adam misunderstood what I was saying. Sean had his video on the Timcast thing, like ready to go. Dr. Fire for 20 Canadian says, I think that's the rub for many, if not most, supporting the Daily Wire side. I don't think any were against Crowder negotiating for more, removing certain things, or that the Daily Wire lowballed, but that Crowder came in claiming moral superiority. Yeah, well, not just claiming moral superiority, but like making it a political issue. Like, maybe you can make a moral issue of Shad is saying he thinks it's immoral for a company to ask or to give a lowball contract at that level. And you can make that argument. I think that's fine. You can say that it's immoral to do an action like that. I disagree. Well, I don't disagree on universal principle. I disagree within the idea that I don't think the Daily Wire ever thought Crowder would accept the offer, like just offhand. But anyway, I think you can make that a moral argument, but that doesn't mean that like it's a political argument. It doesn't mean you could claim that, they don't really believe in the political message. It's all controlled opposition. It's all, scam. Because I don't know if we actually got to it on Sunday because we kind of got sidetracked with the debate. So actually, I'm pretty sure we didn't get to it. In Crowder's first video, at the end of it, he said, I think it was his first video, maybe it was his second video. He said that, not only is these unnamed conservative media outlets, not only are they censoring, they're doing the bidding of big tech in order to censor conservative content creators. They're doing it to like control and censor the audience because they kind of want the audience in line with whatever political message that they're promoting, which to me, I don't know, that just seems preposterous to me that you could even make that claim. Honestly, make that claim. Kyle Vernon, thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 1 month, says Steven Crowder is speed running all the left-wing arguments, unionizing, forcing corporations to change, pretending you're for the little guy. Well, a lot of people on the right, that's what's interesting about this, is that a lot of people on the right are noticing things like that. It's not just a strict, I think the cult of personality thing is definitely a huge influence, but it's interesting because there's a lot of different moral philosophies that are contradicting here. That, like, if this situation, imagine if this exact situation happened on the left, okay, which, someone's offered a job at the Young Turks or whatever, like, the left would all just instantly be on the whoever would be Steven Crowder's side, because they're all like, oh, you should sacrifice your business for money, or your business for the politics. Of course you should sacrifice, money for politics. So if this was like a left-wing situation, it would be a lot more one-sided, I think. Eric Cecil I lost everything. Eric Cecil for $5 says, even if it's a non-binding term. Oh, I read that one. Fondue for $5 says, it really isn't about the money. Daily Wire didn't want the headache. Well, I mean, that's Adam's theory. I don't buy that. I think to me, obviously the Daily Wire didn't expect Crowder to leak everything, right? But they would, like, if they're trying to maintain a good relationship with Crowder, I could be wrong. I don't have any experience in these high-level negotiations. I would think if you're Daily Wire and you're trying to maintain good relationship with a big figure, a prominent figure in the conservative movement like Steven Crowder, it would be so much worse to give them an insultingly low contract than it would be to just say, I don't know if you're the right fit for us because we're boring and you're spicy. Like, they could have framed it like in that way. Oh, we're too boring for you. You're too spicy. Or they could have said, we think you're worth a lot and we don't have the money right now to offer you that. Like, there were ways that they could have, I think, maintained a relationship without offending Crowder, and sending him a lowball contract intentionally, thinking he wouldn't take it, is not the way to maintain the relationship. So I don't know. That's why I don't buy that argument. I mean, it's always possible. We're all guessing on the numbers here. It's always possible Crowder's just not worth as much as he thinks he's worth. So, I mean, especially if they're offering Tim more, which is kind of hilarious. Brian Townsend for $5 says, I thought we all agreed. It's not about the money. It's about the opportunity to work with Brett Cooper, preferably while wearing a GIMP outfit. I think that's just on you, Brian. I think that's just on you. And Dumb48 for 4 months says, every time I've looked into a Crowder claim, it turned out to be BS. It's admittedly a small sample size of 3, but still all BS. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really fact-checked Crowder or anything before this, so I can't comment on that. But the Chad Father, Greg Keith for Dr. Jordan Peterson for $5 says, A-Team takes on show business, usually S-Class, but tonight revealing East Coast ignorance. Wow. Thank you, Chad Father, for the $5 anyway. Old school. Thanks so much for being a Freewheel Seeker for 8 months. Says there's something distinctly Trumpian in what Crowder is doing. S-Class is the best class. Thank you. Well, I mean, what is distinctly Trumpian? I guess whether you mean that as a positive or negative. I mean, he's definitely trying to appeal to the populist on the right. He's definitely trying to frame he's saying like the Daily Wire, big con, like that's the swamp. That's the swamp that needs to be drained, and I will drain the swamp. So he's definitely, playing up that sort of political argument intentionally. Now, I think Crowder's doing it cynically, but AKA the Batosai for $5 says, Adam, take a victory lap, 18 rules. There you go. Minecraft 19 wins for $10 says, I think Tim has the transcript of the phone call. Ooh. Thus, he isn't pushing back about how the deal falling through was more about money. A class is best class and West class. Now that's, well, okay, here's the thing. If Tim had the transcript, do you guys think don't you think he would have said something? Oh, wow. I see Adam. First of all, Adam, you're not supposed to be chatting and driving, okay? Keep your eyes on the road, Adam. Adam is obviously listening to the stream and tapping into the chat bar while driving, which is very irresponsible. But my question is, okay, so if Tim had the transcript, wouldn't he confirm? Well, okay, wait a minute. He would confirm if he agreed with Crowder. What if he had the transcript and he's like, I don't agree with Crowder. That kind of puts Tim in a very very uncomfortable situation to deal with that. So bring Joe on. Is Joe around? Is Joe in the chat? If Joe wants to come on, you can send me a DM. Joe's always welcome to come on too. Crowder lied about a situation with a union guy or something where he tried to make it look like he was attacked first, but the video he showed was deceptively edited. Oh, I'm not familiar with that. So I don't know. I don't think Tim had the transcript, I would guess. Ostracy for $5 says, I say bring in someone who disagrees. Sitch, here's a lawyer that agrees with everything I say and openly states he always hated Crowder. Listen, Ostracy. Listen. You're right, but okay, listen. I didn't know Mr. Ubercross agreed with everything I said and hated Crowder before I brought him on, okay? All I know is that he is obviously the smartest lawyer and smartest lawyer and fan of the show. That's all I knew, okay? The fact that he agrees with me and everything just proves that I'm right. Crowder said Tim had the transcript. When did he say that? Did he say that in the... He didn't say that in the videos. He said he gave it to people. Did he say that in the stream? I don't remember him saying that. Somebody confirm this. Someone who's not Adam driving and crashing his car. Did Tim confirm, or did he say it on Twitter? That's interesting. If Tim didn't have the transcript, why didn't he push back the few times Crowder said he had it? Crowder said he gave it to Tim. I must have missed that. Oh, he said in the stream? Okay. That's interesting. Why won't he release the transcript then? If that's the case. Just censor out all the personal information. Even was reading the transcript during the stream. Huh. They should have talked about it then. Well, I'm surprised he didn't. I don't remember him confirming it at all. Like him saying, "You're right, Steven. I read the transcript and it wasn't about the money." I don't remember them saying any of that. Anyway. Ogochi Game for $2 says, a bad offer does not justify throwing a grenade. True. That's my position as well. Asha C for $2 says, fair point. Well, thank you, Asha C. Asha, you've been a good sport about this all. Thank you so much for your very generous donations. Just be 1005 for $5 says, a certain unnamed company that rhymes with the Bailey Tire, but I respect them too much to name them. But they're not good people. Exactly. Mega My Own for $2 says, still being Sigma as fuck, Sitch. S-class baby. There you go. Thank you. Mega My Own for $5 says, Adam is driving somewhere. God, that's terrifying with California drivers. Some of the worst drivers I've ever come across. True. Mega My Own for $2 says, just tuned in. Brief synopsis on Crowder and your take. Well, I'm sure you got that from me reading through all the super chats, what my take is. Bobby Miles Foreman 3 for $10 says, What's most interesting is that Matt Walsh is currently going ham on spicy takes, talking about executing drug dealers and public canings for thieves. Well, I did see that. And so here's the question. Is Matt Walsh doing that to prove Crowder wrong? He's like, oh, Crowder's going to say that we're all, being hampered by TOS. Well, let me prove him wrong. I'm going to throw a bunch of spicy takes out there about, we should murder all drug dealers, blah, 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 blah. So listen, maybe Crowder had a positive effect. If you agree with that, if you agree with what Matt Walsh is saying, maybe that accusation has kind of lit the fire under Matt Walsh's ass. I did think the tweet about the killing of drug dealers was silly to me, not because that take, but just because someone had posted a video of a really nice airport in Indonesia, wherever the fuck that they were talking about. Was it Thailand? I don't know. Wherever this country is. This really cool, beautiful looking airport. It's got a waterfall inside. It's ridiculous. And I'm like, wow, this is such a beautiful airport. And Matt Walsh was like, if only we killed the drug dealers, airports in America could look like this. And I was like, I'm not sure that the logic on that tracks, but okay. Mega Mimo for $2 says, Brett Cooper and a gimp suit. I'm with Brian. Sign me up. There you go. Mega Mimo for $2 says, Adam, don't type and drive. California drivers are bad enough. True. Singapore, thank you. Oh, I know Matt Walsh has had spicy takes, but I was assuming, or I guess maybe I shouldn't be doing this, if someone says he's sort of tempered the takes recently. But I mean, we've watched his, we watched the clip of him talking about everyone in high school getting pregnant. So I know he was on a radio show. He's had plenty of spicy takes in the past, but that completely negates Crowder's point altogether. Anyway, all these people at the Daily Wire hires, they all have milquetoast takes. It's not true. Not true. Arithmetic for $2 says, Sitch, if you want to understand why Alec Baldwin is legally liable for involuntary manslaughter, you should watch Aaron Brocka's video, Finally, Alec Baldwin charged with manslaughter, on the Law of Self-Defense channel. I'll check it out. I mean, even though, Bronca's usually been pretty good about legal stuff, he's kind of insane on Twitter about non-legal things. I am interested in what he has to say about it. For me to explain why I don't think he's remotely guilty of involuntary manslaughter would probably be too long to talk about here. So I'm sure we'll stream about it because it's going to come up. CT for $2 says, update. You're both cordially invited to our Vin Diesel movie marathon in the Laser server. Well, there you go, guys. If you want to watch the Vin Diesel movie marathon, join the Laser Discord. CT can put a link in the chat. Tim Poole. Hey, Tim. Thank you so much. Tim Poole gave us $2. Thank you, Tim. See, no hard feelings, Tim, even though you softballed Crowder totally in this conversation. Tim says, I have very good reasons for why I wasn't being too hard on Steven during the interview. You see, Steven and I have a friendly relationship, and I also have a friendly relationship with the Daily Wire. It's complicated. There you go. I feel like that's the thing too. Like if Tim interviewed Jeremy Boring, there wouldn't be any hard questions either. Like it'd just be softballs lobbed all around, and we'd only learn things by accident. So CT for $2 says, you guys are lucky I have some level of professionalism. Otherwise, the entire Discord server would be Vin Diesel themed, and we'd be having a Fast and Furious marathon for the next week. Nothing is stronger than family. Oh, is that why I read this out of order, so there you go. Owen Benjamin. Thank you, Owen. Thank you so much, Owen, for the $2. The real Owen Benjamin, definitely not an imposter, says, I think that space aliens might have put the Jews on Earth to test our skill. We have to defeat them in order to prove our worth to join the Galactic Federation. Wow, Owen. I thought someone said you got less spicy. I don't know. That's pretty spicy. Rhythmus for $6. Thank you. Says Crowder probably doesn't want to work for the Daily Wire, but probably would have if the contract was good enough. The reason being, if he goes independent, he has to rebuild his subscriber base before he makes any money. He's got a payroll, a studio, and doesn't even have a subscriber list from the Blaze to help get things back up and running. He's probably desperate. That's why this reads as a ploy to help build his new business. Recapturing his current subscribers is a tall order. There's no better way to do it than to make them feel like they're joining a just cause. This is purely cynical. Well, okay, I agree 100% with that. Labeling this as a just cause will get everyone hyper motivated. So that I definitely agree with all that. But I mean, he still has his YouTube channel, right? I mean, he's not with the Daily Wire anymore. If he was in a situation where the Daily Wire like took his YouTube channel, then he'd be in a very perilous situation. But he still has his YouTube channel, and I would imagine anyone who would want to subscribe and pay Crowder money listens to his YouTube videos, so he could still say every YouTube video, hey, sign up here for my not Patreon, my own special Patreon thing I devised, specifically to give me money to keep doing what I'm doing. Now, if he just did that, he wouldn't get enough, or he wouldn't get nearly as much if he made a big, political stink about it the way he's doing right now, obviously. So, but he's not completely lost. The Big Gay. Oh my God, it's the Big Gay for $2. Says Ben and Jared, not gay Ben and not gay Jared, are not the same person. I found Jared, but not yet Ben. Ben, despair, for you will be assimilated. I shall not fail. Well, there you go. Take caution, not gay Ben. The Big Gay is looking for you. CT for Char says, it's not about the money, Sitch. Vin Diesel taught us all in Fast and Furious 18, The Fastening, that it's about family. It's always about family. True. Wow, I really just completely fucked up CT's jokes by reading these out of order. Sodoge for $2 says, first you bring on Stalin himself to advocate for communism. And then you make us all listen to Stephen fucking Crowder. Might as well rename this the Sodoge Suffering Show at this rate. There you go. Listen, you love it. Okay? You love it. CT for $2 says, so when I tried to link the new stream into the old one, I accidentally sent a different link. I'm not apologizing, and I will not be elaborating on what was sent, but whoever clicked on it, you're welcome. What did you send, CT? What did you send, CT? What did you send? I want to know. What degeneracy did you accidentally send to our fans? Okay. Was it like a video compilation of long Furbies or something? Anyway, let me go back to the UBI. Now that Adam's not here, the guy who wanted to have the UBI conversation in the first place, let me go read the UBI super chats. Godlike Snake, thank you so much for the $10. The Chad negative income tax versus the Virgin UBI. There you go. Based. Saw Throat, thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom. Thank you, Saw Throat. Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says, I would consider looking up Yanis Varoufakis's idea of the universal basic dividend. Instead, just taking out from taxes in general, we could take a small portion out from the money made from exports, I think. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, everyone has this idea about how to finance it, how to finance this whole project, but I think the way to sell it, again, if you could pair UBI with eliminating the income tax, I think you could maybe get conservatives on board then. Now, they would still complain because they'd say, well, wait a minute, you're going to eliminate the income tax and we're supposed to have like a massive government spending increase with UBI, but I think they'd still do it. They want to get rid of income tax that bad. And if it worked, damn, people would be ecstatic. Let's see. Death by Sloth, thanks so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 10 months. Says book recommendations. I read that one. I read all the members. That's right. Did I read this? Cyborg. I did read that one. Trin Tovai, thanks so much for being thank you so much for the 7 Canadian. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, first time super chat, long time listener. Well, thank you. Out of curiosity, did you guys watch that Razor Fist Abraham Lincoln video? Seems like a Sitch debunk vid. So it's funny. I actually saw that super chat when it came in, and I went and I brought up the video, and I actually have it saved. I have it saved on my list of videos to watch for potential Sunday shows, but I haven't actually watched it yet because we have all these news stories that have been coming up. So I'll check it out. Razor Fist did a video called Abraham Lincoln, American Dictator. Dun, dun, dun. So that's something I didn't expect to see. The 2023 video where Razor Fist, I assume, says Abraham Lincoln was a bad president and a dictator. So that will be interesting. I'll check it out. See what that's about. Let's see. Dance Snapple for $5 says, unrelated, I've taken to visualizing Sitch in real life as a pitch black shadow version of Randy Feltface. Adam and Sitch show an acronym, ASS for the win. See, that's why it has to be the Sitch and Adam show, because sass is better than ass. Randy Feltface. Am I familiar with this? Oh, I've seen this guy. I don't think I've never seen the show or of this, but I've seen the picture of this guy. And that's actually what I look like. That's actually what I look like in real life. So it's pretty accurate. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, you need different right and left pen names. Get on that, Adam. Sitch, let's yell at each other about the CIA. No, Hex. Thank you, but no. Tonight is not that 12:30 at night is not the time to be yelling about the CIA. Okay. CT for 2 Canadian says it's the conservatives in Canada pushing for UBI. Well, that's fascinating. What's going on there? Why is it conservatives in Canada pushing for UBI? What is the left? What is the left's argument against it in Canada? Or how does that work?
I can't believe that you did not even hear in the live stream when he said, Steven Crowder said to Tim, you have the transcript. Like,
I missed it.
You're the man who knows the entire transcript.
Did Tim respond? I don't remember Tim saying anything back to that.
No, he didn't respond to it, but obviously.
Okay, well, wait a minute. That's hilarious. Because I said, if Tim has a transcript and read it, but doesn't agree with Crowder's assessment, he's not going to say anything.
Yeah, of course he's not going to say anything. He looked uncomfortable when Crowder said that. When Crowder was like, hilarious. Oh, yes, and you have the transcript. I'm like, oh, this guy's so out of it that he doesn't even realize Tim probably doesn't want everyone to know that he has a transcript, because immediately people are going to pressure him to
release it. Right.
Yeah, and say what's in it, and is Crowder telling the truth? Now we have to rely on Tim.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you can go back and watch it, but he said he has a look in his eye like, you dumbass. Why
how'd you not call it out? You should have paused and been like, oh my God.
Well, I thought you said it. I thought you saw it. So
no, I completely missed it. I missed it on the first viewing and the second viewing. So, but that's very interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, it is, obviously.
I can't believe you sped. You got back in time.
What do you mean? Are we done yet? Look, I got to play the harmonica. We got... Things got to go. Look,
he's dedicated.
Things have to go as planned. Look, 18 is about order.
Okay.
S-Class is about chaos.
Gene Angry Penguin for $5 says, riding a tiger and deciding the best way to do it was to loosen or tighten a rope on its balls, and they wonder why there's a periodic mauling. There you go.
That's crazy. Is that
Talking about
can't be true?
Talking about Gene is relating that to like trying to control the economy. Is like riding the angry tiger. So.
Oh, I thought it was trying to control Crowder from doing blackface.
No, we're on the UBI chats now.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad I came back then.
Silence You Idiot for $10 says, here's my weekly UBI check for both Sitch and Adam. Embrace the money as YouTube also shares in the profit. Not as big as JMac, but this must be classism. Well, thank you, Silence You Idiot. We really appreciate it.
We do appreciate it, yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, what does Alex think of the other MMT? Yeah, I saw you fuckers. You're like, Sitch, ask Alex about the other MMT. Don't be a pussy. Ask him. I saw you, little rascals in the chat.
I know. Look, I put on a collared shirt. The least you could do is like
not ask about
the mommy
tits.
milker theory. Yeah.
Yes. How do you feel about boobs, Alex? If he was drinking, I would have said it. I would have said it just so he could have like done a spit take on stream. Like right as the cup goes up, I'm like, how do you feel about boobs, Alex? What?
I don't know. I feel like there's a small contingent of our audience that is actually interested in like the serious topics. Very, very small.
You can be interested in both the memes, the hilarity, the jokes, and the serious topics.
Of course. That's the best way to be, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, you don't have to be a commie to support UBI, but ...
Mm-hmm. There is too many commies who do support UBI. So, right. I mean, I agree with you there.
CT for $2 says, Adam expecting mind reading again with a kill me Sitch emoji.
Really?
There you go.
Did I? I don't remember that, but.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, if there's a divorce, I'm going with Dad. Well,
that's me.
You're coming with me.
That's me. Oh, that was over whether or not we should stream. I can't believe it. I was like, Sitch knows the stakes. I guess you didn't know the stakes.
Well, no, I just thought we were doing it on Tuesday, so it would be redundant. That's what I meant. If you would have said, well...
that's crazy. I thought you meant because like the Sunday stream the Sunday stream got lackluster views, and I thought...
No, it didn't. Sunday stream got good views and good donations.
It got great donations, but I think the views were less than normal. I thought people might be... I thought people might be over the story.
That's not true at all. You're crazy. You're like, hi, what the fuck are you talking about?
Not yet, but if you read some of these super chats a bit faster.
Okay. Well, you say you're I don't know, kind of okay, whatever. You need listen, from now on, I don't want you to try to assume as little as possible when talking to me, because I feel like you assume the wrong thing very often.
I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Ask me to clarify. I will always be willing to clarify.
Okay.
I'll never attack you. Listen, Adam. I'll stroke your little head, and I'll never attack you for saying, Sitch, can you clarify what you mean by that? I'll say, yes, Adam. Let me whisper into your ear, sweet nothings.
Yeah, no, I trust you. I should have said something.
Yep.
Look.
That's right. Never trust me. Don't trust me, Adam.
Well, according to Owen Benjamin, I'm not supposed to trust
there
you.
You go. There you go.
Fortunately, I don't really trust Owen Benjamin as much as I trust you.
Goro Sarah for $5 says, I feel lied and cheated to. I sat through 3 hours of terrible UBI takes just to miss the drama. S-Class is looking promising these days. Well, there you go, Goro. We delivered, I hope.
Well, if that happens, I mean, I deserve it.
There you go. CT for $2 says, I agree with Adam, but you have to tell him. Well, there you go.
Okay.
Ricardo Aguera Jr., thanks so much for $5, says, Adam gets a massive L bypassing Crowder for this hippie UBI stuff.
Well, we still did it, though.
That's true. This was before we did it, though. Even though we didn't finish it, but... Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam isn't allowed to push back. Happy wife. So there you go. Andrew is taking your side.
Of course. Andrew knows. Andrew must be married.
There you go. I'm just saying he did the pat me on the head condescending treatment. So. Arithmus for $246 says the issue is not Crowder's YouTube, it's his Mug Club, which would have theoretically be his primary source of income if he goes independent. The Blaze would not give him his subscribers, thus he currently has no income. How many people subscribe to Mug Club right now might not be regular viewers anymore, but are still subscribed out of laziness? Well, that's true. Those people will be lost in transition to a new platform, thus the need for a crusade. I considered subbing to Mug Club during COVID because I enjoyed the morning show they were running at the time. I probably would be one of the people lost in transition because I don't regularly watch Crowder anymore. Yeah, there's always going to be, I mean, that's true. I understand what you're saying. And there'll always be, regardless of how popular you are, there's always going to be people and you move. There'll always be people that get lost. Like me, I'm a classic example. I used to listen to Joe Rogan's show very regularly.
Yep, me too.
I very rarely listen to it now just because it's on Spotify.
Yep.
And I can listen to it for free very easily.
Yep.
But it's just that it's not in my face. Like it was on YouTube. I would always see it in my recommendations. I was subscribed. I would see it and I go, oh, Joe Rogan's talking to this guy. I want to listen to that. And I just don't see it anymore. I don't think about it. It doesn't occur to me to listen to necessarily as much as often, unless I know he's talking to someone I want to listen to. But,
we're YouTube people.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I have YouTube Red.
So
I listen to a lot of YouTube content. So that's just where my thought process is. I forget that Joe Rogan's even on Spotify like 90% of the time.
The great thing about YouTube Red is it gives creators advertiser money or it gives people
extra money
just for watching their content, which is awesome.
Yes,
because it's
awesome.
I don't want ads. I don't want to, but I do want to support the creators that I watch. So it's a simple way to actually support them. And you literally support them just by watching their videos, just by doing what you want to do anyway.
I don't know why. And this is like totally insane. And I accept that you will accept that this is totally insane. But whenever I hear the words Mug Club, my brain instantly has this idea and sensation of seeing a person taking a white porcelain mug and just biting a big chunk out of it.
Oh, really?
And I feel the sensation in my head. And I don't know why. That's what I sense. Like, that's what I feel internally whenever the words Mug Club come out.
Mug?
I think that's why I don't like that word. I don't like that. Maybe that's biasing me against Steven Crowder.
Ugly mug is that an expression or is that because there used to be a
ugly
place,
mug,
right? So that is what I think of, ugly mug.
But they're not talking about like a cup. They're talking about your face.
I know, but still,
now,
when I hear the word mug, I think ugly.
Why does mug mean face? That's actually an interesting question.
The Face Club.
It most likely derives from mug with two G's, a Scandinavian word for drinking vessel. Why would that have to? Mugs were this sounds like bullshit. You let me know if this sounds like bullshit. This sounds like bullshit. It says in the get rid of your ad blocker. It says in the 17th and 18th century, mugs were often decorated with cartoonishly drawn human faces. This may have led to the use of mug as a synonym for ugly face. I don't believe that. That sounds like bullshit. That sounds like fucking bullshit. The term mugshot referred to a photo taking of a prisoner, someone in police custody, is thought to have derived from the grimace, which is described as mugging for the camera. That makes a little. Why is it called mugging for the camera? Is it because
mugshot?
Is it because it's like you mug someone? Maybe they arrest a lot of people for mugs, for theft, for mugging people. So it became a mug shot.
Who knows?
Because no one ever talks about your face like your mug in a good way. It's always like he's got an ugly mug.
Yeah.
Right. So I probably has more to do with mugshot than that other Scandinavian thing. That sounds like bullshit.
What a beautiful mug. Now that no one says that.
Right. I feel like Sitch looks like the typical caricature police sketch of a low-income housing abusive boyfriend. There you go. Listen, I'm not going to deny that. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Mug Club is an actual mug. I'm not talking about face clubs. So, because they actually would give you a mug. But, anyways,
Is that it?
is that it?
Holy cow.
I mean, you're back. We can watch the rest of the video, right? Oh wait, we got one more. Arithmus for $2 says, also, you know this is a ploy by Crowder because he claims in the stream that he's known about this for a couple of years, but he only comes out with this right when his Blaze contract ends. Suspicious. That's a good point.
There's all kinds of suspicious over this.
That's
So
a
we'll see
very
where it goes. I guess
point.
what was the poll ended up at here?
It's exactly the same. 69% say it was a real offer. 31% say it was not. We had 2,000 people vote in that poll. So
How do I end the poll? I don't even see it on my end. Huh.
well,
You end it.
anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you to our lovely guest, Mr. Ubercross, and our guests, whose names I've already forgotten. Who came on the show today?
Scott
Scott, yes.
and Andrew.
Thank you so much, Scott and Andrew.
Hold on. Alex.
Alex. Thank you so much, Scott and Alex, for coming on. Maybe we'll talk with Alex about morality. That could be interesting. And his wife, who teaches social psychology. But thank you for your incredibly generous donations. And thank you. You are the true heroes. You who made it to the end of the stream. You who sat through watching us talk boring UBI shit for hours and then watched us talk about gossipy, juicy gossip with Steven Crowder. Hope you all have a fantastic week, and we will see you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye!